or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turn it up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top. Give it all we got. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not?
Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby. Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Crash my car and I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby. Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the moment that our teams have been fighting to get to all year long. Today is the day we will crown a champion. Today is the day a new team and potentially a new region will claim the title of the best in the world. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series Call of Duty Mobile World Championship live from DreamHack Atlanta, and today is our third and final day of competition. 2 grueling days have happened here so far. It's been a battle for our teams to get to where they are, and today, it's all done. This is how we close out the competitive year, and I cannot wait to see what happens with all of the storylines we've been following here so far. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here closing out the day. And to kick things off, we have Proper and Shift on the desk. We've made it to Sunday. Are you excited for this?
I don't know any other word to use. Excitement is clearly where we are all at, just on the tips of our seats, just ready to see how today is going to conclude.
I was so excited. I went to Grandma's house, sliced up her couch, and made it into a jacket. Let's get it.
I think you guys look great. All right, everybody is dressed to impress today, as are our players, except they're going to impress us with their ability. Now, before we get into all of our action here today, we're going to give you a little bit of a refresher. If you're just joining us, great timing, by the way, but here's the format, okay? On day number 1, we had our Swiss bracket. 16 teams were instantly cut in half, only 8 moving forward to the bracket phase of the competition. It's a single elimination bracket, and 4 were eliminated yesterday. We're now down to our top 4 who are fighting for this prize pool right here. $1 million on the line, $400,000 going to first place. Although if they've made it this far already, Shift, they're not doing so bad.
Not so bad. I think it's just, for me, I'm looking at that difference between 3rd and 4th and 2nd. These are essentially $90,000 games of COD Mobile coming up for our first 2 semis. Lots of cash being exchanged between these 2 teams.
And of course, it's not just the money on the line, it's this trophy, it's those rings, one of my favorite things about Call of Duty Mobile. And of course, the title, the glory of being the best in the world.
I mean, who can ever forget one of the most hype moments at the conclusion this time last year when Wolves were able to not only just lift the trophy, but also putting on the rings, putting the fists out. It is an iconic classic.
All right, now we have lots in store for today, but how did our teams get here? Like we said, we had a Swiss bracket on day 1, but quarterfinals yesterday were a doozy, to say the least. So let's go through a quick recap of all of the action.
Yeah, starting things off, this godlike squad got really, the short end of the stick when it comes to who you match up against in your first round in a single elimination bracket. This X-Rock team is looking undeniable. So, unfortunately for Godlike, not able to continue on their run. Stalwart had a chance, I thought, in this series to upset Q9, though.
I really did see a lot of bright spots, but it's just a moments too late. I mean, Q9 really did come through and just played fantastic Call of Duty. Every bit that needs to be there for Q9 on this championship Sunday to potentially be a championship team. Taking down Stalwart was no easy feat.
Little West versus West action. Gallerus and Luminosity with one of the instant classic hard points of the entirety of the series. 249. Luminosity about to strike first. Not quite able to get over the hurdle to get that to a map 5. Most heroic moment so far in the tournament.
Oh, easily the most heroic. But I mean, then you go over towards Elevate and Wolves. There was a lot riding on this for Wolves being our former champions, of course, in Elevate, taking them down not once but twice in a recent month. So they came in, they got the job done. Clearly the #1 team in that matchup.
At the end of the day, in order for our 4 teams to make it where they are here today, we had to unfortunately lose 4 teams. So I'd like to invite the 2 of you to join with me in taking a moment of silence to remember our fallen brethren.
just need a
Well,
moment.
and now let's talk about the teams that are still here competing in the rest of the day, all right? We have our semifinals matches coming up right around the corner. So let's start talking about them. We'll take a look at this bracket if you guys don't know what I'm talking about. We've got the graffiti wall still going strong here, okay? And you can see X-Rock, Q9, Galaris, and Elevate, the teams that had to fight yesterday to be here. Some impressive matches.
Oh, absolutely. And clearly the reason why they find themselves to be the top 4 teams in the entire world. I mean, we only had 2 games go to a map number 4 yesterday. Clearly, Galaris has a lot riding on them, the last standing from the West, but Elevate, Q9, and X-Rock, no surprise to see them here.
We got a grudge match to start the day. Whoa, doesn't get any saucier than that for a chance to get to the Grands. Here for it.
Absolutely. We got a chance to take a look at some of these stats yesterday. I want to take a look at them again here today. I'm talking about these individual stats for some of our players. Now that we have our top 4, let's take a look at our top 5 kills for who we've got, and they haven't changed a lot. We still see Lucas up there.
Yeah, Lucason's been the best player in the world.
Yeah.
Period.
Flat out.
Yeah, flat out. But the interesting thing was 3 Wolves players find themselves in the top 5, even facing off of against a loss. So they really did put everything forward. It just came a little bit short, I think, in particular, not seeing the MVP from last year play as well as we hoped that we would.
I think the consistency of seeing Trunks on 2 of these top 5 leaderboards as well does kind of promote just how good and how close Godlike truly are yet again. They will, of course, fall short, but I mean, Luke is in top 2 every single one of these, and it's barely even 2, but it is nice to see, of course, some of the losers still make it up to this point in time, still showing their grit.
Yeah, it was not an easy day for our teams yesterday. I mean, I know that the scorelines make it look like it was quick with some of those 3-0s and 3-1s, but it was a well-fought battle every single time on behalf of our teams. So we've had a phenomenal competition overall so far when it comes to our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here for 2024. It's been really exciting, which means today is sure to close out in an even more exciting way. And we don't want to keep you waiting at home any longer. It's time to start diving into our first semifinals match of the day. So let's get the teams out on the stage.
And now, one of the heaviest hitters in the entire world, undefeated this week without a single map drop, introducing the #1 seed out of China, X-Rock! A veteran presence of the scene, always a threat, spearheaded by Emperor Ling Ching Zhou Club!
Talk about some epic intros there, getting our teams up on stage, set up and ready to go. So let's start talking about them. Like we heard the voice of God say himself, F-Dot, it's time for X-Rock and Q9 to battle it out. You said it's going to be an insane matchup shift. You're not wrong. Let's start talking about X-Rock.
I think Tom put it perfectly. They have not dropped a map yet. They also lead in every single statistical category. That's a big improvement from what they kind of had showed at CDSI and even during the Chinese Masters, where sometimes the hardpoint was not necessarily there. That has not been the case in any form. They're perfect on hardpoint, and their average margin of victory is over 110 points per map. That is dominance with a capital D.
I mean, X-Rock just truly have every single piece of the puzzle figured out. It has been painting a beautiful picture. Had some shortcomings at CDSI. Seems that those were rectified coming into this tournament here. And yeah, you could probably make an argument that their route to make it to a flawless record thus far might have been easier than some, but it is the way that they were able to dispose of teams like Wolves yesterday.
And I think even in particular, we saw some really strong resiliency at moments versus a very good Godlike team. Now, this Godlike team was not flying under the radar anymore, so no one was taking them lightly. But to see X-Rock come up clutch, especially on the seaside control in a couple of really tight moments, says a lot about why this team is coming in as the #1 squad. And that stat line as well also has you looking at individual players that could take over at any given moment in time. No has been unbelievable as a part of his full man squad.
I mean, the supporting staff all just to make sure that No can completely go unnoticed. The routes that this guy is taking is backed up by a superior cast behind X-Rock as well. There are certain points in time that No is just making all the right plays that you just feel like he can do whatever he wants on the map. That's just how good this guy is.
So, formidable force, to say the least, whether you're looking at individual performances or the team on the whole. Came in in that first place seed position as well, whether that was in the bracket or just coming into the competition overall. So they are a team that everyone has been watching the entire time. And of course, they're going to be facing off another powerhouse in their own right. They're going to be going up against Q9, so let's talk about them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard not to have a conversation about some of the dominant forces that we have seen out of the Chinese region and not talk about Q9. Dot put it perfectly from the stage. This is a veteran roster that have been there and back again multitude of times. Came up short last year, but this tournament, they are looking fierce. Their only loss and only staying on the entire tournament was to Elevate. And let's be candid here, that was a tough Swiss matchup for them to have to face each other, but 'tis the nature of the tournament after all. They are so flawless in Search and Destroy. They look so darn good in that map number 2. It's going to be a tough ask to see what they can do against China's best.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, and we say this all the time, so apologies for being a broken record here, but the Chinese Search and Destroy has always been the staple. Absolutely. The question mark coming in was, would Q9 be better in their respawn this year compared to last year, since the roster really didn't make too many changes? And I would say, emphatically, they have proven that they can handle this new meta with this new tempo, especially against some of the Garena teams where they do play with a little bit more gusto, a little bit more tempo. That's what surprised them versus Elevate. They weren't surprised yesterday versus Stalwart.
I mean, Uling, to the point again, this guy has been through it, leading his entire team. It's hard not to talk about him. The presence that you have from Uling in particular, just to piggyback off the entire Search and Destroy conversation, a lot of that is coming through from Uling. So the Uling versus No-No matchup, the impact of the Search and Destroy, and I guess the overall adaptability that we will see in the respawns are going to be coming from those two players in particular.
Will definitely be interesting to see what these teams are able to kind of glean information-wise from being able to watch each other compete in the quarterfinal stage of the competition. Will that impact what we see when it comes to those picks and bans coming through towards that stage when we're talking about looking at those maps? So overall, this is going to be a very, very, like you said, a banger of a match to start off the day. Right? We've got some stat lines down there on the bottom of your screen for you as well. Little bit of an edge there in the head-to-head.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is, at one moment in time, as much as there was kind of this rivalry building at the beginning of the Chinese Masters scene between these two squads, X-Rock had won 3 matches in a row pretty emphatically. That changed at CDSI. Q9 was able to find a little bit of revenge in a banger map number 7, but still, I think the series edge does say something about how X-Rock have owned this head-to-head matchup largely throughout this year.
It's been close every single time. I mean, when they did meet up against each other at CDSI, it did go the entire 7 maps, and all the way down to that final map, it was banger after banger. You could just clearly see how much these teams do know each other, and that's what's going to set ourselves up in a very good best of 5 as well. Whatever maps we end up getting, you know that these two teams have faced each other at least on a handful of these a multitude of times of the year.
I'm excited to see what you guys said with your predictions. We're not there yet, but I want to see how cohesive everybody is on the casting side of things. We're going to take some look at some more stats, though, before we kind of start talking about those map choices, because we have a head-to-head here with their map comparisons across the board for these two team shift.
Yeah, I think the biggest standout is, well, all the arrows are leaning over towards X-Rock's direction, but 6-point differential win average on Search and Destroy. They've played 4 searches. Every single one of them was a 7-1 tally. And in this particular head-to-head matchup, that's where I really put a lot of focus on the individual map selections, because in the head-to-head, they are actually 13-5 in Search and Destroy, are X-Rock, over Q9. They have routinely dominated the map 2 and the map 5. The only time that went awry was map 7 of CDSI. So that's where I'm really kind of putting a lot of focus on this, is the Search and Destroy, the map 2, the map 5. Both of these two squads are pretty darn even in terms of their head-to-head on hardpoint as well as on control. So it does feel like the map 2, map 5 may determine this series.
Really does say something when you're still flawless in Search and Destroy and you have a positive 4.6 round differential.
Correct.
And you still lose to X-Rock, who have +6.
Well, now we get to take a look at the maps, okay? And I want to get your thoughts on these, because we'll see what they chose, what they're going to be facing off against each other on here. And this could determine a lot for these teams. Were they able to find any weaknesses? Did they go with their comfort picks? We'll be starting off with the Hacienda hardpoint. So tell me how you feel about the shift.
We haven't seen Q9 play Hacienda yet, which is, I think, a bit surprising considering that their playstyle seems to lean towards it, but they've been really baking their bread and buttering it on Summit and Apocalypse so far this weekend. So that's going to be an interesting opening test. It definitely feels like a map that should go towards X-Rock. You do see the Apocalypse show up map number 4, so Q9 will have that. And then the interesting thing, but considering the Chinese region loves firing range, and they love Tunisia. Neither get through here. So this is going to be to see who has done the best prep on takeoff in Kurahana.
Yeah, and that Kurahana Search and Destroy, I really do hope that we do get to that map number 5, just to be able to see what these two teams do look like on that map mode combination in particular. But the respawns is where a lot of the focus will end up being, especially for me, the last time these two teams did face, Q9 did take the hard points.
All right, well, now I finally get to ask you, what did you guys say for your predictions? First semifinals match of the day. What are your thoughts?
I'm leaning towards X-Rock. I'm going with how the history has played. I've got it going the full distance, though. It does feel like now seeing the maps as well, I've got the hard points going to each team as they've picked them. I do have the control, though, favoring over towards X-Rock and then them winning in map number 5.
I'm the same way, but I think that the only map that we'll probably see X-Rock lose very much so might be the map 1, but the bounce back might be there. I'm a stats guy. The numbers always lean towards X-Rock. History is doomed to repeat itself, you would fear, but if Q9's best chance to make it to that grand finals, they got to take at least one of these hard points and both the searches.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to talk to the boys in the green room and see if they agree with these predictions as well. And of course, everybody at home, you know the drill by now. If you're hanging out with us in chat, let us know your thoughts. First semifinals matchup of the day. There's only 2 of them, so you don't get a lot of opportunity to do this. But who do you think is going to be the first team in our grand finals? Will it be X-Rock or will it be Q9? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off our semifinals matchup. First team determined into grand finals. Let's do it.
Oh, and it's a grudge match. This is the one that I think everyone has been waiting to see. We only got small teases of it when we were at CDSI. Now, granted, of course, it did go the full distance, and the maps were very back and forth between the two. But now that there's no safety net of a double elimination bracket, it is a one and done $90,000 match between the top 2 teams from China. It's X-Rock, it's Q9, our opening semifinal. Let's get it on.
Woke up this morning thinking that you can make it to the grand finals, but there is only one route, and it is right in front of you on the opposite side of the stage. Starting off on the favorite side of the map will be X-Rock. They will at least be in favor for that P2 rotation, but spawns do flip routinely, especially when it comes down to Hacienda. But the opening gunfights are great for X-Rock, and they completely clean house, maintain the high ground, and they're getting some time.
Large focus off the long-range battles. You even saw Ma starting off with a scope. He's actually still got it in hand with the mix of 2 Odins in play. So X-Rock really trying to take the fight at range, and so far it has worked out as they jump back into the hard point, reclaim their lead for now, and Ma is dominating. Already got the hot hand with the Tundra out and early.
Gonna have to meet this somehow if you are Q9. Calling it a Predator missile before P2 rotation is even called for is a scary one, to say the least. But Q9 have been able to work their way not only into the hard point, but also on the mansion side, threatening the rotation early.
Yeah, looking good. The Pred missile largely negated just as Q9 survived through it. Hit coming through the water side of the map, though, over towards P2. Early rotation here for X-Rock. Dead tie game, essentially, after the first hill has expired. Q9 trying to get top control over at Lambo. Fight back from Chuan, almost able to find a double, but does get taken out. X-Rock finding wins from the front, but the spawns are still good for Q9 in the back as they look to try to re-break the hill.
It's going to be marching up this driveway. Someone's going to have to try to take a route, but by that time, 30 seconds will still remain. Good presence being held here for X-Rock, trying to keep everybody at bay.
Good contest to this point, but now Q9's reinforcements start to come through. Pinch on the way, though. A couple of split spawns for X-Rock. Have them now all of a sudden hitting both sides at once, and Ma lighting things up. Doesn't matter if he's got a scope. Doesn't matter if he's got an Odin. Give this guy whatever weapon you want. He's going to find a way to tally up kills, and that's so far what's come through. Q9, though, still spawning close, able to reinforce. Still 22 seconds to fight for, and a really great read on X-Rock's off spawns towards well.
I mean, between Chuan and Ma, you're just being ripped to smithereens, and to be quite frank, the slaying isn't too far gone, but Q9 are just really good at being aggressive towards the back 20 seconds of every single hard point. Forces X-Rock's hand just to utilize these close spawns and try to soak up the back 10 seconds. It's just about a dead even game, rotating over towards P3. Operators online.
Yeah, 3 in particular in favor of X-Rock, but Uling does have the War Machine, and he is good with it. Opening first blood, good for Uling over towards P3. The hard point unlocks, and X-Rock are still battling for top patio. Rushi able to find the high ground position for now, but needs to wait for help. War Machine gonna get popped. It's actually gonna be immediately countered as Uling is trying to get some damage done with his own, but X-Rock kind of pinching on both sides at once are working out beautifully, leaving Uling by himself. He can only do so much in this position. Has to wait for help as he does find a couple of kills, allowing a re-entry to come through.
I mean, the immediate response, Uling pulls out the War Machine. You get a War Machine out of Rushi, and then a follow-up claw as well. And it's just overwhelming pressure coming through from X-Rock again. They have the numbers, the ordinances are perfect from Sunyo, being able to find at least 2. So it's scrap time to fight over here, and look where Q9 are spawning all the way to the backside of the office. This is very alarming, but at least they're making the heads-up play, trying to send a couple players on different routes so that they can threaten the rotation.
They're going to need to. The Purifiers locking things down over towards Tin as X-Rock are soaking up the scrap time and out, putting their focus on rotation. Prime time to get an early listen in with X-Rock.
他们下点到了啊！2楼一个，2楼一跌，2楼一跌，牛逼！下点到了应该，别急，像我们昨天说的一样。他们下点有人，我确定。车库水下有人，车库水下有人。我来帮，我来帮，我来帮。假沙楼一个，假沙楼一个。假沙楼火，假沙楼火，点点开火了。我往楼掉了，我丢闪了。
Smoke out。
打！别急，回去。点死了。我车库留，车库扛一个。
点那个。
超不火了，超不火了！
点2个，点这个懂。没事的，没事的，我们打地面，我们打地面。OK， 我们打地面没事的，兄弟们。
点等花掉了，点等花没有，等花没掉。可以来加点。
等花一丝。
车库看车库。
等花在点内呢。
闪到点内。
没事，漂亮。
A little bit of a double listen in there as we swapped over to Q9's comms as they try to find a way back in towards this final hard point of our first rotation. 20 seconds to fight for. Operators have all been expended here proper, and for the most part, it has been a pretty even exchange. Last scrap time going to tilt over towards Q9 as they've got full numbers ready to go.
And so far, when the first set of hard points, when resources are invested and returned back, X-Rock have come out on top of when it comes down to Gunny and then fighting for the back scrap time. Q9 have had a little bit of an edge. This back 5 seconds should be soaked up by them. Last little contest coming through from Moss, so it'll go and be neutral. 98-75 going back towards the center of the map. Some very key resources being invested. Uling's going to open it up with a Pred.
Yeah, just need to get a feel of what X-Rock is doing on this rotation. So Pred Missile will be called in just to get the information out. Now an opportunity to fight back from the high ground. Rushi inside, finding some early time. Chuan with them, trying to move over towards the secret hallway here. But Q9, good window presence. They've really locked things down and at least made life difficult for X-Rock. And with the kills starting to tilt their way, now an opportunity for them to fight for the hill itself. A little bit of extra time being tallied, but Rushi actually going to pull out a war machine here. Bold call to say the least. Not often you see it pulled in this position, but he does find one connection, and with that, X-Rock can get back on the hill.
Split spawns might have scared him. Did have at least one player for Q9 that was starting to threaten through open staircases, but now the spawns have more or less subsided themselves. One rogue spawn's going to come over towards Well, and tough gunfight to have for yourself right off the spawn, but Chuan just gets smoked. And now you got to be worried about that entire position if you are X-Rock, who took an immediate focus to soak up more time on P1, which to be fair, they did get 40 plus. War Machine wasn't a terrible investment here, but now you've lost the rotation to New.
Yeah, and you've got a really good spread of the map right now for Q9. They're going to get a read that the well spawns are still open. In fact, actually, they have 2 players spawned right there themselves. I'm sure that was a pleasant surprise. They clean up the driveway. Now all the focus can happen over towards the front. Uling has the War Machine at the ready. Would be a good time to use it, considering that all of X-Rock are hitting from the front. Hasn't popped it yet, and apparently he doesn't need to. Finding the kills from topside, Lambo has looked good. Curly's also on the pinch as X-Rock found a chance to contest, but the spawns are still in, and Q9 are quick to get back on the hard point.
Studio's gonna rip the claws. It's gonna start asking between him and Mom when they were gonna start diving into these resources just for the break. It finds 3 more bullets on the head glitch, loses his life. It's the response from Uling, pulls out the War Machine just to try to belittle these individuals with ordinances around the water, inside of the garage. It works out perfectly.
Nice little heroic moment for Sunyo. Looked like Q9 was just going to jump right back into the hill immediately, but he gets a little bit of extra time tallied for X-Rock. Now the spawn's a little bit more chaotic as it's split between both 2 teams in the back. Trying to win out onto the hard point itself is Rushi, but he is by himself and he will be overwhelmed. So the scrap time's going to go to Q9. X-Rock in a bit of a tricky spot here. They're in lobby. They could stall the rotation for Q9, but with these secondary spawns happening towards Rock, they're going to take the long route around the back.
One player slipped the net, but Mauchi just gonna sock one right into Sunyo's jaw. And that could open up things to maybe move a little bit further forward over by the gardens. You did have one player that did get gunned by Q9, so now you know the flank is secure. So it's a square up, operator still online.
Curly is the one to keep an eye on. Can he hit a route with these equalizers? He has been one of the best players with that operator all weekend long, and they may need it. Here's X-Rock looking solid from the front. Purifier, War Machine all being spent. Curly trying to find an angle to get in, but not going to be allowed a chance for it. Spawns will move, but X-Rock looking solid inside the hill.
Yeah, they sure are. War Machine invested will now dissipate. So it's just about holding these angles, make sure nobody's flanking all the way through. That was going to be picked up by Sunyo, loses that gunfight, and now the hit from the back will find success. 20 seconds to let the fight over here, and if you're X-Rock, you're feeling quite okay with the spawn flip that came through. You should have a free rotation. You should not care about this time.
Problem is, Mauchi's cleaning everything up very quickly with this claw out. It has been a great operator for him, and now he's working on the long rotation back towards bottom bar, up to office. On the same front, Chen over the middle. Big 1v1 win. That allows an opportunity for Q9 to string scrap to initial. Just comes down to, can they read the spawns, which are a bit split right now for X-Rock.
Got one player lurking for Uling around the office building. Doesn't really have an angle to watch these players flanking all the way through. Might just catch everybody from Q9 by surprise. And now Curly with the equalizer, to your point, has been so electric with them all weekend. Lost, loses their life. Not the investment that you were looking for, as there's still ample time to fight for here at 4.
A little crossed up right there, as there was a hit coming from the open stairs as well as from backside boathouse. Exchange looking decent though, as Q9 just take the fight right back onto the hard point. Predator missile also putting him into a little bit of effect. Uling thinking about maybe pulling the War Machine here. Thought for a second he had dropped it out, but may have put it right back into the back pocket, as X-Rock are having a tough time breaking until Chuan finds himself a double from the front. Now an opportunity to reinforce this from water side. Looking decent, especially with Ma, has the Annihilator out, but he's kind of in the same position Curly was. They need to get a little bit more help, and No-No's gonna provide it with the equalizers. Get out of his way! He's shredding everything! It's a full team wipe for No-No!
Just at 5 feet for No-No, 1 name, 5 kills. Talk about investment coming through with the equalizer. Stark differences, but there's still an opportunity for Q9. If only bring themselves back into this game, they only trail by just 40. So it's not out of the woods that they can make this happen on a map pick of Hacienda, a map pick that they've beaten X-Rock on before.
It's just one of those things where Q9 just do not have the edge in some of these really key fights. I think especially as they put together their setups around these hard points. This is already, though, much better over the top of P1. Rushi working on it, trying to get some action over towards the open stairs. Not going to fully work out as X-Rock have to hit through the U-Haul, and the kills are good. Q9 lose their high ground control. Ma just jumps in from the high ground, but Uling, he pulls out the War Machine. That'll be good for an opening 2, and then finds the 3rd one down low, plus a 4th. Uling again light things up as Q9 get back into the hill.
He's leading the entire lobby as far as kills are concerned, and a lot of those kills are coming through the War Machine. 47 kills now for Uling. 174 to 204. Still have scrap time to fight over here, but look at the positional advantage that Q9 do have on the map so far. They do have the water side of the map. That's forcing X-Rock's hand. Try to hit through the open archway. If you can contest the time, that's great, but you have to get these numbers to Lambo.
This hard point still open though at P1. X-Rock will have 2 members spawn deep away from the second hard point. So what can Rushi find? He feels the pressure. He's popped the War Machine, but he gets immediately shut down. Trophy system in place. Uling locking down the front. And now you've got full status control for Q9 with the Sparrow to boot. A massive moment in the hard point.
Yep, Sparrow will just keep all of these players at bay through these choke points. You're going to have to try to contest eventually. And, well, you're just going to get immediately bolted to the dome. 2-piece coming through for Sun. And now it's all eyes forward. Another 1v1 actually happening over by the rocks. Predator missile called in, confirms the information. Q9 about to take the lead.
Sun thought he had a good angle for that Pred missile, just rushed it forward. It doesn't land under the player's back driveway, but it doesn't make a difference because Q9 are able to pick up on the flip of the spawns. Now it's back to X-Rock. Most of this hit coming from the front. Sun, the one just hoping he can find good timing, but it's actually going to be just a full pinch from the side door that takes him out of commission. X-Rock back into the hard point. 15 seconds to fight for. Chuan trying to get the purifier, and that's immediately shut down. Q9 with a little bit of life, but they are still stuck spawning on the left side of the map as he rotates anew.
Scary, someone did slip to the net though. It's Sun. He's already past the garden side. He's going to have an isolated 1v1 as the rest of X-Rock are just lighting things up over by Lambo. Will finally subside, but there's no more time to grab here over by the Lambo. Still straight gunfights happening, but now numbers on the other side of the map for the rotation favoring that of X-Rock, but Q9 has the closer spawns.
Chen over the backside. Q9 spawning close. X-Rock feeling the pressure. Pop the claw immediately. Just trying to spam down and slow this Q9 approach. No from the front is good, but Curly with the equalizers. Only able to find the first. Sunyo with the claw dissipating. Still hanging on. No trying to get the information. Rushes forward as he understands that Q9's coming through tin side. Can he put together the same kind of presence that we saw from Curly earlier? Now it's just down to it.
Oh my!
Uling, he's able to collect with the War Machine, and the break is in.
And then Chen also pulls out the operator for a purifier. That's a lot more space that you can take away. Suppressed by all of these grenades. 235 to 227. Can still win it here if you are Q9, if you hold on to all the time.
Operator out for Rushi. He's able to find a double with a nade. Now it's just the War Machine getting to work, trying to spam things down. He's able to connect to the players inside the hard point. No one can win here. We're going to a new hard point. No more operators available. Q9 will be there first, but X-Rock with these clean kills can rotate quickly.
Gonna have to try to bunker up. You do have those close office spawns as well. I love what I'm seeing out of X-Rock, just trying to cut through where you think the spawns are happening, and they also get assistance from the boathouse.
They're finding the kills around the back. The Hunter Killer Drone's gonna hit onto Uling. Chen's the last one left. He gets taken out by a Pred missile. 242 is where it stops for Q9. Need to find a way to break. They've got split spawns. Can they pitch this up? No, they can't, because Tron gets the double. One more player to find. They're looking the wrong direction, though. Chen's able to get in for some contest. The help is here. Q9, can you find the kills? Rucci not able to find anything. All of a sudden, Q9 find themselves favorable in the kill feed. Back and forth we go. 242, 246. Still the contested play. Toronto on the back gets shut down. Q9 just need to find one more wave of kills. 3 more seconds needed. No one's able to contest. Q9 rip away the hard point from X-Rock and strike first.
A lot closer than I'm sure Q9 wanted, coming into their own map pick here on map number 1, but they are going to feel great with the conclusion. A dub is a dub at the end of the day, and a crucial mistake coming through there at the end for one of the players out of X-Rock who was really worried about the flank. It kind of forced a 3v4 once all of those boathouse spawns came through for Q9, and then they were completely able to overwhelm everybody from X-Rock that was either lingering from the Lambo spawns or just not really ready for the gunfight as well. Great isolation there at the end for Q9 across a multitude of different hills. They were down, but truly never out of this entire situation, and Uling was trying his damnedest the entire game. A Herculean performance out of Uling in particular. The War Machine was emphatic, and every single bit of pressure that we saw all the way to the game's end was true.
What a wake-up call here in Atlanta. Woo-hoo-hoo! Give me more of that. Insert it right into my veins. Unbelievable start. And just the adversity that X-Rock were able to throw together. This moment in particular, you thought the momentum was just gonna go all to the Chinese #1 team, but not to be. The scrap battle through P3, the rotation to 4, and then all of a sudden, the SMGs lighten things up, finding ways for Q9 just to hold a narrow edge. Uling in particular, locking down the long-range headies, setting up the final moments. Unreal start and a massive win for Q9 to kick off this series on the right foot.
I mean, should we get an opportunity to look at these stats? Yeah, thank you so much. This is insanity. From one in particular, obviously the MVP on the side of Q9. That's a lot of engagements. Lots of big numbers as well, with everybody getting about a minute plus of OBJ time for Q9. The assist column is also very nice to look at as well. Q9 are a very good team, and clearly being able to show how they can bounce back from being detrimented in the first set of hard points by X-Rock, who are having themselves a whale of a game collectively.
Nearly a 60 bomb for Uling with a minute 30 in the hill. We call that the Call of Duty hat trick, especially when you get double-digit assists the way that he did. Whoa, okay, that's what we got? All right. Let's just get it all wrestled up now.
Who needs coffee when you got Q9 versus X-Rock on the main stage to start off this championship Sunday?
Well, not me. But the beast has been unleashed, and you can do the same by going to monsterenergy.com/gaming. Easy segues. Shout out to our sponsors. Let's get into the search and destroy, friends. We're gonna have to cool our jets a little bit, and I'm gonna need you all at home and here in Atlanta to just open up the synapses between your brainwaves. Get a couple of extra crevasses and wrinkles in the brain, because we're gonna see some 5D chess between these two juggernauts.
Yes, the crevasses of your brain. All of the wrinkles will be smoothed out by the end of us just nerding out about how good this upcoming Search and Destroy is about to be. On Takeoff, no less. Again, a map mode combination that Q9 hasn't exactly found a lot of fortune in historically, have not played it this weekend, but 1 in 3 throughout their entire tournament year to this point in time. Comparatively on the opposite side for X-Rock, I mean, you feel like that there's hardly any weaknesses coming away from being the #1 team out of their region, but for Takeoff in particular, played it 6 times, 4 and 2 walking into this tournament. I think that they, very obvious for being their map pick, they are the favorites for this map, but I just never want to count out Uling coming away from that hot hand on a map like Takeoff. Especially.
Yeah, especially with the scope.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the biggest part about it here is, you know, if he could just connect or lock down a lane with efficiency, the Takeoff is going to look very, very dramatically different than what I'm sure X-Rock had experienced earlier on in this tournament. Again, the big overarching point, though, is that X-Rock are not only flawless in Search and Destroy. Right. Every single Search map they've played has come to a final tally of 7-1. They've lost 4 rounds of Search. What are we talking about? That's disgusting.
Also goes without saying as well, we forgot to add commiserations. Now X-Rock finally has sin on the record. That's the first map that they've lost the entire weekend.
There's going to be a lot more of that coming,
I'm
I
sure,
think.
yeah, with this specified map set, again, this is the wake-up that we all needed to start off this championship Sunday. The 4D chess will be immense. And one of those 7-1s, by the way, was against Wolves. You and I got to watch that pretty intimately. And that 7-1 that they had on takeoff, no less, was just dissection. I think, but again, if you all have not watched CDSI, you have not watched Chinese teams play Call of Duty Mobile, especially for Search and Destroy. It's just the way that they go about adapting and learning over time. The communication, even what you see right there, the small talk happening on the stage as well, it's just so important for them to fully digest what they're about to get into.
Yeah, and the thing about this map, and actually what we'll see maybe in a map 5 with Kurohana, is that the defensive side is super, super favored. I think especially with the setups that we saw from X-Rock on both maps, but in particular, the other thing I'm really interested to see, and what Wolves were not able to provide, was good dissection and commitment to execution on the offensive front. You're not going to come into a site and win every single kill and stay alive flawlessly. You have to make sacrifices. You have to have somebody enter in with good utility, hope that you can win out a multiple 5v3, 5v2, whatever it happens to be, hold good post plants, don't get picked on crosses, and get yourself a chance for a quick post plant setup. That's what China's known for, and boy, were they needed here.
That's a long grocery list. We might see you back until dinner.
You know it?
This ought to be a fun one, man. Get locked and loaded. There's going to be a lot of good utility nerding out that's going to be happening over here. Ceremonious stuns over the top. Everybody just kind of waiting patiently, trying to see what they can find with the picks.
And when X-Rock had played this map versus Wolves, they started on the defensive side. So this will be our first real true look to see what they have to offer on the attack.
That's true.
Yeah. Trophy systems are down here for Q9 to establish a front line right in front of the scaffolding. Just a delayed nade over towards the top side where P4 would usually be. And Q9 look like they're pretty steady to kind of just hang on to these windows and these little point of contact corners.
Yeah, no need to over-aggress yourself. I mean, if there's going to be one thing that you might see, it could be a Fennec and R9 in the hands of Curly or another individual taking abuse over by the control building, but this is round 1 as it possibly gets through takeoff. A minute has gone by the wayside, and still all 10 players are alive.
Yeah, really good patience here from Q9. X-Rock are just waiting to see if someone from Q9 is going to get antsy, throw a shoulder. Has not happened yet. Uling on one cross, watching over towards the B side of the map. Chen playing alongside Sun will be on the other. Trophy systems denying some early utility. Shots over the middle of the map. Curly's in trouble. Does get it with a little bit of separation. He backs off. Defensive nades now coming through to respond to this play, but X-Rock haven't committed yet.
Watch out for player number 3, specifically for X-Rock. Nono's just waiting for the bomb to be planted to try to commit towards his flank.
Yeah, and now the retake is fully underway. Nades trying to come through, does not connect onto the exit. Do you have a smoke for retake here if you're Q9? May not make a difference because that island player that you talked about, Nono's just waiting for the right time to go, and it may be here. First shots will land. That's enough for Q9 to get this retake underway. Chen, Yuling working through the middle of the map. When is Nono going to get involved here? You got to start making a play forward. The kills are still coming through. And Sun, wait, he's just going to hop onto this.
Wait.
Nono never gets part of the play.
So let me try to understand this fully with Nono's weaponry of choice and the positioning that he was holding on the map. Instead of flanking or holding the angle over by scaffolding, he was just making sure that nobody flanked through the stadium.
Yeah, but the thing about that is that whole post plant setup was about him clutching.
Correct. It was all about him committing towards the flank, isolating the players. So a little bit of a misfire coming through, but Q9's patience does pay off. They won the first.
And I think in particular, their quick execution on the retake, notable, as X-Rock were falling like flies.
Yeah.
So good opening offense coming through, and now all of a sudden Q9 looking to get aggressive. They've got Sun in towards Stadium already. Oh, it's really dicey. Maz nearby, so is another. That was Nono initially, and that little bit of extra pressure will push back this Q9 defense.
Just nobody wants to give any sort of inch to breathe, but Ma will strike first blood. So numbers now here for X-Rock, and albeit even getting the bomb planted in the previous round, it's just about the post-plant execution that they faltered on. So what can you do now that you do have a man up in this round?
Offensive smoke gets thrown towards A. That's just a fake. It does pull the defense further down towards the south side of the map. In particular, keep your eye on Mao Shi, number 2 in blue. He is the only defender on B. He's holding a pixel corner. Ma still trying to take away the mid-angle. In a good spot to make sure there is no push through, but he's already kind of missed a bit of timing. I was about to say, Uling has already kind of gotten himself into a good position to get a trade. That will work out. Now there's scaffold control here for X-Rock, or for Q9. X-Rock need to clean that back up. They're going for a smoke plant. Shots are coming through, but the bomb does get planted.
Now it's retake time. Curly's going to be one of the first one to through the middle of the map of Mauchi. Odin will ring true. 3v3 post.
No, this time playing a little bit more aggressively around that post plant. Sunyo looking to play a little bit deeper off the scope, just making sure there is no flank on the way. Big 1v1 contact here, and okay. Mauchi will drop, and the last one standing will be Chen. And yep, he does at least get across onto Sunyo, but time is of the essence, and he will not get past that scaffolding play.
Yeah, numbers advantage comes through off the opening pick. That's a great start, but do what we are seeing out of X-Rock. It's very enjoyable, and once they finally have the opportunity to get up to the mid-map, they wait for that one smoke grenade, they commit towards the plant, and just really hope that Q9 just does not start spraying or have late utility to stop them from that plant. So they'll answer back in kind. It was all off the back end of getting that first blood from Ma. I can only imagine that Q9 are going to alter the way that they're rolling out here defensively.
Yeah, a little bit of a later trophy placement towards B. So some of the early nades from X-Rock were not initially denied. That, again, is one of those moments where no information is still information. Nades not landing means no one's home. But will X-Rock try to commit through any of that intel that was offered by Q9? Doesn't look like it in the moment. Just kind of still hoping and praying that these opening snipers can find a good first blood contact.
They're so conflicted off of that late trophy, too.
Yeah.
It's like, is it no information or was it delayed? How many mind games are you willing to play? Dodging with a bullet. Gonna add an extra drip of sweat down your brow. But everything stays pretty standard. Now X-Rock are starting to take a forward approach over through the middle of the map. This has BXQ written all over it.
Yeah, sure does. That's been their bomb site of preference in the last 2 rounds. Looks like it will be for a 3rd straight one. Sun looking for a cross over the top of the mid-statue fountain area. Smoke will come down. That's usually enough for a go call to be executed. But Sun hits. Unreal. Through the smoke. That's your bomb carrier down. And now X-Rock are in trouble. They've lost their ability to try to follow up on a quick post plant. They have to throw their secondary smoke just to try to recover. And at least fortunately, they get a trade back as Uling drops.
Yeah, I was about to say, watch out for that one play, though. That is currently being put together by Chen. Gonna at least go 1 for 1, but you can just play the trade game and it should work out in X-Rock's favor.
Oh. Chuan got cold feet, was halfway through the plant,
yeah,
steps off of it. Weird moment between the sniper rifles, but Ma hits both.
Not over yet.
I mean, it looked like he was caught off guard. For him to be able to quick scope the first and then reset and not miss on the second, whoa.
First blood, clutch moments, Ma lives for it all. And it all becomes null and void on you sticking the plant or not in a 2v2. Here comes some Suns.
Yeah,
this is a lot more of an aggressive approach for Q9 in this round.
Yeah, with the smoke through mid, they're looking to try to isolate quickly over towards the top side of the map. That is a beautiful, aggressive defensive stance. You smoke mid, you block the snipers, you throw a nade behind it to make sure no one's playing through the smoke, and then you flash and dash up towards top mid. Counteraction play, though. X-Rock say, you want to get aggressive at the top of the map? We'll get aggressive at the bottom.
It's an immediate response, and it's so respectable. I mean, look how much space Chuan was able to get all the way to the backside of the side with it going down.
What a nade over the top, though. Chuan trying for some spam over towards scaffold side. Curly around the back, trying to clear things out, but it's Uling who gets there first. Now he can just hop this, but problem is, Chuan was still watching the angle. Of course, now his position is known, but he's finessing beautifully. Ma also hits over towards this 1v2 towards Sun. Mauchi now trying to find his way over to help his teammate. It's just an anime battle between the 2 snipers. Comes out in favor of Q9, and Sun will do what Ma had done previously. Another nice set of kills from the scope, and Q9 will tie us at 2.
It's weird how you go from one round of Ma hitting one of the nastier quick scopes that we have seen all weekend to that little Benny Hill music playing in the middle of the stadium sniper 1v1, but what was almost about to be for X-Rock in a numbers disadvantage post-plant situation, a fantastic response just to agree that, hey, you're taking the B side of the map, we'll go back over towards A. As we go in towards this round number 5, gonna be putting a couple more players. Are X-Rock in position to try to deny that scaffolding push this time?
Same deep defensive smoke thrown at mid. Counter flashes get pulled because of that, but X-Rock have now used that utility for really no good reason in terms of how it was finding its effectiveness. Q9 was not actually pushing up, and they may actually consider a delayed hit top mid. They got some good mid pressure already established towards the bottom side of the fountain with Sun watching this deep cross. They may decide to have some sort of a late play here to try to get back in towards that top P4 position again.
I think X-Rock are just super worried about Chen trying to get back inside of the scaffolding area, but it's allowed Sun to get back up through the middle of the map. It's not top scaff, it's at the bottom of it, and Sun is holding a very aggressive angle. Big first blood to have.
And he's going to reposition, watch a different angle on this secondary cross, knowing that there could be some sort of a follow-up, and there was, but he changes the position again, and this time he gets caught. Ooh, don't know how I feel about that. Sun was in a good spot to still hold over towards the bomb site. Uling was watching this cross, but he puts himself in the line of fire, and that now counteracts the trade into a 4v4.
Bob's still resting on X-Rock's side. Someone needs to pick that up, and we need to start committing towards the site because we're down to 40 seconds, and there's not a whole lot of information that has been cleared over here in the lounge.
Yeah, the problem is, I think for the side of Q9's defense, is that X-Rock know they've got mid-map supremacy.
Yeah.
Shutting down that scope at mid now allows them to do this. Play off scaffold, and of course also play over towards the generators. Ma now sticking for the plant. This would be a heroic 2v4 retake. It starts with Chen, R9 in hand. First shot misses, second shot lands, but it's not enough for the kill. Ma with the quick kill. Just down to Mauchi. 1v3 for him if we can catch his POV. Doesn't matter. Ma is able to find the quick connection, and that'll be enough.
Yeah, it's just the timing, having the numbers advantage regardless. There's only so much that you can watch with so many angles that can still be hit on the opposite side, but X-Rock will take that one-round lead. Final round in this half, is it going to be even Stevens to flip the sides, or does X-Rock have something special planned?
Yeah. Well, here we go. No smoke, just a flash and dash. But Sunyo, watching from top scaffold, lands for the first. The counter flash is there, and you thought there may have been an opportunity for X-Rock just to steamroll this play, but not to be. Opening exchange, again, gets us to an early numbers advantage. X-Rock with the offensive pressure, looking to make a play over towards A, and this is all down to Uling can hit, playing aggressive. He has to hold his ground.
Oh, we're gonna have to put a pin in this. Got something to break down after this round finishes. But it's a great lurk play coming through from all of X-Rock to deny the flank. But again, that setup aggressively over by the B lane was set up to orchestrate X-Rock to aggressively hit back over towards A. And what Q9 wanted was just that, for them to meet them inside of the stadium. But X-Rock were too privy to it. They read it, they gunned them, they have a 2-round lead on the side swap.
Huge on the opening pick as well from Sunyo. 4-2, side swap. Smokes are down early for both sides as Q9 are looking to get aggressive right through the top side of P4, but no one's looking over towards middle. And X-Rock are able to use their setup to set up a bit of a crossfire. That's enough for a 2-for-1 exchange. Hit is still on the way. Sniper battle again. It's anime fight round 2. Sun going to the machine pistol, wants to chase this down, while meanwhile Uling is able to find Rushi, and this may lead to an opportunity for Q9 to flip the numbers from a 4v3 to a 3v2.
Sun is so confused. Where did Ma go? Went back over towards the scaffolding. And got Chuan to worry about around the stadium. The B side is more than vacated. Tough to say with Ma's positioning.
Yeah,
no angle on it whatsoever. They're just going to stack together, get caught out inside control.
Yeah, X-Rock just got a little bit lost there. Thinking Q9 were still playing largely in front of the scaffolding. Not the case. They're still playing behind in your spawn. So a great opening offensive round gets Q9 back to within 1. And that asserts a certain level of identity to how they may try to play this, with the aggressive hit immediately coming off the get-go towards B.
They're just going to have to be worried about it. I mean, Ma does cause a little bit of odyssey with that push. I mean, he got all the way inside of the base for Q9, but they're looking to flip things up. Maybe trying to catch a player from X-Rock, getting aggressive over by the A-bomb site. Stuns, nade, smokes over through the middle of the map. They are already on the A side.
Nade will land at Mauchi. 3 smokes down. Quick commitment for the plant. Curly playing bodyguard. X-Rock trying to chow this, and Modest runs in by himself. Crossfire setup is decent for the trade, though, so numbers will still stay with X-Rock. Now they start to collapse. Tron laying down the damage. Oh, but the shots up top don't fully come through. Chen does get traded. 1v3. Sun now by himself. What can he do? The answer, nothing, as No-No locks down the angle, and X-Rock will get their 5th.
2 more rounds away for X-Rock, tying up this series. I thought it was all just going to be falling by the wayside. I just didn't think that Ma wanted to die that quickly.
Yeah.
Went swinging him blindly instead of waiting for his team. Silly goose. But still, a lot more work to do here for Q9. The aggression over towards B was met, and they tried to flip it back over towards A. This time they are going back to what worked in their opening round.
This is the same thing for 3 straight rounds. Offense smokes both sides of the statue, but this time X-Rock decided to challenge it. They just push right through. They don't care about the smokes. And it works out so beautifully initially, but then they get caught in kind of a crossfire setup. Long route for the defense around the back. That's Ma, who could possibly just find an angle from here. Good shots from Wu Ling, but no one has any idea where Ma is, and he's taking advantage of it. First shot will land, but now Q9 are aware of the threat.
The sneaky flanking sniper in a 1v1 versus Sun. The anime fight will continue.
Yeah.
Bomb's going to get planted here, and now I'm curious, with the bomb being planted where it is, how quickly can Ma isolate the information on where Sun might be?
Yeah, Ma does have 2 pieces of utility if he wants to use it. Sun predicting it's going to be a long wrap around through the defensive spawn. He has guessed incorrectly for now, but the longer this takes, the more certain he will be that he has guessed the right spot. Here's the smoke. Here's the play. This is a massive round for Q9. Sun defaulting to the pistol, thinking he's hot for the defuse. Not the case. So now Sun has had to play this straight up, and Ma around the back. Whoa! Get out of my face. Where do you think I am? That's not there. And X-Rock will get their 6 down on map point.
Map point, 1 round away from tying up the series, guaranteeing us to go to the Apocalypse map number 4. But Ma is a real issue. And I don't just mean that because he's got 12 kills, for crying out loud, but he's so lucrative. With the way he is manipulating the map with a sniper rifle and getting in these egregious positions, it is catching Q9 off guard. He's isolating players left, right, and center. Need this for Q9. Hopefully to see another round here in the search.
Different look this time. X-Rock committing a couple of extra nades on this mid-staircase, which has often been smoked by Q9. Not the case this time. Q9 just taking a bit of a pause, letting this round play out a little while longer. But the thing about this is a weird round to make this kind of a play happen because you don't really know what the X-Rock default setup is, largely due to the fact that you've rushed at him the last 3 rounds. So this is going to be a lot of figuring out for Q9.
And with all the utility already being thrown, you haven't seen the one adaptation from the opening offensive round, and that's that Rushi has now taken a forward approach to watch the exit out of the control building. And that's causing a considerable amount of doubt for Q9. They don't have any information at all. With a minute already going by from the game clock, they're going to have to make a decision. It seems they're going to default back towards his speed push. Rushi's the guy to watch.
Is there anyone on the cross here? There's the first smoke. Nade, whoa, initially was meant to toss in towards mid-map. It doesn't get there for the defense. So X-Rock kind of have to back off and respect the smoke here just a touch. Flash also lands onto Maushi, who's still alive, but the information's now known, and Q9 are looking to isolate him.
He just concedes the space, gives it up. That means the bomb's going to get planted for free, but watch out for the sniper angle trying to be taken. Sunio gets punished for it, but Chuan responds.
And now it's just time to get hit the quick scope, and Wu Ling will miss. Chuan takes down 2. And this is a huge position for X-Rock to try to clear. Sun also comes up a bit awry. Not often you see that, and this is why I was saying Chuan puts the right play forward, shuts down the ability for the Q9 clutch up spot through scaffold to be utilized, but the kills are still decent. So now it's all on to Chuan. This would have to be a 4-kill round and a 1v2 clutch for him. Moving quickly. He's already been heard surely by Mauchi off of that slide. Here's the play out, and yep, there's just nowhere to go. So Q9's post plant stay very stable on the backside of the play, and it brings them to within 2.
So need the 2 more, force out the overtime. Easy peasy, right? But I do love just the late utility being held for the unknown quantities that we were kind of suggesting for Q9 for that execute. It works out fully in their favor, pushing all of X-Rock back. They pissed off X-Rock, all these nades over the top, but Q9 looking to get aggressive through control early this time.
Shots through big map, not largely landing for Q9. X-Rock come away with the first 2, and then you've got No playing aggressively. Have not said his name much here as Wu Ling is able to battle back and at least find 2, but it's just not enough. The quick action from X-Rock trying to step up the tempo works, and that'll be enough for them to take their search and destroy map pick and tie up our series at 1.
Oh, kind of messes with the map differential now. They've allowed more than a single round to come through. Unbelievable, but tied up the series nonetheless. Both teams winning their opening map picks. Nobody's utterly surprised besides the way that the opening map had ended. But look, if this is 1-for-1 what we saw from X-Rock on this exact map versus Wolves on this exact weekend. If you will not punish them for their aggression early and their sniper rifles continue to get in these very annoying positions, they will deny you any round wins whatsoever. But Q9 were prepared for it. I mean, I do love the 4D chest that we at least got to see from both sides out of Q9, respecting what X-Rock were throwing their way, responding in kind, maybe throwing out a different piece of utility to just try to get their SMGs in a better position. But still, the sniper rifle from Mob, the first bloods that came through. The clutch ability of this man today was just too much.
Yeah, I think that's the big point, right? Is the ability for Ma to not just find value early with the scope, but in particular late.
Yeah.
You know, it just allows you to play the map from such safer range. I think in particular, when we start to kind of reduce the numbers, the scopes for Q9, we're just not hitting in the same way that Sunyo and Ma were. So really good stuff out of Ma. 14-6 for the win. No, 11-6, a little bit more on the quiet side of finding 11 kills, if we're being honest. As for Q9, pretty even split across the board. And again, didn't really feel like there were many mistakes made. It was just that X-Rock setups were just so much more difficult to break.
Yeah, it's just X-Rock were so much quicker to punish off the information that they were able to get. A little bit of hesitation from Q9, but that's also just the nature of a takeoff search and destroy.
Yeah.
So have a lot more call left to be played in this best of 5 for all intents and purposes. This is a qualification for grand finals, but it's also an elimination match. You lose this, you go back home, and you know that Q9, off of recency bias, they know that they can get the job done, but everything gets tossed up in the air when it comes down to the raid control.
Don't forget to hydrate, friends. I got water. That guy's got water. He's excited. Everyone's excited about water. Or Monster. Hydration's hydration. Yeah. Let's get into a raid control, friends. This will be an interesting one. If this, again, with the kind of historical storylines that we've told about the Chinese region in control have often been, what are they going to offer for us?
Yeah.
And that has mostly been the case, I think, in particular with Arsenal and Seaside, because the two preferred maps throughout Chinese Masters and even at CDSI were Raid and Crossroads. Obviously, we don't have Crossroads in the mix here in this map pool, but we do have Raid. So we're going to get, I would assume, to be what is going to be a very even battle here between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. And as far as the weekend is concerned, Q9 are the only ones to play a raid control, and they lost it 1-3 to Elevate, where you might be able to make those immediate comparisons in between what happened with Elevate and what X-Rock might have to offer for you as well. And that's mostly just looking at No. That guy was a real issue to the majority of that map number 1 on Hacienda, which Q9, of course, did end up winning, finally being dealt with in their aggression. But I would say tempo setter 101 is going to be coming from No.
Yeah, I like that call. Other side of things here in terms of this map number 3 is that they've only played this map between each other once, and that was way back in China Masters Season 8, Stage 2.
Pretty impressive.
So
Pretty
that
impressive
was a
for having
long
7
time.
meetings that they've only played one raid control.
Yep. A lot of Crossroads, I'm telling you.
Like, yeah, I see
Love that map. That map was chaos, and I'm here for chaos.
Yep.
But the raid, I think the thing about this is macro decision making. You know, kind of, I think we look at this map and we say, finding value and knowing when to stack.
Yes.
Versus when to try to play for a bit of spawn trapping. In times past, China has been a little bit too frisky of trying to be like, let's just play for this long wrap, get this spawn trap in play. It's like, boys, we can't forget about the OBJ. Now, I will say lessons have been learned there, and I think the Chinese region has been better about stacking points on offense in particular. Just comes down to knowing when you do have the ability to take it a step further and put a little bit of pressure on the spawns.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, I feel like that a lot of the Chinese teams, especially looking at last year and at the beginning of this year as well, we're always just happily considering the one-win condition, and that's just eliminate everybody. It's that easy. Just got to get through 30 lives. It's no problem at all, but the objective is your best friend when it comes down to raid control. So many corners, so many different opportunities. The spawn traps, maybe not as egregious when it comes down to Arsenal and Seaside, but are still potent nonetheless.
Indeed the case. Again, on this current map pool, if you want to get a little bit more into the numbers and the stats, there's only 4 times of the 7 that X-Rock and Q9 have played on this map pool, and they have split their meetings 2-2. So, again, very even battle. Definitely feels like a definition of a swing map mode combination.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see what we got. Q9 will be in the blue, X-Rock in the yellow, starting off on offense. Give it to us. Let me get it.
Very excited once we do end up seeing some of these operators online. On this main stage right now, you have some of the best when it comes down to macro management. Juan's going to strike for the first blood as well. This is going to be an overall 50-50 of the fight for ring. X-Rock do have numbers in this position, but, I mean, Chen is just in your face. Good luck.
He's, like, hitting you with, like, a Nerf gun.
Yeah.
Just, like...
Like, that was actually the sound effects. You guys
I know.
hear it. It was muted. Yeah.
I'm the voice actor for the sound effects for the KRM. There it is again. Shed now all of a sudden can put some pressure on towards the gym. This will force X-Rock to spawn bottom side of the map, which means that they will have to take their efforts over towards A. Mid-map focus, trying to come through. Chuan's able to take down one. That splits the Q9 defense up just a touch. He actually comes back to the fight, and now all of a sudden, you got mid-map control. You've dealt with the flank, and you're on stopping the clock and getting progress at A.
This is such a massive moment for Rushi. I mean, albeit having Odin, he's making it work. Gonna be able to at least take down one. Is Curly trying to get through the wheelbarrow window, but Sunyo will be there to shut things down. Second segment's gonna get locked before U9 are able to fully get on the zone.
Chen is not quite able to get through the money window. That may be a chalk and rotate moment. Maybe one more chance to contest this if Q9 want to, but instead they're gonna play for exits as Sun lands. He's gonna go for it. He's gonna get it. What? And now you've got Curly making a move like Mike Tyson in the flesh. Not quite able to get there with the hands. Chuan's still trying to force the issue here, and with a little bit of assistance, they will get back on, but not before Q9 are able to deplete most of the progress of the third tick.
You're kind of forced to keep assaulting this if you are X-Rock. You're down by 4 lives, but look at the positional advantage. Malchi is in your spawn and is constantly being looked at, but Chuan won't be allowed to get past the AC unit in a very annoying position to be in if you are X-Rock. You trail by 4 lives. You just need this one more segment, but there's simply not enough time, you'd fear.
Yep, good elimination to clean out the spawn just a touch. Solo play for No-No up towards B to stop the clock, and boy, does X-Rock need that. Q9 have re-cleared out A. They fully depleted the third tick of progress, and now all efforts for X-Rock have to move over towards the A zone, the B zone. X-Rock trying to get there with numbers. Sunyo over the top, shot at Ray. Juling almost able to find the transfer for both, but does enough damage to credit the assist. 12 plays 6, 15 seconds on the clock, and X-Rock have one more chance to break open this B point.
I mean, by the time that they fully realize maybe we should just go over towards B, clear away our spawn, it's just not enough time. Now you're running out of lives. 3 plays up against 10. Sun's still ringing true with the sniper rifle, and Uling starting to deny a lot more space over by Ring. This stack for Q9, knowing that they have every single bit of advantage, is fantastic, and X-Rock just don't want to give over more kills. Maybe not give over more scores. Well, maybe see those operators a little bit later when it comes down to this round. So, what is that? A total of 3 segments off of 2 different zone captures for X-Rock, where realistically, I mean, it was an egregious retake from Q9, but it worked out.
Yeah, I was about to say, Ruchi was around A. He had a free site to sit on and stop the clock at about 8 seconds. Just didn't choose to do so.
Yep.
So X-Rock now the defense. Rushi, the only one who had earned an operator in the first round, has already popped it. It's the War Machine. It's only connected once to this point. It immediately gets shut down. Opening defensive pressure, though, for X-Rock is largely successful. Q9 working on it, though, as they will stop the clock and get a little bit of a stack on towards the B point, with Uling supporting with the War Machine.
Yeah, War Machine for War Machine. Uling's War Machine will now run out of ammunition, but it was fiery, to say the least, in the Hacienda map number 1. Big assistance for Q9 why they took that first map. Second segment has been locked. Still trailing by 1 life is X-Rock from the opening salvo, but they are just chalking it. Get yourself inside of that garage. Set up for a spawn trap. Make sure nobody can lurk through mid-map.
But look at the awareness from Q9. They know that this is a possibility. They're sending 2 players back, and one of them is Sun, who clears out the gym. If he gets this second one inside the garage, just don't challenge him anymore. And it looks like Sunyo saying, I already don't want to challenge him, Shift. I'm out of there. The rest of X-Rock holding over towards Pool. Claw is out, though, for Q9 as they try to clear out the area of backside laundry.
Do love this call for Curly. Malchi's actually going to invest the Annihilator as well. Will take down No-No, and they're going to start assaulting jungle. But what's the response on the opposite side? It's going to be Sunyo with the Sparrow. A little bit of a base race for a base race. Nice turn for Malchi to at least take down No-No, making sure that they are not a part of that fight. And you have a player on the control zone as well, but they were by themselves. So Sunyo, Sparrow will clean house. They will maintain control on this side of the map.
Yeah, it's really nice placement from the Sparrow. For a moment, I was like, this isn't really finding value, but he comes back to the point, takes down 2 around the back, but it doesn't stop Q9 from getting over towards his own. Pred missile right on into the spawn, finds 2. Sun connects for a 3rd. Curly on the equalizers through Kitchen. Rip them apart. 20 plays 9. Q9 looking good to stay on the A zone. First hit going to be locked. More to come.
Equalizer about half empty.
Mercy.
Might as well just do what you did originally. Curly just sprinted them. Equalizing. A couple players coming off the respawn though. 4 lives remaining for X-Rock again, and you know that Q9 should be stacking this zone, but don't count on X-Rock. They're working their way back in.
Yeah, nice shots coming through. Clears things out, but the road to victory in this second round is arduous, to say the least.
Oh, big word.
4v13. Ruji inside Kitchen, isolated. Good 2v1 situation there. Ma following up, does get 2, but still, How do you survive a 2v10, especially with the pressure already on the zone? The answer is you don't. Last player to find his top window, and No does stay alive, but still, smoke down. Clock will continue to stop, and Q9 will find him in kitchen. Q9 up 2-0 early in the control.
Yeah, that's devastating coming through for X-Rock. Not only are you down as far as 2 rounds are concerned, the segments are just not good as well. The trade department is just so superior. Mauchi is double positive at 14-7, 15-9 coming through for another, but Q9, again, it just seems that they can do no wrong. Their trade game, just assaulting different portions of the map, is that much more superior for X-Rock, who are assaulting B-Zone to start.
Oh, great opening, though. Ma finds 2 through mid-zig. Booling able to confirm the trade now, pushing up in towards Art, but he doesn't really have the ability of going much further. He doesn't have any defensive pressure from Laundry side, and the awareness from X-Rock is great. You got to keep in mind, that first offensive round was not unwinnable for X-Rock, and they're already finding great success, this time breaking off towards B.
Yeah, I mean, the opening breakoffs have been good for X-Rock. It's just the returning gunfights consistently through the past 2 rounds just simply have not been. Wuling has another War Machine, starting to push all the way inside Art. Clears all
what a
but Ma
trophy.
is holding it. Good trophy system will deny the grenade from actually getting towards Ma, and he will deny any more value with that operator. 4 operators online currently for X-Rock. You have to feel like they need to start using some of these just to extend the clock.
Well, smokes are out. That's going to block the money window and the topside jump wall over towards the opposite zone. Sun's going to rotate over. And No will get to work with the equalizers inside a kitchen. Problem is he loses his teammates on the A zone. And once more, you have the situation for X-Rock where you're trying to finesse the map, but you're really not finding the success on the actual zones themselves. You're down to 25 seconds. No, re-wrap it and try to get back over towards Tiki. And they cannot find Chen. Finally, they get the connection from Sunyo, and they can stack over towards this B point. But boy, do they need the extra 60 seconds. They need it now.
You have a 3-life lead. 4 operators still online for X-Rock. Just trying to use some of these resources, get around the zone. The clock is still being stalled over by B. You have players lurking for Q9, denying any driveway shenanigans that might come through, but the Annihilator's invested for Ma. You need the 60.
Ma only finds 1, though. Trade out from Chen, who's locking down this backside jungle position. The setup around the B point is pretty darn good for Q9. Still, the A zone is not fully captured. It's tempting, I think, for Q9 to try to get back to it to see if they can put more pressure on the clock, but as Curly gives it an effort, he will drop, and with that, the extra 60 is tallied, and now here comes the player on the back soon. Good for the first 2, can't quite capitalize on the third as Curly gets to work on maybe another 1v2 moment, but no, cannot land the shots, and now you're just down to 4 lives if you're Q9.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, if you're Q9, you're never going to work your way back fully into that zone, not being down by so many lives, but they are winning some gunfights. The biggest concern for me, 3v10, if you can get any more operators out from X-Rock for the rest of the game, that'd be great. But in a 2v10, you know Q9 are not going to be expending anything else.
Not at all. Chen still just trying to go from kill to kill, and he is. Whoa, what? That's not bad. Could potentially put together a bit of a streak here. Already has the Hunter Killer, already has the Claw at the ready. Dancing, schmoovin'. Little shimmy here, little shimmy there, but Chuan will put all those antics to rest as X-Rock will take their second offensive attempt.
Yeah, still a little bit of a segment progression lead coming through for Q9 after the previous attempts. But X-Rock still have an opportunity to potentially get a round 5 defense should it get there. Just comes down to this opening break off again for Q9 when their previous offense were so good at just assaulting the middle of the map. They loved it so much, they're going to do it again.
Yeah, Q9 go 2 for 1. Ma only catching 1 this time. Smokes are out over towards the pillars side at B. Push forward here for Q9. Rushi, very aware of it, is getting the operators out. Counter from Chen, though, with the Claw, working this top jump window. Rushi on the hunt. This is the first. Swapping back off of the War Machine will not work out, and Q9 now have entrance on the A zone until Ma steps up. This guy doesn't miss. Oh my goodness.
Early. Trying to at least get a little bit more done. Gonna invest the equalizer and just continue to run rampant all the way through pillars. Sparrow in garage, by the way. He's trying to spawn trap you is Sunyo, but Curly on the opposite side trying to make headway over by the B control zone. The clock's still not stalled out as Chen will at least isolate No over by the rocks, but we gotta commit to something here. If you are Q9, you're running out of time.
And Sunyo and Ma, this double sniper setup continues to connect. Finally, Mauchi is able to deal with Sunyo, who had been alive in their backline forever. Ma also drops. So who's next here for this X-Rock defense? Time down to 24 seconds. Focus for Q9 outside of this 1v1 is over towards B. And this is a 1v1, to put it plainly. Eliminations go the way of X-Rock. Q9 still trying to desperately hold on to the B zone. Will get a second to get progress, but here comes the collapse from the X-Rock defense.
This has to be the attempt coming through for Q9. But it would be a massive moment for X-Rock should they be able to stop it. 24 seconds remaining on the clock. They killed the player that was on the zone previously, but it's going to get captured regardless. 1 minute 20 to try to go to work. You're down by 6 lives if you are Q9. You at least have 2 operators should you want to have that, but you almost feel like this has round 5 written all over. Those are resources you probably want to save.
At least based on this current setup, a double stack towards bedroom. You've got 1 player watching the flank, and then you still have mid-map control with the crossfire setup for X-Rock. This is perfect in terms of how do you set up an A defense. Just comes down, does can Sunyo survive through the War Machine? He does catch 1. That's enough to pull Uling back, and largely speaking, that doesn't modify the defensive setup at all because all of a sudden Sunyo spawns up, but he still has the ability to contest his flank.
Yeah, even going for the 1-for-1 is perfectly fine, but 2 responses do come through from Q9. 7 plays up against 13. Trying to at least get past the AC unit, but I mean, that good luck, have fun moment. Yeah. MG42 goes burr, and you have a head glitch. You had to compete against 125 bullets. Never want to see that. But there is some progress being made on the backside of the jungle here for Q9, who are now out of respawns.
That's the only option that they have. I mean, this double setup towards bedroom is so powerful. So Q9 has to default from playing around the back. They do not have the lives nor the time to finesse this. It just has to be good right here, right now. And it's just absolutely not coming through. 11v2. Mauchi working from the front. Final 5 seconds. Doesn't win his 1v1, so it all comes down to what Uling can create. And the answer is he can't create much. Round 5. Let's go.
Segment progression lead should still be there for Q9. So it's going to have to be an offense for X-Rock should they want to take this swing map mode combination. They've been showing up in a big way in the past 2 rounds, specifically for Sunyo. 25 and 18 now. 23 kills now for Juan. But realistically, I mean, when you expend those last 2 operators towards the end of the round for Q9, you're much happier to at least see the defense. The issue is you didn't get the read. The push is over towards A, and the clock is stalled early.
And even more importantly here, not only is the play on A alive, X-Rock haven't committed an operator yet, so they still have the ability to use this in reactionary form once they get read what this defense is doing, which is now coming through money window. No, he's got the equalizers out, trying to re-wrap through kitchen, finds the first. Curly trying to play off the heady, denies no any further action, who just has to sit here and wait. Not what he wants with these equalizers, so he's gonna try to force it, and he does find Chen. Back over towards window. Can he create more space? Does not see Sun initially, but as he makes the hop up, there's the 3rd, and X-Rock can pause the clock with focus on both zones now.
Movement wasn't the cleanest, but still value coming through from No. Ma is going to invest the Annihilator. Roshi actually ended up pulling out the operator as well, but then got immediately shut down. The B push did not find success, but Mama has been accurate throughout the entirety of this series so far. The Annihilator running out of bullets. The Claw invested as a argument on the opposite side does find 2, so the clock will tick once again.
Oh, we've got Sparrow v Boxing Gloves. Sun able to take that one in stride.
Fight harder.
Off the spawn, X-Rock spawning down towards the bottom part of the map at A, which they already have 2 ticks of progress done at, and early looks over the top of the site. Shots up towards window, good. Chen crossed up over towards Tiki, can't find any room to work with. It's just down to what Mauchi can create from backside basketball, and he's done well for the first, but the Claw puts him out of commission. Uling with the flash cannot stop the Claw from Chuan, and we're gonna get an extra 60 seconds tally with the capture at A.
Lives aren't 2 for gone. Anything to find on transition would be massive for X-Rock, but the exits could be that much better. Oh, a little slide bait switch with himself for Curly. Still takes down Ma, again, who has been having a great series so far. 12 plays up against 15. Ample time left to fight over, but look at the way that X-Rock are still trapped on this side of the map.
Yeah, both teams putting a little bit of pressure over towards their opponent's spawn. Mauchi surprised by Chuan, who almost takes the double in stride. Not fully going to work out, but in the same breath, Sun also falls, trying to put a little bit of existential pressure on X-Rock spawn towards Garage. So now, a flat-out battle. War Machine being spammed by Uling. Trophy systems are down, so everyone stays alive. Last 3 shots remaining. Uling trying to get aggressive, and he's not finding any value with that. That's the last operator for Q9. Yes, they have a 3-life lead, but there's a chance that X-Rock can execute with this setup.
Have to start wondering how close they are to the rest of their operators. Still have the 2 available for X-Rock. Should they get in a position to try to pull that trigger? They're just waiting, biding their time. 30 seconds remain. Nice snipe coming through from Sunyo. Gonna take down Uling. Could be an opportunity to push through pillars here.
They do know that this hit has to be efficient. Shots are starting to land. Sunyo has popped the Sparrow. Sun, did he just no-scope no at range? Looked like it. Doesn't make a difference. He gets taken out through a wallbang. 7v8. Operators now out for Rushi. Just trying to put the War Machine over towards backside Laundry. Here comes Q9. They're trying to reapproach this from middle. They cross up to the Operator. Now it's just a 6v3. X-Rock running out of lives. One more player in the zone will drop. 20 seconds remaining. Chen trying to get aggressive, gets stopped out. Sunyo shut down by Sun. Just down to one. Rushi would have to do this by himself. 1v5. Trying to get the cross up, but the heady is held, and Q9 will take the swing map in 3-2 form.
Tough situation to find yourself in if you are X-Rock. Again, ample opportunities through a handful of rounds to try to win this reverse sweep of a control. But still, when it starts off the way and it's so consistent for Q9, it's realistically just their opening breakoffs for me, Alan. When they are winning those opening breakoffs so convincingly, even take that last round, for example, when they just completely all go over towards ring, they give up everything by the pool side, and they say, that's perfectly fine. Now we know exactly where you're located at, clear the jungle flank, go back through mid, through the rocks, one through bedroom, and everybody's exactly where you would expect them to be. Fish in a barrel for Q9 to win that opening breakoff, deny so much time for X-Rock in that final round.
Unbelievable raid control. Unbelievable series to this point.
Yeah,
I mean,
banger.
Absolute banger. These two teams have a lot of history. Rivalries, to put it plainly. But Q9 take an edge in the series, but here is where the problem starts to come back into fold again, because now you got an APOC hard point to consider, and then a Kurohana for map 5. Who cares who picked it? It's going to be a square up. So we've got a lot more of this to come here, and I believe it's going to be just as fiery as we saw map number 1 on Apocalypse coming up.
I mean, you just feel so happy with your prediction, don't you? It going all the way to 5. It has it written all over the board, man. Look, Apocalypse Hardpoint, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that because we got to give some flowers to Curly. 32 and 24. Dude's been a menace all day. Uling, 19 and 23, not the most sexy KD ratio, but let me tell you, that guy's presence on the map, especially when the War Machine has been popped, has been something of a spectacle through the first 2 respawns. X-Rock just kind of struggled as far as the returning gunfights are concerned. The trade department was always that much more potent coming through for Q9, just solely off the reason that they always felt like that they had a life lead.
Indeed the case. Big shout out to another one of our sponsors at Air Force. We love you, Air Force. Aim high, find your aim. Here we go. I'm pumped for this APOC. This is, I mean, again, we've seen it only a couple of times in the weekend so far. I think in particular, we've seen teams play the map extremely well. Elevate in particular has really put together a perfect example. But for both these two squads, having the little bit of an edge, I think, is X-Rock with their history on the map. I'm really curious to see what we're going to get.
Yeah. It's going to be fantastic to be able to see what this all ends up being. We'll have to wait just a little while longer. So a couple of bathroom breaks behind the scenes, recollecting their thoughts. Can they force a map number 5? Find out after this short break.
来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. You can get it, hate it, sweat it, I'll be flexing. I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know. I'm unforgettable. I'm unforgettable. Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on the path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the top spot's for the taking. And we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top.
没换，没换，没换，没换，没换。车库楼梯，车库楼梯。跑到，
超过楼。点两个有火。地抓死了。
花坛下一滴血，下一滴血。
我在穿。
哦，可惜了。
兄弟有复活呀。
不是你们看
L 位，
中继漏了。
L 位兄弟没掉的。一个，花儿外墙。L 位金库。
B 有一个 ，B 去我们。
点，98里。小心 L 位。
换了两个，中路可以有个
看 L 位，画廊喷兄弟，他们接逼了，画廊喷减区。
换屁股还有。不是，为啥画廊得动呀？我的。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are midway through our first semifinals matchup of the day, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. Our players are getting themselves set up and ready to go in a series so far that's been very exciting, somewhat unexpected as far as the start goes as well. I mean, Q9 hot out the gate with an insanely close hard point. Then it goes back the way of X-Rock. Then it's a close control again, back the way of Q9. What is in the water right now?
Would you be surprised to hear that these two teams have seen a lot of grand finals between one another? They're pretty good. I think that's the biggest thing, is that we're really starting to see some solid Call of Duty across the board. Great decisions, great macro moments, great in-game calls. We're not seeing a lot of mistakes. This is literally just Goliath versus Goliath. Who's better on the day? I couldn't ask for a better series so far.
Shift said it was going to be a banger. This man is not known to be a liar, especially when it comes down to Call of Duty Mobile. Certified banger. This has 5 written all over it.
Talk me through what happened in those final moments of the Hacienda hardpoint, because that was neck and neck, second for second, and then it stalled a little bit. So if anybody's just joining us here, kind of walk us through.
You want the short answer or the long answer?
The short answer.
Chaos. That's what happened. Straight chaos.
The long answer.
The long answer, I can do that. No, it's just one of those things, like, both of these two teams have really valued playing for rotation early, which is something that some of our other squads have maybe not necessarily done. They're using that 8 seconds of transition time maybe a little bit more fully. But these teams are all about setup, all about executing on the proper reads. Both teams do that at the same time. It means that we're getting these big battles, these tug of wars, where it's a 3v2 one time, a 4v1, back to a 3v2. Like, it's just constant shifts and changes. But at the end, when you've got things like a War Machine for Uling, you've got the SMG presence for Q9, they win out on the day once they get the read for the spawns.
I mean, you just really hope that when Uling drops 59, almost 60 eliminations, about 25 of those with the War Machine, you were hoping that they were going to be able to at least win that map. But early on, I mean, X-Rock were just way ahead. It was maybe about like 25 seconds, 30 seconds was the biggest lead, but you always saw those fundamentals, the macro play that Alan was just talking about, coming through for Q9 into fruition. A 4-second win is still a win.
And then we move into the S&D and it's not as close, okay? Then you see just how dominant and strong X-Rock is in that scenario. Why was that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a 5-3 half, or sorry, not a 5-3, a 4-2 half. And at that point in time, you start to see a lot more of those adaptations, a lot more preparation coming through in response specifically for X-Rock. Every single kill, every single positioning had an answer and a response as well. I mean, there were so many times that we started seeing an immediate focus on X-Rock's offense, showing over towards B, just immediately to bait play over towards A. It didn't always work out, but it's the small little things that we got to see in the macro development for X-Rock that Q9 were just a little bit too delayed to respond to.
And it's really interesting because this map has not been played a lot between these two teams, let alone have they played it a lot just in general, of course, over the course of this year. But I think the thing that was really surprising was when we watched X-Rock play this map the first time here this weekend, it was 6 rounds of defense, it was 6 wins. They went 7-1 on the map overall. So for them to start off on offense, Q9 doesn't have much film to go back and say, what is X-Rock trying to do? And those smoke delay hits over towards B caught Q9 a little bit by, I think, surprise early, and those little advantages led to a scoreline that was easy to work with once they swapped back to their defensive half.
So then, of course, that puts us at 1-1 in the series. Things are essentially tied up at that point. We move into the control, and we find ourselves in another neck-and-neck situation at the end of it with Q9 just barely squeaking it out. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, X-Rock's opening offense was that close, right? I think the map manipulation from Q9 is great. Often when we talk about raid, it's all about who wins mid-map. That usually dictates how spawns try to get moved, and of course, it allows you a second point of ingress, whether you're on the defensive or offensive side, as you focus towards either of the two zones. So I think that was great from Q9 in the first couple of rounds. It was counteracted nicely by X-Rock to get themselves back into the mix, but once they got back to that round 5 offense, they just couldn't quite get over the hurdle, especially with the individual presence that Q9 was winning out their mid.
I'll go ahead and say it. It should have been tied up going into round number 3. The timing that Q9 were able to find to stop that capture over by the pool side was so egregious that it just simply should not have worked out. How would you ever expect it to come all the way through? Curly had himself a great game. Yep. It was some of that manipulation that you were talking about, Alan, through the middle of the map, just benefiting from all of the different pressure that was being surmounted by the rest of the supporting staff that is this Q9 roster. When you're down 0-2 and in control, no matter the map, that is a very tough comeback to try to surmount for yourself, but the slaying, the returning gunfights, the trade department, it was just that much better for Q9. Through the opening breakoffs alone, it just always felt like they had a life advantage.
Now, looking forward, we still have a hard point coming up around the corner, this time on Apocalypse. How does this play out for these teams now that we're at this 2-1 situation in favor of Q9? Give me your thoughts on this.
So X-Rock's map pick, Q9 will start on the favored side. I think it starts in the first 2 hills. Q9 needs to establish that we can lock down the rotation, stop X-Rock from flipping spawns, build an early lead, build an early operator advantage. If they can win in the first 3 hard points, they have a chance to keep this thing tight. Otherwise, I do see X-Rock finding favor because they move around this map like water.
Q9's got 2 wins on the entire weekend so far. 1 250 to 179 over Stalwart to Ship's Point. You're going to need all of that plus an extra bag of chips. All those fundamentals we got to see from Hacienda and the slaying to boot.
All right, well, it looks like it is time to get back into the matchup here. Map number 4 is ready to go. Let's see who pulls this one out.
Should be a fun one, and yep, there it is. Q9 will be starting on the right side of the map, so it's all about can they hang, can they hold, stop X-Rock from flipping, build an early lead. And an early lead in COD Mobile does mean early operators. So far, so good. Nice little snap from Sun. Can't quite turn it into more, but you've got Shen and Uling right behind to pick up on the pieces, and the opening breakoff is great from Q9.
Yeah, look at the spatial awareness coming from Q9 as well. Just making sure that Mauchi is playing over by the tunnel side, gives it up, so a unique timing is currently being developed by Sunyo to get back behind the play. But everybody else from X-Rock was just the bait over by maps, but Q9 can do no wrong. The opening gunfights are superior from Q9.
Absolutely beautiful spawns for X-Rock with 30 seconds to fight for. They can split their focus here, put some pressure on mid, but also try to play this rotation. Q9 very aware of it though. This hold over towards the jump wall from Mauchi is exquisite. He's found 3. The solo player stopping the rotation, and now with 13 seconds, X-Rock has to play through ult. This is exactly what Q9 wanted.
Just have to hold for the opening salvo. One player lurking through maps was Chen, will be dealt with, but even sending a couple players late to just try to finesse with Black, bit of scrap time might just be a little bit more biting off than you can chew, but luckily enough, as the hill becomes available, the spawns over to the backside of the ruins are still there for Q9.
Smoke trying to cover this X-Rock approach. Chen committing forward. Wow, this is aggressive. But meanwhile, over towards cave side, it was too aggressive. Q9 get caught. Now you're just down to 1 player in the back, and X-Rock just get given a gift, which is the P2 spawn immediately into the hill, and now you got them in the blender. Oh, mistake from Q9 leads to an instant punish from X-Rock.
Misstep one time, it turns into a Grand Canyon-sized Walmart for X-Rock, who now have themselves a War Machine early from Rushi. And you're just forced yourself just to go through the tunnel. I mean, not for a lack of trying. Q9 have been trying to send players up through mid, but it is being watched continuously by X-Rock, who again punished Q9 and walk away with the majority of time on the money hill.
And the difference is, if you were to go back and watch the minimap as P2 opened to what we're seeing right now is X-Rock continue to use No-No as an anchor. He's flipping back and forth between bottom temple and up towards top ruins just to make sure the spawns don't flip. That was something Q9 did not do, and now you get punished for it. X-Rock now double the points of Q9. Pred Missile called in. They're going to win the rotation to 3.
And look at the trap that might just be coming through. I mean, pushed up a little bit past useless was Sunyo, so you will actually get a spawn out from Sun. How quickly do X-Rock start to read this? I mean, they're in possession of the hill, but the pinch is coming through.
Yeah, Chuan able to turn a little bit, but not in time. Sun will find one from the back. Easy follow-up. That was the Sparrow out and countered immediately. EMP from Ma was also spent, or at least earned. Hasn't used it yet, as Q9 will now find themselves affected by it. Pier fire out from Chuan, clearing out the bottom side of the trenches. Tough angle to go much further than this point, but he seems to be feeling pretty frisky with help nearby. X-Rock all over P3. Q9 having a tough time breaking through, and 23 seconds remaining. They gotta still try. You can't just default for the rotation yet.
Ma with the Gravity Vortex gun up top is going to deny a lot of space for Q9. Just trying to work their way back in, finds himself a good 2-piece there, and then from inside the hill itself, No-No gets to work. Purifier was wonderfully expended there for X-Rock, just making sure that if you're not walking through the bullet hose that is the front side of this hard point, you're going to get completely ripped to smithereens by a Purifier on the opposite side. 108 to 36 after Q9 have themselves a great start on P1.
You do have Chen rewrapping this route towards the left side of the map. That is the preferred set of spawns. But X-Rock aware of it, holding inside of the cave, and at least simultaneously for a moment, they were inside the chicken coop. Ma still trying to hang on, but that's cleared out by the Purifier, who can now take all of its focus over towards the front. But once again, Q9, they don't know where the spawns are. You do have a bit of an anchor around the back. That's good for at least another elimination, but X-Rock will wait for these operators to expire before they hit, and they actually just walk right in and deny it. Now the claw's out.
Ants in their pants, trying to at least find value with their operators as they just sprint inside of the ruins to their utmost demise. So now the claw needs to find value, but Rushi gets their second War Machine in this map number 4 and rips them all to smithereens. No-No now with the equalizer. Gonna try to at least meet everybody trying to jump out from the ruins, and it'll work out quite wonderfully for X-Rock in the first set of hard points. Allen, 140 to 46 is where the scoreline looks like it's going.
You gotta remember, this is after Q9 had started this map off flawlessly.
Yeah.
They stopped their early rotation. They find 90% of their points in the first 2 hills. It just has not been able to be recovered since X-Rock broke that second hill. So now we've reset, and Q9 are now fighting from behind the 8 ball. They have to be the ones to break through the hill and break through the setup of the spawns that X-Rock have in their favor.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Across 4 different hard points, 36 of Q9's current was off of P1 and P2.
Yeah.
It has been the X-Rock show consistently. Now you're gonna have the split spawns coming through Q9. They're focused mostly around the objective, but nobody's into the backside of the temple. Those spawns are very much so still open, and X-Rock are looking to reap the benefits.
Yeah, Q9 not fully aware that there were kind of parallel spawns on the right side of the map, but they have done nicely over the top of the hard points. So that will at least stabilize things on the hill. Problem is, it also stabilizes the spawns in favor of X-Rock. So now the rebattle starts to come back through. Well, we got 150 to 66, the current score. X-Rock trying to commit back into the hard point, but being denied largely just from the front. So there's a chance here where Q9 can set up a break attempt to try to flip these spawns around.
And Mauchi was just outside of maps. He actually had a really good angle on the players for X-Rock that were playing around P2. Gave it up, trying to help out his teammates to get back inside of the time. Sunyo is finessing with the Fennec in and out from maps. P2 is about to pop, and you can see all of X-Rock on the mini-map. They are guarding the temple.
Oh, and they're trying to just hit this from the front, but oh no, the Purifier gets pulled out perfectly. Chuan cleans everything up for 3. Q9, you cannot get lazy here. You have to still play through the middle of the map because the Purifier's still alive and well. Finally shut down, but a Gravity Vortex gun takes its place, and it's just misery meets company for Q9 right through Cave. They're still trying to force their way through because they have to. 35 seconds, but still, X-Rock spawned close, and they will still get more time here on the second hill.
I mean, what do you do now if you're Q9? Desperation was yesterday's news. Now you just are forced to fight for every single bit of time that you could possibly find for yourself, but the resource management from X-Rock is absolutely exquisite. Find value with one operator, it gets expended. Find its value with the Gravity Vortex gun soon after, and now the War Machine from Rushi, all for 10 seconds, but it is just dagger or grenade after grenade that is just blowing Q9 out of the water.
Oh, man. You never like to see a map get this far out of hand off of what was essentially just one mistake.
Yep.
But that's really what it comes down to, and now it's not a snowball, friends. It's a full-on avalanche. As X-Rock will be close to the 200-point threshold. 50-50 battle on either side of the third hard point. Gunfights currently trading in favor of X-Rock. Also operators at the ready for both sides. Who uses what? Patience starts to come through. No off the backside of the play. He could hit this pinch with the equalizers whenever he sees the time to, and as Curly drops it, maybe now as X-Rock have a full surround. Q9 desperate to try to find some time.
Well, some with the Sparrow was hoping to find a little bit more value, takes their own life away. No now with the Pred missile going to open up the floodgates just to fly on forward for X-Rock, but Q9 previous in a superior position, down to 20 seconds, equalizer now called for no.
And he can just put the game away right here, stop this rotation from coming through. He's also building on potential streaks. Curly seen up top on the ladders. Shots not fully landing, but now an opportunity to come around from behind, and no! Able to rip things apart. Scrap time going the way of X-Rock, who can now take all of their respawners up and focus towards the new hard point.
You do have one player that needs to go big. It's going to be Chen for Q9. Player number 3 in blue is going to be watching all these players trying to meet out from the temple side, and is big enough to find 2. Now you got 2 players trying to lurk around the useless buildings for X-Rock, trying to make sure that Q9 feel pinch as the pinch is starting to come through.
You still got to find 160 points before X-Rock finds 26. Not good news, but it all starts with one good hill. And it very well may be right here. 4th hard point set up nicely. War Machine out. Split focus trying to come through for X-Rock in terms of how they hit, and the War Machine doesn't quite get all the way into the cave, so the shutdown is there. Now the Purifier trying to take its place. That's also put out of commission. Now it's just down to the last couple of members with no operators to fight for if you're Q9, and they will get pushed back over towards the bottom right side map, which is not where you want to be. X-Rock a chance to put the game away here.
Oh, Q9 thinking that they could have had an opportunity to try to work their way through the chicken coop. Not the case at all. Mosh shutting down the tunnel side with the Gravity Vortex gun.
Ma also gets to read that there's a split spawn situation. Can no longer win here, can X-Rock, but again, it just feels like it's way too far out of reach for Q9. 2 operators ready for X-Rock to put this game away. Last couple of seconds go in their name as well. 241 to 109. Chen has to just be King of Chad right here. And he almost whips on the first. Curly follows up, the trades are in, and Q9 will have a chance to extend the game a little while longer.
Operators on operators for X-Rock. What is going to be the beginning of the end here will be Rushi. They'll open things up with the War Machine. Q9 are still maintaining presence around the hard point. They are already playing for the future, or X-Rock should P1 not go their way.
Well, War Machine out only does really do mitigating damage. Doesn't really find too much in terms of kind of pulling things back. This is doable.
It is.
Improbable. Odds in Vegas aren't good, I'll tell you that much. As Chuan will find 2, shutting down Curly on the equalizers. Here's the play forward for X-Rock, trying to win the game. Some respect being shown here, though, as X-Rock are trying to really wait for a full setup. Smoke will encompass the entirety of the middle of the map. Nades through it, not largely landing onto Q9. But there's the eliminations you need. 3 for 2 the exchange. X-Rock will hop on in, and with that, we will go to map number 5, pending any further antics from Q9. One last contest, enough to get us to a new hard point, but No has shut the door on any potential comeback, and X-Rock will see us go to Kurahana as soon as they open up the hard point, 250 to 149.
It's just crazy that the one mistake that happened for Q9, who did start off this map just as perfect as you could possibly imagine, favorite side of the map, win the opening gunfights, get 30 points on P1, and you hold the rotation over towards New. You get punished for not anchoring out the temple spawns. That once that comes all the way through, what would you feel like the extra 50 points or so that they were probably looking at getting there is ultimately the biggest difference maker in between this game being competitive and where it currently was residing at. Because you got to see, again, much like how in the Hacienda, that Q9 did win, they are constantly trying to fight for rotations, but getting a little bit ahead of themselves and benefiting from it were X-Rock continuously, specifically for Sunyo. I mean, talk about a selfless route man that was constantly getting paid.
Yeah.
More often than not, always first on rotation. More often than not, is always the player in those very annoying positions cutting off reinforcements because Q9 were just so gung-ho about making sure that they at least got to the objective. Sunyo was the one setting up his team for all the damage to be peppered up before they could actually sniff the zone.
Yeah, there's one moment in particular, and call this your shift breakdown through the replays. It happens right as P2 opens. You see it happen off Q9 spawns. X-Rock is starting to find success on exiting from the first hill. Q9 are reading that it's going to be a play over towards the bottom side at Temple. And they get one player forward, trying to contest and finesse. And I love that. I love that Q9 is trying to create a buffer. But off the follow-up spawns, the players that are coming up in the battle don't know if they need to go help Temple or if they need to go help Cave. And there's this moment where they kind of cross paths. And then as they start to move forward, no one's back anchoring. So X-Rock just spawned behind the play. It's really tough scenes because I love what Q9 was attempting to do. They just had a moment in there where there was uncertainty, and that led to X-Rock getting the flip and, of course, getting the second hard point, running this game really downhill from there. So we do get the map 5 that we thought we would. The Apocalypse is looking nasty, tell you that much. But as we start to consider the Kurahana, this is, again, what we kind of had framed up earlier, a pretty square battleground. Again, it's been a lot of Tunisia between these teams. It's been a lot of coastal between these two teams. It's surprising to not see either Tunisia or firing range in this map pool, but it does put us onto a bit of newness, so to speak, between how these squads have played against each other on this current Search and Destroy map pool.
Q9 have played Kurahana Metropolis twice this entire weekend so far. They have a 7-1 win over Tribe. They have a 7-3 win over Elevate, which does speak volumes. And now Elevate are mostly known for the respawns and maybe not so much for the Search and Destroy, but you can tell by the candidate, this is exactly the conversation we need to have, is that Q9 Search and Destroy has been very good on this entire weekend, but X-Rox has been that much more elevated comparatively to their countrymen's counterparts. I will say this much for X-Rock again, every single time we talk about any Search and Destroy they played leading into this series, it's always going to be a 7-1. It was a 7-1 win versus 4MV on Kurahana Metropolis, and during that entire series, it was exactly what we got out of X-Rock that we saw on Takeoff. Just patent aggression, just waiting for their timing to strike. Yep. They're not afraid to give up a minute worth of game clock so long as it means that you will get antsy and throw an ego chow out. Q9's not going to be that team though. Kurahana Metropolis is a very good map to be able to nerd out for you and me, Shift, when we finally get in there to see all the utility, the trophy system, mind games is going to be coming through, the sniper rifle gameplay as well. This is a map that will punish you for any amount of hesitation.
I think the other side of things and why I'm really curious to see what we're going to get for this map in terms of identity is that both of our two teams showed us moments of full-on raw aggression on Takeoff, executing from the offensive side. So will we see that here on Kurahana, a map that does feel very similar in terms of the difficulties of breaking into these bomb sites? So that'll be, I think, the other curiosity point is, are we going to see these default voluntary sniper v sniper battles picking through mid, picking through the streets, or are we going to see a lot of the action taking place in the interiors of mid, whether that be at the A or the B cut? So it's going to be one of those moments where we're going to kind of figure things out, because it is difficult to look at the results, even go back and watch the film, when it's a 7-1 tally here, a 7-2 tally there. You're only getting film on one side of the map from these two teams.
Sorry, I'm distracted. There's a Triceratops walking past our stage.
That's DreamHack, baby.
Yes, sir. But I think if anybody is wondering about like the nerdy stuff as well, because we keep talking about how these two teams have faced against each other multiple times, as far as this head-to-head matchup is concerned, X-Rock do hold a mighty shadow over Q9's head. They face each other here 3 times. It has all gone X-Rock's way.
Yeah, I mean, the Search and Destroy in general has often always led towards X-Rock favor. I think it was like 13-5 in overall map count between these two squads over the course of the entirety of the year, dating back to Season 8 of the Chinese Masters region. So, yeah, it definitely has been one of those things that the story really builds in an interesting way, because if you were to just go off of the 2023 results into this year for Chinese Call of Duty Mobile, you're looking at Wolves, you're looking at Q9. Large part of this squad for X-Rock didn't make it to qualify to champs last year. They had a really good run at CDSI in 2023, but it wasn't enough for them to earn enough points to earn their place at champs. So it was one of those things of, what does this team have to offer with another global series set in front of them? And they have provided every step of the way here in 2024. But can they continue to do what they've barely been able to do throughout the year? And that's take an edge over their Chinese counterparts in Q9, who are looking for that sweet revenge and a chance to get the grand finals for the first time. Here we go.
Losing, go home, win, grand finals bound. Up through mid immediately. Look at Q9 getting a little aggressive, trying to get back behind B cuts.
Oh, watched by Nono, but not able to deal with the shotgun pressure from Jet. They also have a read on Ruchi, who is in trouble and gets flat out overwhelmed. Last defensive player nearby is Ma, and he has to respect that Q9's offensive hit has found success, and as he backs up, he makes it more manageable. What? He gets 2 by himself waiting for help, and now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 for X-Rock.
Look at the pinch, it's about to be coming through. Chuan is moving as swiftly as possible. Wuling's going to elect to play at least this close corner. Gets scouted out. Chuan's flank comes all the way through. 3v1. Chuan will find 2 as well. Ma, the magic maker. Fantastic stuff coming through yet again out of Ma with a sniper rifle in hand. And it's like we never left takeoff.
Unbelievable. I mean, that is a perfect execute from Q9. You smoke out the first cross, you stun deep, you find success, you isolate onto players rocking long-range weapons with your shotguns and your SMGs. Ma has to forfeit the site, but he doesn't forfeit anything. There's no retreat. He's like a Spartan. You stand tall, you deal with the pressure. And he saves the round for X-Rock, who now find themselves a little more aggressively situated over towards the A side of the map with a different crossfire setup at B.
Always got to be worried about the re-wrap so long as Ma's alive. It may be a sniper rifle to some, but that is a close-range weapon in that boy's hands. Currently lurking around on their side of B are Q9, just waiting for any stun information that will connect onto at least one. Here comes the push.
That was a smoke that gets denied by Trophy. So now you're committing through this with no cover, and X-Rock are cleaning up. That is legitimately just smoke beats Trophy. Because you have to throw that from so far, you don't know if the smoke is going to land or not before you have to commit to the execute. And the final play through mid largely gets shut down. Q9 did a decent job of trying to trade this back, but it still rests with Sun. 1v3, pressure from the low ground is enough, and that is legitimately just Trophy beats Smoke, X-Rock beats Q9 because of it.
It's a very obscure way of explaining rock, paper, scissors, but, you know, it's, again, one of those things why you typically do see a stun grenade go over first. You need that immediate information. If it's not going to be a nade, it needs to be a stun for that smoke execute to come through. Trophy systems are quite powerful, yes. X-Rock win the opening 2. Patience paying off quite wonderfully. But they are getting a little bit more aggressive in the middle of the map. They were expecting Q9 to go back to what they were doing in the opening round. They are throwing late nades that will land. The trophy system just a bit outside.
I love this,
but everybody's still alive.
I love this from X-Rock. You just have Sunyo pruning flowers. Misses the first. Isolation coming back. Q9 respecting the fact that that deep smoke had to be countered. Nades over the top from both sides, and that will lead to a full reset. Trophy system still alive and well for the defense at B.
Where do you start to go here if you are Q9? How much utility do you honestly have left? Well, here comes at least some over the top. A nade actually got thrown over inside of A cuts defensively, so they're not going to get any information. But here comes the swarm around the B site. Trades will favor that at Q9. They're going to get the bomb planted.
Yep. Keep in mind, though, Ma's still alive. This time he will not try to hold his ground. He'll rejoin his teammates as Chuan tried to make a quick hit. Comes on the contest. Not going to happen. Curly shuts it down. Just up to Ma. 1v4 now. That's down to 3. Curly, next one up, shot towards Sun. Patience trying to come through for Ma, but overwhelmed. And I love the call for Q9. You have to respect the defensive smoke. You throw some things back, you re-clear it, and then you just flood them. Love the idea.
Even saw right there at the end, it is Ma alive. Do not give them any individual gunfights. Should be a double shot every time. Round number 4, Q9 changing things up ever so slightly. Very similar defensive setup. You do have 3 players around B site, some stuns, smokes coming through the middle of the map just to deny any sort of antics that Malcheat might try to find. But Sunyo is going to see a couple players try to cross through H Street, preserves his life.
Yeah, missed a chance right there, though. He has the peeker's advantage, counting toes underneath the trucks. But Q9 are going to pull off a tactical retreat, knowing that X-Rock are likely going to commit forward on this. They don't, though. They still trust that Sunyo can hold his own on this long cross. He will not anymore be able to play through A Street. He has to hold this angle for pretty much the rest of the round. So there will be an advantage for Q9 numbers-wise if they decide to actually execute over towards B.
It's going to be a stack through the middle of the map for Q9. It's probably their best bet. Maybe get a little bit of a delay push out of Sun. See what he can find over towards his B Street. Isolation on Ma. First blood has finally been found, and the raid boss has been dealt with.
Yeah, flash over the top once again. Ruchi, Odin in hand, trying to hold the corner. It's actually going to be nicely counteracted as Ruchi able to get a little bit of help from Nono. Trades are decent. Recontest coming through. Extract looking to go quickly. Shut down. Just down to Sunyo. 1v1 with Mauchi. Here's the challenge. Not going to happen. Shotgun beats Sniper. And we got ourselves a 2-2 tie.
You can hear a pin drop in the middle of Kurahana Metropolis when there's a minute already exhausted off of the clock. Just the swarm over towards the B side, isolating players. This is what Q9's been able to do this entire weekend, all year long, candidly speaking. Just overwhelming presence. It's going to be going back towards that A push. One player still lurking for at least towards the middle of the map, but it's the same exact rinse, wash, repeat. Sunyo gets away with his life, but leaves Chuan back behind. Does go 1-for-1.
Yeah, Curly is going to be left forward to try to scale deeper in towards A. Smokes will dissipate. Here comes the next bit of action. Mom watching one cross. His teammate and Sunyo watching the other. Tucked into a corner. Quick action comes through. Sunyo able to connect. Ma still in the corner. Does he find a way to break this? Whoa, that is a slide if you've ever seen one from Sun. Oh my, shine bright. Opportunity for Mauchi to hit the pinch late in Q9. Overwhelmed the defensive setup of X-Rock over towards the opposite site.
In the response this time around for X-Rock, any sort of alteration, Sunyo was there again, but the difference was Chuan just playing a little bit further up. So you feel like going 1-for-1 would be fine, but Q9, they just do not relent. They just continue to push all the way through, and they overwhelm X-Rock again. 3 in a row now. Nades over the top. It's a forward approach from X-Rock. Look at all the defensive push that's coming through over by the A cut, but no one's here.
Yeah, this was Q9. All 5 frag grenades sent towards that back corner at B. They were looking for a nade first blood. It doesn't work, but at the same breath, you also know there's no trophy there. So you get the smoke down, and now you can execute through B. And only thing in your way is Chuan with a shotgun, which means nothing's in your way. There's the smoke separation. Here comes the plant, and it's going to be on X-Rock, who do have a utility advantage to try to hit this retake.
The bomb has been planted.
Timing for the exit. Chuan has an R9, so don't expect him to ego chow here. Not into the unknown. Yeah. But we are still waiting for at least a flank to potentially come through from Nono, all the way through mid. There's a lot of focus on the flank, though, for Q9.
That's the last smoke for Q9. Chen just trying to use that as a way to separate. Chuan trying to move his way back in. Here's the contact. Curly stunned, shooting the ground. He can't find a way to get things going. X-Rock finding eliminations. Curly will drop. Now you got to just find the last player to move on through. That's going to be on the player number 5 in Sun. Cannot get back in time. It's an expensive hit from Q9. They use everything, but they get the plant. They just think X-Rock is going for the flank. Not fully the case as they recut back through mid.
Again, you had 3 players watching the flank that time around for Q9 as we will switch sides. And when you take so much of an immediate focus towards the flank, once the hit finally comes through over by the B cuts defensively, you're just not going to have your numbers there in time for the trades nor the assistance. So tied up, 3 apiece, 3 in a row for Q9 on that offensive incursion is no easy feat.
Yep. Trophy systems denied towards B, but look at the Q9 aggressive defensive setup. High-low setup in the B cut. Mauchi just waiting for contact before he pops the Type 19. And then you got your scopes watching every single outer angle. So lots of investment for Q9 trying to really congest the middle of the map here.
It's got to be so annoying. I'm just getting antsy just thinking about how Q9 are just holding these angles. That's exactly what X-Rock want. An elite utility that they might be able to find over by the B bomb site. No trophy systems guarding it. So it would ring on true, but they're currently stacking up together to try to assault this B bomb site all together. I'll tell you, Chen's about being a rude awakening.
He's got an MG though. MG go burr sometimes.
They do.
Smoke out deep. That's going to take the angle away from Wuling. Nade behind that. Defense at mid, starting to rotate over to help on the angle. Chen finds the first before being shut down by Sunyo. Follow-up hit, not fully in yet. They do get a player deep though, do X-Rock. They've scaled through the B site, and now they're trying to see if they can wrap this over through mid, but it's being shut down. Again, Q9's congested of mid-map will work out nicely, and the last hit remaining for X-Rock has to come through the up-top platform.
And bomb needs to get recollected. Ma's hoping to be able to find a pick, loses their life within the process. Down to Chuan. 1v4, no bomb in hand, decides to push all the way through, gets timing at least a good look at the second, but just gives away the positioning for now. And it gives Q9 the utmost opportunity for the win condition to be set. Stacked together. Bad timing through the middle of the map. Don't give Chuan a chance here as he only has 10 seconds left.
Here comes the collapse. Both players out, little slide shell out, and it's perfect from Q9. Yeah, that's that mid-map stack. Works out. Absolutely perfectly. X-Rock anticipated there was going to be maybe more on the site. Not the case. They almost get baited into the B point. And that's enough for Q9 just to completely collapse on it with some counter nades of their own. Really well done.
Patience can only pay off so long as you win the upcoming gunfights, but when you're holding scopes and irons the way that Q9 worked through the middle of the map, it works out quite wonderfully for them. This time, there is some focus to the middle of the map. Very similar offensive setup coming through, actually 1-for-1 if I'm being candid with you, Alan, but the difference here for Q9 is on the defense. Look at the stack around the B-bomb side.
Trophy systems this time deny the early X-Rock nades, looking for that first blood towards the backside at B. Sunyo, small advantages here at mid. Smoke will separate the B cut, so he can hold the angle a little bit more freely. Desperate nade for Q9 defensively towards mid steps, denied by an offensive trophy. So now we start to get the action towards the actual execute itself, and it's a 5-player stack towards B. Pressure on the way for Q9. As soon as they decide to flash and dash, there's the flash, here's the dash. First shots land as the stun connects, and X-Rock will get entry to B.
Luckily enough, it's going so cleanly, but Uling's still playing in the corner with the Odin, at least even things up. Sunyo's still committing towards the bomb plant. Now it's need to get in a better position for a post plant, especially with the scope in hand.
X-Rock defaulting to play their post plant on site. One player watching the flank. Rushi watching for the hit through the defensive spawn. Nades are being cooked. Can they isolate one of these corners? Flash out first. Nade doesn't quite get to where it needs to. Mauchi takes himself out of the picture. Oh no, he cooks it maybe a little bit too long, or it caught a corner. That was supposed to be a flash nade combo, and instead it bounces back into the sender's face, and that's enough for X-Rock to tie us at 4.
Yeah. Slight little mishaps coming through for Q9, who realistically had every single bit of presence that they needed to deny that push, but just comes down to the execution and the unfortunate SD. So, aggressive this time around are X-Rock. I mean, they are just straight sprinting through a cut. It's going to be a 1v1 for Chuan. Delayed attempt coming through for the trade. Denied. Shot KRM in the face.
That is how you don't double chow 101. Timing not great on that corner. And the Q9 will punish as war happens with Mauchi's reload. Sickest skin I've ever seen in my life.
For real.
And Q9 hold a huge numbers advantage. 5v3, first contact, good. Sunyo gets one, gets away, makes this more manageable.
Trying to book it. Trying to get back up towards this A street to maybe work a little bit of an angle. Look at the flank coming through. Curly, Q9's so smart. They know they have a slight little bit of an advantage. Just going to play in this corner. And just
Curly knows he doesn't have to do anything here. This is full map control for Q9.
Oh, they're trapped.
Yeah. The only way that this works out for X-Rock is if they recognize the potential of someone watching this flank and they try to slide shell everything together.
Right.
But you just wouldn't anticipate them doing that from this position.
I don't want to cut out any possibility of X-Rock still watching this. Sunyo is alive. Ma still has a sniper rifle as well. 3v3, 37 seconds remain. The bomb's collected, and the flank's not coming through. Rewrap neither. So Curly might have to get a little activated here. Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, nice shots coming out. Sun able to find the connection with Chen, and then the follow-up is perfect. So Q9 evaluate the threat. They get the map control. They know they've got X-Rock completely taken care of and enveloped over towards the A side of the map, and it works out. 5 for the count. X-Rock need to find a way to respond.
I sure do. The aggression was looking so good until the disjointed double chow. Probably not going to be seeing that again, as it's pretty standardized. Just split the map. No double trophy through the middle of the map, not this time around. Just hoping to be able to find some nades, maybe get a little bit of a pop flash, go for a swing. But X-Rock love playing all the back of their base. Maybe catching Q9 off guard if they over chow, but they haven't this entire time. They're completely comfortable playing these close corners.
This evaluation for Q9 is really, really smart. They know that the B side has been a little bit more loosely guarded, and so now you put a player deep. That's Chen, shotgun in hand at mid steps. He could also re-wrap a play if there is an execute on B. So they're looking to kind of play off of quick contact, but instead it's Sun over towards the A side of the map. Opening shots towards Rushi were good, but not good enough as the first blood is tallied, and Q9 are dealing with this play towards A, but it's just a fake. This is expensive from X-Rock.
They stun-naded over the top, got the information, didn't like what they saw from those hit markers, and now they're going to try to re-wrap through mid. Curly's playing a timing with a Type 19 through the middle of the map, fully aware of what's happening. But how would you ever expect what the defense still looks like over here at B?
Yeah, Chen's moved. He's got himself a shotgun watching for the drop down. Can X-Rock get a flash in sight? There are no trophies nearby to keep Chen safe, but he's also playing a very odd off angle. A beautiful look at how this hit is going to develop. what is still available for X-Rock. Here comes the walk down, not even bothering with the sprint. Up and over, one shot from Chen will land. No trade involved. Looking for more. Q9 have completely overwhelmed the shot. Ma by himself, almost, yeah, he gets the second. Good reset, tag down low. 1v2 situation, isolates, gets him down to half, but can't finish. Q9 are on match point.
Match point versus X-Rock. Is history doomed to repeat itself here for Q9? Will they take down X-Rock again in such similar time where they were at CDSI in that best of 7? Just one round away from doing so. X-Rock have had no response on the offense so far, so they're just going to go straight towards the A lane and probably hit it relatively fast.
Yeah, I think the thing about this is you know for a fact what this sniper angle looks like. Deep trophy system in play. Smoke over towards the backside of the site. Nades, secondary smoke, also placed towards back truck. X-Rock looking like they want to commit. Another trophy on towards the site. This would be good to at least allow a plant to come through. Can Q9 contest? Do they want to? Secondary nades are good. Stops the plant. Sun still holding the angle. Doesn't get the first look. It's chaos around the front, but X-Rock are winning on the trade. Just down to 1. Sun for the win. He's got the 1v1. Can he find a way to isolate this? He knows that Sunyo's playing away. They also know the bomb is down on the site. And Sunyo's going to reset.
Sun just going to elect to play the angle. Oh, this timing is about to be immense. They're about to meet each other around the corner.
Sun for the win! Yes! He finds the angle! Q9 takes down the #1 seed and their rival from China to punch the first ticket in the grand finals.
Happened at CDSI. It happens at DreamHack 2024. Q9 go the distance. Everybody, ourselves included, I'm willing to throw us under the bus, had Q9 written off should this go to 5. Not the case at all. So prepared for Kurahana Metropolis. So prepared just to play the patient game and just wait for all of the mistakes that X-Rock were throwing their way continuously through all of 11 rounds worth of play. Q9 on that defense were electric.
Wow. And you can even see the deliberation, the debate happening of what went wrong for X-Rock on those last couple of rounds. Regardless of it, this is a team that was very patient, having a great end of the year 2023, but missing out on qualification for the champs. They come back into this year with an absolute fury, dominating their opponents, taking the edge over their rivals throughout the regular season. But when it matters most, both at CDSI and here at World Champs, they cannot best Q9, and they will finish at a top 4 standing.
What else can you possibly say? I mean, they have every bit of tool at their disposal, from the sniping, from the oppression that was coming through from Curly in the respawns, Wuling with the War Machine in the respawns, but then you just cannot give enough praise. Chen with that shotgun displacing a handful of different members of X-Rock continuously, and then also the sniping and the overall grit that was coming through from Mauchi and Sun. Just absolute spectacle to have for themselves. Q9 are grand finals bound.
I mean, you said it yourself, Shift. Bare minimum, making your way through to the next stage of the competition was a $90,000 performance. And that is exactly, honestly, I feel like that's what we got out of both of these teams. They were fighting tooth and nail to try and make their way through to the finals. This is the closest back and forth we've seen up here on the main stage the entire weekend. This was such a well-fought battle on behalf of these teams. It's unfortunate that one does have to go home, but holy, that was a great way to kick off the weekend.
It's just one of those things that this very well could have been a grand finals. I mean, it has been many times before, so it's one of those situations that it's going to feel really painful to see X-Rock finish with the top 4 next to them when they very well may be the second best team here, and we're just never going to know. It's just the nature of a world championship coming down to do or die pretty much the entire way through. So it takes a lot of guts, I think, for Q9 to step up at a map 5 after being blown out of the 4th map, have the resiliency, have the trust, and see Sun win the game in a 1v2 going 11-6. Huge carry potential right there.
I mean, we were one just opportunity away from this actually ending in 4, and it's not even funny. 4 seconds was the differential on that map #1, and this very much so could have ended by the 4th map, given how the other ones ended up working.
All right, well, we have to do some celebratory interviews over here, as we do have one of our 2 grand finalists ready to go. So I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by.
Thank you so much, Glitter. My goodness, what a phenomenal win. Again, we have the Emperor Wuling right here on the stage. I guess When it comes to the gameplay, I know it's not just you, it's a whole team effort, but can you give one teammate that gave the biggest impact here on your entire series up against X-Rock?
赢得了这场比赛，刚刚这一场比赛里面，除了你以外，你觉得你的队友哪一位表现得比较出色？
我觉得我们今天每一个人都很出色，然后这整个过程并不顺利，然后我觉得现在这一个时刻我非常的激动，因为这是我第一次打进世界赛的总决赛，然后包括今年这一次世界赛对我也是一个很大的挑战，因为我现在是队伍里面所有模式的指挥，是我第一次做指挥，所以现在我就很难用言语来描述我的心情，但是我想说的是，比赛还没有结束，下一场还有对手在等着我们，所以我们要拼尽全力。对。
It's a tough year for my team because we've never made it this far. I cannot express myself enough, but we're really excited about this event.
And of course, a well-deserved placing for Q9. Last year, they had a very difficult run. It was just a 4th placement in 2023. How does it feel like to be in the grand finals, and who do they want to see in the grand finals? Glories and of course Elevate.
你们决赛想要迎战哪个队伍？是 Glorious 还是 Elevate？
如果是我的话，我会想打这个。
I don't think we need translation for that, my dude, but let's give it to him. Let's go. He chose Elevate to be in the grand finals alongside him. You can time to cross it off. X-Rock. Oh, he doesn't want, you can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, my dude. Hearts across the board, of course, for these Eastern teams. Brotherhood right there. We love to see it. Thank you so much. Good luck on your matchup later on. But of course, like what I already pegged, we still got Glory and Elevate for our next set of matches. You wouldn't want to miss this.
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something in my bones, I am fit to run, ready for the rampage, come before the storm rips up. I think I love it, anticipation starting to build. Stay low, stay low, stay low, ready to unlock, whiskey on the rocks, heavy from the subwaves, out till 3 o'clock. I'm not looking for lovers tonight, I'm looking out for myself. Letting go, letting go, letting go. I'll never stop, I'm better every beat of my heart, every beat of my heart. Dance till we drop, bass drum is like a beat of my heart, like a beat of my heart. Never getting low, set for vertigo, further as the crow flies, miles from down below. I know I found my heaven, I found the rumble under my feet. Never less, gonna bring the best, feeling like I'm best dressed, feeling I am blessed. I guess I'm feeling lucky, I'm gonna chance this Russian roulette. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'll never stop, I'm better
换了两个，换了两个，中路可能有个
看摇位，看摇位。
画廊喷兄弟，他们接逼了，画廊喷减区。换屁股还有。不是，为啥画廊得动呀？我在清库。逼小两个，逼小两个，逼包两个，逼包两个，有个人逼包一个喷，踩水，逼包喷了一个走。可惜。我觉得打怎么样？理想。哎呀，兄弟，你不能这样子，为什么要打 B 呀
？Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are in our final day of competition here. Only one more semifinals matchup away from determining the top 2 squads in the world, the 2 teams that will be battling it out for that trophy that we see there on the stage. And of course, a huge thank you to Monster Energy, one of our amazing partners, helping us put on the event all weekend long. And it's been a fantastic event so far, to be sure. My name is Glitter Explosion, and we've got new boys up here on the desk. We've got Ton and Infinity to get us into semifinals match number 2. Now, before we do that, though, let's talk about what we just saw. That was one of the most insane matchups back and forth. And I do need to give Brody some credit here. He was the only person, when I said I was going to go back and check what the boys said in the green room, Brody did say Q9.
Yeah, and the reason I said that, of course, because that was a rematch of the CDSI upper bracket finals. That went the distance as well, and that was a Q9 victory. And look, I know that X-Rock have been playing well phenomenally all weekend long, but I just had a feeling, man.
We can't give them too much credit all of the time, though. Let's just rein it in from the Brody part. No, but at the same time, I think, we were all having the conversation backstage of how close this game could be. We all had it go on map number 5. Yeah. I had it X-Rock as well. But yeah, you just kind of shows at this level of the competition, everybody is so close.
Yeah, and that means that we've got one team in the finals, still one to yet be determined, which we're about to get into now. In order to do that, though, we need to get our teams on the stage.
The princes of the Philippines were crowned kings at CDSI. Now looking for further ascension, the Red Rebellion will take on Galleries. The battalion from Brazil, Galleries! And here are those princes. Hailing from the Philippines, they were kings at CDSI and looking for further ascension, Team Elevate!
Some more hype for our squads as they're getting themselves now onto the stage set up and ready to go for semifinals match number 2. Sure to be another close back and forth between these 2 teams. I think that we've somehow ended up with one of the most exciting outcomes we could have gotten here for our semifinals. Talk to me about how you think this is going to go. Obviously, we've got Gallerus up there. We have Elevate. Let's start with talking about Gallerus.
Yeah, Gallerus, I think, are a team. Again, we've kind of had this conversation point about Gallerus the entire weekend, haven't we? An underrated team by many, and now that's definitely no longer the case, because over the last couple of days, we've seen them make market improvements. Even coming into this weekend, they're like a totally different search and destroy squad, albeit, again, there's a small asterisk to that with the battlegrounds that they played on the most part of day number 1. But still, it was very clear improvements from the Latin America Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. But then, of course, we get into yesterday, and it looks like they've also kind of fixed hardpoint as well. So I think Gallerus here are a roster that could go all the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody was talking about China and everybody was talking about Elevate throughout the entire build-up of this tournament. But there was always that asterisk next to Gallerus. After their performance at Mobile Masters, could they actually go and push that a little bit further? But I think everyone would have probably had them around top 4, top 5. This is where, if they can take it to the next level, where they start to exceed a lot of people's expectations. But I think a lot of us have to remember what Gallerus did in Mobile Masters. It's arguable that they fumbled that final just a little bit.
Yeah, they absolutely did. A reminder again, in groups, they actually did end up beating their eventual finalists in Q9. Then when it came to that final, they got absolutely stomped. So Gallerus, while they did chuckle that grand final, they are capable of taking down gods.
And honestly, we've seen all weekend long so far, anytime Gallerus has kind of had their feet held to the fire, they've thrived under that pressure. So they could potentially do some massive things here. And one of those people that has been doing massive things already, we've seen him in our top 5 time and time again for individual stats, it's Lucas.
Yeah, Lucasin has turned up for sure over the last couple of days, right? I mean, he's just doing the regular things. I've got to give a shout out to Sporting Cast, though. Everyone has kind of got up to his level. But yesterday, I think it was during the final hardpoint versus Luminosity, that is where we saw the godlike Lucasin that we saw back back at Mobile Masters. This is why he is considered one of the best players in the world. A conversation we're going to go back to over and over again. If Gallerus win this event, Lucasson is the best player in the world.
100%. I think, you know, this guy comes in every single time. We have that expectation of him. But again, at the same point, we kind of just touched on that. The rest of the team have really been pulling their weight during this event. It has been mostly about Lucasson when he's needed to be, but when he hasn't necessarily been performing, the rest of the team have been filling in.
And when they've been filling in, they also have been breaking things. And if you guys know what I'm talking about, we're going to show you a clip from yesterday when the passion in Gallerus really came out. They had a massive clutch, and it may or may not have resulted in the breaking of a desk here, Brody. Have you ever seen that before?
No, I haven't, actually, to be fair. Then again, I've not been at many World Championships, but still, one desk broken, that's arguably the most damage he's done all weekend long, and he's been doing a lot of damage. So, yeah, Fokke, I mean, you know, fair play. Sometimes you get in the heat in the moment, you get passionate.
I didn't see where he actually broke it there. He must have kicked it.
He, like, slammed it, I think.
Oh, did he when he
Yeah.
slammed?
Yeah.
We should have maybe got stronger desk. But irrelevant of that, Fokke, yes, okay, very, very aggressive player. We love to see that passion coming out of our players, though.
Yeah, definitely learned for next year. We'll be reinforcing all of the desks in preparation for the World Championship passion. But of course, we have to talk about the other side of our stage. That is Elevate, one of the only two teams that came out of Swiss undefeated ton, now facing off against Gallerus.
They're coming in as the favorites for the tournament. They obviously most recently at CDSI took the win. And that was a huge tournament for them to find, especially in the route that they had to do it. Had to drop down the losers, fight their way back, but they got the job done. And CDSI means a lot in the grand scheme of things coming into this tournament. It is the quote-unquote best regions in the game going up against each other, and they conquered that tournament. It is more so pressure on them in this game, though, and that's kind of something we do want to touch on when it does come down to Elevate. The expectations are fully behind them, rather than on the side of Gallerus.
Yeah, absolutely. Elevate have definitely got a weight on their shoulders now. That losers bracket run at CDSI was phenomenal. They literally took out everybody that was important at that tournament, and the way that they did it fired the respawns. They did not lose a single respawn in bracket play at CDSI, and here at this event, I mean, what, they've lost one control, I think is the only respawn that they've lost. That is insane. Look, their S&D might need work, and we'll talk about that as we get into this best of 5, but I mean, if you're just consecutively winning the respawns over and over again, do you even really need it?
I mean, so far they haven't seemed to, but now we're getting into the tougher parts of the competition. We've got some individual stats here for PJ as well. There are just so many impressive performances out of these players.
Yeah, there absolutely are, but I've got to give a shout out to PJ as well. I was having a conversation with Beef Mummy yesterday about this one. I thoroughly believe, after seeing CDSI, PJ is the best SMG player in the world right now. And that is a big call to make. A lot of people always focus on the AR players on these lineups. PJ is a phenomenal player. He's one of the fastest players in the game, and he is so damn annoying to deal with when he's coming at you.
All right, well, we've gotten to highlight our teams here just a little bit. So everyone at home, I hope you're prepared for this one, because this is arguably even more evenly matched than the first one already was. It's going to be alluded to it a little bit already. Here are the head-to-head map stats that we've got for these two teams.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you know, Gallerus Search and Destroy has been their bread and butter this weekend. If Elevate, their weaknesses in Search and Destroy, you kind of figure out, right, well, that's where Gallerus need to get into this best of 5. It has to be the Search and Destroy. The question then becomes, does the map set as we get into this best of 5 actually favor that narrative? Are they going to be able to take the Search and Destroys away? Because, Tom, we've been talking a lot about Takeoff Search and Destroy being the battlegrounds.
Yeah, Takeoff Search and Destroy very much gone as soon as it was possible for the side of Elevate. We will get, of course, into the maps in just a second, but this just does very much paint the picture of this game. The hard point should go Elevate's way. The S&D, you would like to think, goes Gallerus' way as well, but both these teams are more than capable of beating the other on each and every game mode. So you would think that it's really about the control, but I would say we probably lean towards Elevate on that game mode specifically as well, but we'll talk about it a little bit more when we do get into the actual maps. It's such a hard one to call, but here they are. And it does offer some questions on.
Yeah, it absolutely does. So we look over towards this best of 5 again, and there are a couple of questions, I think, for Gallerus, right? You know, actually, to give you guys a bit of an insight as to what the vetoes look like. Standoff Hardpoint, the best hardpoint map for Gallerus was on the table, as was Fire and Range, Search and Destroy, a map which you can definitely take down Elevate, and they took neither of those maps. That's a decision, I think, that you kind of have to question, right? What is the thought process for Gallerus here?
So, I mean, we were having a back and forth about this. There has to be a reason. Look, they know themselves better than we do, absolutely. and they must have a reason as to why they want to see them on Tunisia and they want to see them on Hacienda. It may well just be comfortability from this actual tournament, saying to themselves, okay, well, we just won a Hacienda 250 to 249. We're gassed to play that again. Let's get us back into it. Or do they see a weakness potentially in Elevate on those maps?
Yeah, the problem for me, though, is you've allowed the Tunisia through, and that is by far and away, at least from my perspective, Elevate's best search and destroy maps. So you've had a choice there between playing Fire and Range and Tunisia. I don't know what they saw in the Fire and Range gameplay that spooked them, but enough to get Tunisia into this best of 5 at the start of this series as well, that is a difficult choice you've had to make.
I have one more potential theory. It's a pure ego, Chal. Let's just do it. We'll go into it in the semi-finals. We want to beat them on their best maps. We'll go into the grand final straight after that, no problem.
Well, we talked about this throughout the year as well, the whole competitive year. The matchup starts in the veto process before you even get into that first map. Are you playing those mind games? Are you paying attention to your opponent's strengths and weaknesses, like you guys were saying? And there is always the potential to fumble those choices and kind of already set the pace before you've even begun. So I like the points that you guys are making. It'll be interesting to see what that means for these teams in the long run, but I want to know what your thoughts are on that as far as these predictions go. Then who's going to be winning this one, heading their way into grand finals, now that we also know the map set?
I've been a little bold here.
Ooh.
I have gone for 3-2 Gallerus. Now, it's just a case of them getting to that map 5, and I know Brody's going to disagree with me. I've know his prediction, I've seen it before, but he will agree with me in the sense that if it goes map 5, Gallerus can win.
Yeah, and I think kind of the theory craft behind that, right, is that Gallerus will be looking to take the hard points in this series. It's going to be so difficult to do the search and destroy, and then at least one of the hard points away. You want to steal that. That's kind of your way into the series. It's just getting that away from Elevate that's a question for me. My kind of the way I'm looking at this is I think Gallerus will be able to take the search and destroy, despite the fact that it's on Tunisia, but those respawns, you are not doing it against Elevate.
All right. Definitely a big difference in opinion, but I'm here for it, okay? Because on the flip side of that, 3 people went for X-Rock in the last match, except Brody, who went with Q9, and Q9's who we have now in the grand final. So don't feel like you're the outsider here, Town, okay?
It's all right. I'm confident in my conviction. This
could be your moment, but ladies and gentlemen, it's now our team's moment as semifinals match number 2 is ready to get underway. Let us know your thoughts in chat, who you think is going to be the second team in our grand finals, because it's time to find out who that is.
Well, here we go. Q9 await the victor of this second semi-final. An Apocalypse to kick things off here. Elevate, one of their favorite maps. For me, heading into this one, Gallerus have to just make sure they come into it nice and steady. We've seen what Elevate can do on Apocalypse against a very, very good team, and what we've seen them do yesterday. 135 points on the board before their opponents even got a sniff.
Yeah, it was a horrible time for Wolves, that much was for sure. Elevate, this is no surprise to anybody at home, their pick in towards this best of 5. So if Gallerus can come out swinging here, if this is the hard point maybe that you can steal away, there's a lot of Fury crafting here, that would be a phenomenal start to this semi-final. It is going to be Gallerus, though, kicking things off first here, and of course, Tan, most importantly, they are on the better side of the map for the rotation towards New when it inevitably gets there.
Yeah, and it really can help when it does come down to this map specifically. We know how strong that P2 can be, and getting yourself a nice little lead on this map is nothing that you want to try and turn down when you do get that opportunity. So let's see if Gallerus can keep a hold of those spawns. And I think for them, it has to be that concentration, but you can't just put all your eggs in that basket. You still have to fight for P1 time, which is what Elevate are doing. They already have 20 on the board.
Yeah, now the start of the challenge for New, though.
Spawn out.
Already pushing through, yeah, spawn out coming through from Hen. So if you want to have Gallerus, you need to hold on. Fokke, a lot to do around this back line. And if you're Fokke, I think you just kind of wait for a bit of reinforcements here. You will soon be challenged by Elevate. If you can win these gunfights as well, that would be everything. Surely not Susano too. No, that's a little bit too much to ask for. And with that, Elevate should have the spawns.
So the advantage that Gallerus would have had heading into this map already gone. A P2 rotation, fully belonging to the side of Elevate. 33 points on the board for them. Now it's going to grow substantially. Unless Gallerus can find a way through. Hen and Lucasjin starting to combine well and be a push through from the middle of the map. They're trying to get a hold of the spawns towards the back. Big gunfights coming in, and they can just about win them. So Gallerus have an opportunity here. Spawns coming in towards the back. Elevate will be out for a few seconds. 40 seconds to go.
Spawns in. Gallerus now have to hit this at the same time here, but you don't want to funnel all into the line of sights of Elevate here. Chloe already starting things off with that first kill through the smoke. On the hunt for more. Kills starting to come through from Elevate now. Can Fokke do anything with the R9? No. Will get shut down, but those spawns still good for Gallerus.
Still very close here, though. If you're the side of Elevate, they managed to get through the tomb side very, very quickly. But it will be a break for Gallerus. They need to just pick up these kills on the secondary push. But this is all going to be for around 20 seconds. They've taken their time, did the right thing, but they need to make sure they get this time. They haven't quite got rid of Elevate yet.
Yeah, Elevate still fighting this one from the front. They have now done enough to exactly push them out, but Elevate will hit this over and over again. Susano taking Pabzera down, is now going to leave just one left inside the hard point, and that's Fokke, and they go as well. So Elevate happy with the control of this game thus far. Galaris, though, fighting tooth and nail for that scrap time means that Elevate will actually have the first look at the new hardpoint here. Galaris now hoping that this flanking play from a couple of players is going to work out because you're losing numbers around the front of the point. Those players on the flank were red as well. Elevate have just made the perfect rotation from PT to V3.
And we're seeing a really good reason as to why Elevate are considered one of the best teams in the game when it comes down to Apocalypse and just hardpoint in general. So fluid in their movement and so efficient when they need to be. But it's a nice break coming in from Galaris, but we need to get themselves inside of the point here. 35 seconds remaining on P3. You can pick up some decent time here. It's not necessarily the biggest banker, but Elevate are going to go in there and prove otherwise. There's 4 or 5 kills falling their way. It's a complete team wipe. They get themselves back in. It feels like Galaris are sometimes finding the kills and not quite getting in the hill.
Yeah, and this has been a problem for Galaris in the past. I think, you know, back in even the Latin America's SPS Season 5, it was a problem where maybe Galaris, I mean, the slaying has never been their issue, but maybe being effective that slaying has been, and you can't do that against a squad like Elevate that are so damn potent in hardpoint. They are considered the best hardpoint team in the world for a reason. And right now they're showing off against Galaris, an 80-point differential. I am feeling exactly the way I felt watching them versus Wolves on this map yesterday.
A growl out from Caleb. Trying to survive, and he is doing so. Susano there alongside of him. Yobby, everybody just doing their jobs right now. Elevate are looking absolutely flawless here on Championship Sunday. 120 and rising. Elevate not struggling whatsoever. Galaris, we thought they may well come into this with another, I want to say, an impetus to try and find that map #1. They absolutely will have to, but they come out just a little flat.
Yeah, it comes down to those vetoes. We'll talk about that after this map is done and dusted, but I think Apocalypse was just such an uphill battle to kick off this series. It was always going to be. And Elevate, they know it. They're in commanding control of this game. Galaris haven't even had a sniff at really anything. This entirety of the game thus far, the slaying just has not been there. Lucasson is trying to catch up at 15, but you've got the likes of PJ and Chloe, 18 apiece, 19 now for PJ. Elevate are outslaying them at every single turn. And Galaris, I mean, they just have absolutely nothing to say about it.
They've been beaten to a pulp across the entirety of Apocalypse so far. But if we put it into context, yes, okay, they may find themselves around 140 seconds behind by the time we do get over to the second rotation. But a full 60 puts you back into this game and then some. Galaris need to find that slaying ability, though. Starting to get a few operators a little bit later online, but they need to find some good time here at P1. They've got the spawns they want for P2. They need to make sure they keep a hold of them. Kendi trying to find something through the middle of the map. Yobby trying to get in there as well. They'll be pushing the issue for the spawns if they possibly can. Still spawning out if you are Elevate, but you're getting some crucial time.
Yeah, the thing is here, right, is you kind of can't focus too much on the spawns. There's still 40 seconds left in this hard point, so if you're Galaris giving that 40 seconds away, I mean, it's basically a death sentence as far as the rest of this game is concerned. Elevate now managing to fit the spawns in their favor, and they're looking for the time as well. PJ doubling up the Purify. Galaris are in danger here. I mean, there's no point saying the differential between these two teams' scoreline right now because it just continues to grow by the second.
Every single time you think Galaris may have found a break, you look up to the top of your screens and see still 23 points on the board. They barely got a second over the last 3 hills. Elevate really starting to run away with this one if they weren't already. P2 rotation belongs to them. Every single thing that could be going right for Elevate is
Galaris not even able to look at the hard point right now. You've got to hit this one as a team through the front. This needs to be a clean break right away. That's a great start. First kill on towards Yoppy is good. Maybe we can get the kills around the back line as well. Numbers not in favor of Elevate here as Elevate players start to spawn out. Kendi with the War Machine. What can you get done? A couple of players. You need to get Fokke around the front though, and you do. That's going to allow the rest of your roster in now, but Galaris have flipped those spawns.
Galaris have managed to get themselves 2 seconds over the last 3 or 4 hills, and now Kalo's just trying to put the pain down again, make it 3, looks for the 4th, can't find it. Elevate are now finding themselves 25 seconds away. They can win it at the second iteration of P2.
This is insane for the start of a semi-final here. Elevate are putting the pain down on Galaris. Pabzera, couple of kills though. Galaris trying to hold on here. Elevate, they're still looking at a contest because why not at this stage of the game? Pabzera will find more with that War Machine. Elevate can't finish things here regardless, but Yoppy and PJ, the stops are getting it done for Elevate. They want to get this time.
Galaris have to rotate, they have to find something, but they have to find a miracle. It's not even a minor one at this stage. They are so far behind. They're about to possibly get 40 point clubbed if they can't find a rotation over towards P3, which is about to pop in 8 seconds. Elevate have just been indomitable throughout the entirety of the map, and this is the hallmark of a champion team. They have been insane from the word go.
And what do you say? Elevate just 11 seconds away from putting a stamp in map #1 versus Galaris. Yoppy will find a couple of kills. There's the openers here. Galaris, what do you got to say for yourselves here? Elevate just a few seconds away. Trades in favor of Elevate. Focky, can he do anything? No. Shut down for the two-piece from Susano. There's Chloe as well. Elevate looking to close out this game right here, right now. An insatiable start of this best of 5.
That is a beating. Truly a beating. They barely even spawned in. Elevate are here to play on Sunday and find themselves in the lead in this series up against Galaris. That was as one-sided as we've literally seen across the entirety of these 3 days.
That is, yeah, I mean, that is possibly the most one-sided hardpoint in a professional game of Call of Duty Mobile at this level, mind you. Even at any level, right? I think we've seen all year. I don't think we've seen anything like that. Even in like the open finals of Challenge season, of North America or Europe, something like that. That never happens. And that goes to show you just how good Elevate are, not just at hardpoint, but specifically at Apocalypse. They showboated it yesterday versus Wolves. Today, I mean, it's even worse.
I think Galaris would have been heading into this map knowing to themselves, like, right, okay, this is going to be a tough one, absolutely. I don't think they would have thought they would have got beat 250 to 40, though. And that could be a real confidence dent there, but that was always going to be the case heading into that first map. It was always going to be tough for Galaris. Didn't think it'd be that tough.
Yeah, that's a brutal start to the series for Galaris. Let's take a look at the scoreboard at the end of the game, and you kind of mentioned it in the middle of the game, right? PJ, I said it before we got into the matchup, I think he's the best SMG player in the world right now, and he showed it there on Apocalypse. Also shout out to Chloe as well, had so many 2-pieces and 3-pieces that gave Elevate control over hard points, and he's going to finish hell positive. I mean, Galaris just had no chance, and we've been talking a lot about, right, Galaris, not just Lucas turning up to these games, but everybody turning up, everybody doing their part for Galaris to get into these matches. This is one of those situations where Lucasen is the only one slaying out, and everybody else is just struggling versus Elevate.
Yeah, Pab0 the only other one really anywhere near 3 seconds. I mean, it's almost like you want to speak about the time in Hill, but I mean, Galaris really just weren't there very often, were they? Well, it's not necessarily the start we would have expected in that manner. Okay, Elevate winning that one, yes. But the way that it's been going, you would have thought that Galaris would have put up a bit of a better fight yesterday. They looked so much better in that hard point. But Elevate showing exactly what they're made of in that game mode in particular. Now, Galaris will be looking towards the rest of the series. They have to put that one to the back of their mind. But the question is, when that happens in that way, can you do that?
Yeah, and this is my worry when we even looked at the kind of the best of 5, right? We kind of sat through and said, okay, how do we think this series is going to break down? And I still think I'm going to stick to my 3-1 prediction here for Elevate, of course. I still think Galaris have a shot in the search and destroy. But this first 3 maps is a rough one for Galaris. You start with the Apocalypse hardpoint, where I think you kind of almost knew that was going to happen. Maybe not to that extent, but we knew that something like that was going to happen as we get into this best of 5. Next up now, you have made things more difficult for yourselves by allowing Tunisia search and destroy through, by not getting that out of the way and going for the firing range instead. I genuinely believe that if firing range search and destroy was a pick, I'd feel a lot more confident if I was Galaris right now. Maybe they feel confident in the amount of VOD that they've got on Elevate, on Tunisia search and destroy, but still, that's difficult. And then, of course, for the third and final map in that triage, Arsenal control, and we've seen Galaris make mistakes on that over the last couple of days. So it's a daunting first 3 maps for Galaris.
We can talk about the control when we get there a little bit more, because we had some points on that as well. But when it does come down to the search and destroy, we haven't seen a whole load from Galaris on Tunisia, especially over this week. We've seen plenty of takeoff. Well, we've seen
plenty of takeoff.
But every single time, and this is the point, they still haven't yet to lose a search and destroy at this tournament. And this will be their ace in the hole. This is absolutely what they need to find. Put it this way, if Galaris lose this map, I do not see a way into the series whatsoever for them. They absolutely must find the search and destroy.
See, part of me thinks that maybe Galaris, you know, they walked away from yesterday's Arsenal control versus Luminosity, and they were like, and again, we'll talk about that more in depth in just a moment here, but they were like, all right, this is clearly where we went wrong. We're going to play it in tomorrow's series, and we're going to go on with those kind of learnings. But again, I mean, Tunisia is such a question mark for me. It really is. You know, allowing in is a really weird one. And let's be clear, there aren't really any good search and destroy maps versus Elevate. Fire and range search and destroy is probably the best one that you could have hoped for, and again, it was there and they did not go for it. So again, I would love to know what the decision making there for Galaris was, but they have made things more difficult for themselves. But let's, you know, talk a little bit about what they have to do then as we get into this Tunisia to actually come out on top. And for me, it has to be the sniper pressure coming through from Galaris. You've got to have Lucasen going off for those first picks, I think, if you want any chance of stopping Elevate getting into the sites.
Let's see if they can find it. We'll be loading in just a moment to map number 2. It's a bit of a shell shock for Gallerus. They'll have to just regain that composure. Say to yourself, okay, no problem. We go on to our comfort pick now in the search and destroy as we head over towards Tunisia. The first time, at least for me this weekend, we haven't seen too much of it. I think we were so used to seeing so much of it over the entirety of the season in Europe and North America. We see it a lot more over there. But now, of course, getting a see for these two teams. Interesting to see how the picks are going to work. You're very right, Lukashin is going to be a problem with that sniper rifle. But you know for a fact, Elevate are going to have an answer.
Yeah, and I think Elevate are going to come into this one with pace. They're so good at hardpoint because the way they collapse on towards kills as a roster, they do not care. They full send it. And if you take that approach to offense, you will also be good. Fortunately enough, though, for Gallerus, they will start things off on the offense. They'll be the ones deciding how the pace of this game will be going to kick things off. And already here, Gallerus starting to make their move towards A. Elevate just splitting the forces on defense for the moment here. No idea where everything's going just yet.
For the majority of the year, Tunisia has been defensively heavy, and it still is a favourite on that side, but as time has gone on, teams have started to figure out this attack a little bit more. Let's see how well Gallerus have figured it out. Looks like it is their primary target, but both two teams happy to play passive here.
Gallerus do not want to be the ones to make a first move here. I know that first blood for Elevate, especially as time has already dwindled down extensively here in this round, would be frustrating. There's just so much you've got to check. Around that winery exit, you anticipate that there'll be a sniper here watching the cross. There is in Kendi, but they are currently preoccupied for the middle of the map and for A. So Gallerus could well get some good timing here, but you've got to take out PJ before something. There's the opening snipe. Kendi out for the play. Elevate now, 3-1 split. PJ has a lot to do here on A.
But for Gallerus, they don't know where Elevate are right now. They find the pick, and now they start to move. PJ, what can he find? Yeah, he finds one. Another kill on the other side of things coming through from him. They know exactly where PJ is. Susanna will find another one, but the trade's going in Gallerus' favor. They've been so clean in the search and destroy. They were patient, and it worked out for them. Kalo now left in a 1 versus 2, be a 1 versus 3 if he can pull it off. The bomb is now down. Lukashin and Foki in a position to hold this. They know where Kalo is, or where he was. Hard situation to try and find now if you're Kalo at this stage. Just taking his time, allowing Gallerus to maybe overthink things.
Yeah, I mean, Gallerus have got this bomb down, right? So Chloe needs to push them. Has he just spotted him out? Do they know? Do they know what's got here? Oh, it doesn't matter. Double shots from coming in from Gallerus. Nicely done. And they took a little bit longer than I would have liked to get on towards the site. They do it nonetheless. They work the numbers. It's a great offensive start for Gallerus.
Just nice and patient. That's all they needed to do. So they're happy to take their time, and I wonder if that will give Elevate a reason to maybe push forward this time. Seems like a very similar setup, at least on the defensive side. Gallerus yet to really make a push in any which direction. A little bit different over towards the B side, but you can see Gallerus is starting to scout out towards that side of the map as well. If Lukashin can find a pick, once again, it makes the difference. But Susanna pushed forward, Hen gets caught. First blood for Elevate.
And this is where I was concerned for Gallerus here on the offense. You've now lost that first blood, and you kind of find yourself stuck in the water, right? Because Tunisia is so difficult on the offense to penetrate the sites anyway. Now you got to do it a man down. Gallerus will be pushing through the middle of the map here. And this is a lot to do for Yoppie. He has the right weapon for it.
Did they see him? Did Yoppie see them? Because if not, then he has pretty much got here scot-free. Lukashin now waiting for the pressure to come in on the other side, and it comes, and he is dealt with. Well played from Elevate. They knew that the pressure was coming in from down low, so now they will back on down, and now they have them entirely surrounded.
Yeah, Gallerus, though, they've got control of the site here, so they'll be happy with that. Elevate needs to get back in.
Kennedy finds one. Foki and Pabzera can answer back, though, with two of their own, and now all of a sudden, can Foki find anything else? He cannot. PJ will take him down. It's down now left to Pabzera. So back and forth on this site, but the thing is there that was good from Elevate. They realized that the push was coming through the double doors, so they push out towards Lukashin.
Pabzera's got out though. He's now no longer pinned in from Susanna, so he's got options here. 30 seconds on the clock. If you can grab that bomb and get the hell out of dodge, you'll be all right.
That's a good nade. That's a good nade. They're both very, very weak. They're both very, very weak, and Pabzera can get out. Now left in a 1 versus 1. For the 1 versus 3, Susanna spots him. 15 seconds.
Got to make a call. You got to make a call if you're Pabzera. Susanna's going to go for the middle map regardless here, so he's going to stick it. Has he just seen him? He walks away. I don't think he saw him.
He's faked it. He's not going to have time. He was waiting for him to come for the pick. It's not going to happen.
Ready for the next round.
A nervy round for both squads. But Elevator Resolution just holds. That was a scarier round than maybe Elevate would have wanted after their stop.
Defend the objective.
I mean, they played that well enough, yeah. Start of the round was excellent. Gallerus responds arguably more so. But even so, it comes down to 1 versus 1 that Pabzera is unable to clutch up on. So Gallerus now having to reset themselves once again. At the very least, though, Elevate haven't drawn first blood this time around. Gallerus right now just weighing up their options. How do they want to approach this one? Elevate have changed things up ever so slightly on the defense here. A couple of players in the middle of the map here. They're anticipating that push through mid.
Pabzera's netted in the previous round was really the cat amongst the pigeons. Doesn't land this time. So Elevate are happy to sit, and Gallerus are running out of utility to try and get them through the front door. But look at this aggression from Kendi. He'll find it on Lukashin. They consider the push over towards A. He's able to back down entirely uncontested, and Kendi will go back and have another look at it and say, yeah, is there anybody else to come in and have a try? Cannot find it. PJ is able to answer back with one onto Hen, but this is a very solid defensive round from Elevate. Shot's going to come in from Kendi, cannot find it. Miho can answer back, but PJ is there to pick up the pieces. A 1v4 is needed.
Yeah, you lose Kendi, so what? You know, the trade is good. You're going to win the round regardless, and S4K could do something incredible. At least he's got an Odin to work with, not just the R9. But still, options are really limited here. 40 seconds on the clock. You have to imagine this is a foregone conclusion. Fokke just extending the round, but it is done regardless. And both snipes from Kendi, man. Terrifying.
And just if you can find somebody to shut down those angles like that, it just makes it so difficult for the attack to find something. And there's no way that Lukashin expects him to make that push so late in the defensive round. You've seen him push through the archway, take the angle, find a shot, and get the hell out of dodge, and then find a little more. It's a bit of a different look now from the side of Gallerus. The slow and steady approach. Let's work 1 time out of 3. Susano this time is going to miss the bullet through the middle of the map. Here comes the pressure coming in over towards the B side. Susano will not miss those bullets though. Off screen, finds 2 in the middle, and all of a sudden, he backs them on down, but still Gallerus have control of this site. They may well choose to plant.
Yep, trades are good, but you ideally want another frag here before getting that bomb down. Players are still hanging about here. Yoppy's been spotted out. Nice from Hen. Good reaction. Pabzera also going to take Kendi down. So numbers flipping in favor of Gallerus here. They could still commit to this plant if they so desire. Elevate would hear the audio cue, though. PJ is going to get some free looks at some players here. Nice trade, though. Overwhelming. Now the 2 versus 1. The call should be made to Klo. What does the reaction look like?
The enemy has the bomb.
Gallerus had to turn around for the bomb. Is Klo going to be here on time? It's a game of cat and mouse now. Are they going to go the wrong way? Yes, they are. They're going to collide here together, but the Klo turn around at the wrong time. This bomb will go down over towards the B side. The nade will give them an indication that this is exactly what is going on. Have they got any look onto where Klo is? No, they don't, because this shot's going to come in. Oh no, they see him. Hen comes off the bomb. 38 seconds to go. They've got plenty of time, and now they know where he is.
Yeah, he's been tagged off as well, so he's going to have to back away here momentarily. That's enough for the bomb to go down. Klo will take that time to rethink how he wants to approach this one. From the side, sniper out, there's one!
Finish it.
Walks away, Pabzera, a moment to breathe.
Change up of the angles. Pabzera found himself in a 1 versus 1 in round number 2. He could not find it. Klo, though, is going to walk straight into his crosshair. And Pabzera reads this one right. Gallerus get another attacking round. 2 apiece now. 2 more rounds to go for Elevate on this defensive side, and we're all tied up.
Man, these guys are reading each other so damn well. You can tell that Elevate has spent the night studying Gallerus in Search and Destroy. What's made them so successful thus far this tournament? Well, they've answered back so far. Hen's going to draw first blood this time around, excuse me. Klo gets aggressive, gets punished for it. And that's the first time I think that Elevate have misstepped in this S&D thus far. They wanted to draw an early first blood and unsettle Gallerus, and that goes against them.
It's a classic game of Tunisia. Both 2 teams being punished for any sort of misstep, such as the level that we're at right now. Elevate have got the majority of their numbers over to one specific site. And Gallerus may well have an inclination as to what's going on here. So here comes the push. One player goes across, the other comes for the cover. Susano will have to back on down, but he'll be calling out to his teammates furiously. They are 100% over towards this B side. Push coming through. Shot now with again from Susano. He needs to hit something here shortly, but who doesn't miss this? Lucas Jin opens things wide for Gallerus now.
Yeah, now Yoppie needs to get into the action here. Create some space for the rest of your team. Elevate looking to surge through the backline here. It's going to be a fast and furious retake. Gallerus, though, are they ready for it? Kenny's going to take out Lucas Jin. That's going to be the entry.
3v3. Lucas Jin will fall. Now looking for the picks. PJ will find another one, and this is just a ridiculously clean retake from the side of Elevate. There's a 5v3 in Gallerus' favor with the bomb down. They lose the round.
And that is just classic Elevate right there. If you can't get it done individually, just throw yourselves as a team to the opposition. Elevate do not care if they look like a high-level zombie. Incredible. Gallerus totally overwhelmed. One last chance on the offense here for Gallerus. Should be set on Tunisia. You can get any offensive rounds, you're happy with it. So if you can walk away with a third one here, you are content. And this is a team stack and a half coming through from Gallerus.
Oh, here we go, though. Elevate here in numbers. Susano's changed his position up consistently. Here comes the utility. They seem to have gotten out pretty much unscathed until now. Susano will fall down to Hen. Now everybody else trying to transpire their way over towards the site. Elevate do have some presence here, but Gallerus are going for it again. The bomb will go down. Can they hold it this time?
Yeah, this time it's a 3 versus 5 for Elevate. I think we're going to need something a little bit more individual out of them. Yoppie would have been happy with something off the back of that nade. No deliverance. 30 seconds on the clock here for Elevate.
Waiting for the moment. Need to find the first one, and then a couple more. Through the front door they go. PJ will be the first one to find something, so that makes it a 4 versus 3. But the time is just not on their side. If you're Elevate, you just absolutely have to move quickly. They can find another one on the Yoppie, though. Then they can find another one here onto Hen. Lucas Jin can find another. 7 seconds to go. Lucas Jin is now found 2, and Mihawk cleans it up. Gallerus get the round. 3 apiece after 6 defensive rounds from Elevate. You take that all day long if you're Gallerus, but that got stressful.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I was stressed when Hen got called on the flank. I thought Hen was going to be the player there that broke everything up for Elevate, but no, it is going to be Pabzera in the end. And now Lucas Jin has been relatively slow so far in this search and destroy. Only 4 kills to his name. Now he's on defense and holding angles. This is where he's going to come to play. Elevate, that's what they want to play around, getting those snipers out of position. And they're doing the exact same thing that Gallerus was doing to them only a few rounds ago. Just getting a feel for what's going on here for Gallerus on the defense.
To reiterate, the defensive side is inevitably a little easier for teams here. So Gallerus with that 3-round takeaway from their attacking side, absolutely see that as a win. But I wonder if Elevate are as well versed. Shots in, not gonna land. Pabzera is the first one to draw blood here. In their defensive side, if you're Gallerus and you're back on down, give up the site, but they have the numbers. 5v4 in favor of Gallerus.
And I absolutely love this, right? Because you've done it over towards B, so they think something's going right here. Gallerus now looking for a retake with the first blood.
Got plenty of utility to try and find a way through. PJ can find one. Lucas Jin finds one back. Trades need to go Gallerus' way. They still have the number advantage. They have a little bit more now. Mihawk will take down PJ. Left now with your Yoppie. Susano will be all on his own in a 1 versus 4. 20 seconds to go. Needs to find the first. Wow, not. It's a wonderful retake from Gallerus. They had the number advantage. They made it count.
Yep. Playing as a team are Gallerus there. Aggressive for Elevate. Just not able to check all the different angles and overwhelmed by the numbers from Gallerus. Beautiful start. Despite the fact that they lost the site, these retakes, I mean, you know, we've stressed that defense is, or offense, excuse me, is difficult here, but equally as difficult is retaking sites once you lose them.
But they did the right thing. As soon as Pabzera finds that first kill, backs out the site, because he knows he's going to get overwhelmed. He must have had that information. Backs on down, lives to fight another day, and helps his teammates retake that site. Same thing's going to happen, but this time he does not find a pick. Elevate find their way through the front door. Bomb's going to go down to B.
Yep, it's that aggression from Elevate once again. Gallerus going to have to wait. 3 flanking players.
Kendi
Gotta be ready for it. Yep, he's already found one. Reposition. Is it going to be enough to throw these guys off? Kendi can get those kills. Susano for another one as well. That's the entirety of the flank picked apart here, just down to Pabzera and Lucas Jin.
So difficult from this position because they have a read on exactly where they are. The pressure's starting to come in. Lucas Jin is good. He ain't that good though. And 1 versus 4 just not going to happen. Yoppie will clean it up. But it's all down to Kendi there on the flank. It was 3 players hit it from the side of Gallerus. He finds 2 all on his own.
Yeah, and Elevate just applying their hardpoint strategies right now directly to search and destroy offenses. They are overwhelming these sites over the last couple of rounds of aggression. And Gallerus, I mean, look, they just don't really have a response. Their snipers are brilliant. They're not brilliant enough at the moment to put a stop to Elevate. So 1-1 now on these offensive rounds here for Elevate. Now they're trying to get aggressive once again.
Oh, look at this from Yoppy, though. You're caught out of your Pap-Zero. You don't even see him. And now all of a sudden, they start swarming in around the A site. You need to find some kills here if you're Gallerus, but the shots are just not good enough from Susano. You continue to survive in the corner if you're Hen. You need to find some sort of help, but Yoppy will come in and clean things up. It is now a 4 versus 2 in the favor of Elevate.
If Hen finds anything there, it makes things infinitely better for Gallerus here. You've got to retake the site with Mihawk and Lucasin, 2 players that have been phenomenal for Gallerus this season. Lucasin's just looking for anything for free. He finds Yoppy here. Mihawk's going to go.
Here we go. You pop up, and it's just so easy from this angle. Yoppy and PJ working well together. Elevate find themselves in the lead. That's 2 attacking rounds now gone in their favor. And Gallerus need to switch this one around very, very quickly.
I think you need to get aggressive. I know that's not Gallerus' playstyle, but right now Elevate are hitting you over and over again. And I know the one round they won was because they drew that first blood from a sniper rifle, but I mean, Elevate are playing around it right now. They're playing fast, they're playing aggressive. Once again, Lucasin needs to provide something over here by B. Give us something, Lucasin, if you're a Gallerus fan, and it's absolutely nothing. Elevate once again overwhelmed with the numbers.
It's just pure shock and awe from Elevate right now. Gallerus are falling by the wayside very, very quickly. They have to switch something up here on the defensive side or try and find a retake. That is very much not in their favor. It would have to be a 4 versus 5. Susano now trying to lock this one down. What can Gallerus find? They'll articulate themselves in the best way they can. But in the language of Call of Duty, can they manage to talk their way into what is this bomb site? This is just going to be such a hard push, but here they go. The gunfight's starting to go in the way of Elevate, as you would expect them to. 3 versus 1 now in the favor of Elevate. Hen left all on his own.
And there he goes. Hen out of the round. Gallerus out of the round. Elevate on map point. A reminder, folks, that Gallerus ideally want the search and destroy in this series. I mean, I want to say they're way into this series, but it's kind of an expectation to a certain extent, right? They have to win it. If they want any chance versus Elevate, have to be flawless for the next 2 rounds, and Elevate are once again going to hit fast.
Yeah, they've just read it completely wrong as well. Gallerus send less numbers over towards A. You just have to be heroes here if you're Lucasin and your teammates, but they have been. They found a couple of kills before falling down. Kendi and Susano will get the trades, but a 3 versus 3. Not the end of the world for Gallerus, but that might sting. Pap-Zero will fall. And all of a sudden, Mihawk and Foki are just being read like books. Kendi knows exactly what's going on, and you invite them into your clothes, no problem whatsoever. They've got to read now. Bomb will surely go down, but Elevate have the timing, or do they?
Elevate just going to move it away. I mean, why the heck not at this point, right? You know that the B-bomb site's 3 because Kendi's seen both of those players. And if Kendi can walk away with either of their frags as well, he's currently kind of pinning them back. That would be huge. Kendi, though, thinking better of separating away from his teammate here, going to go together just in case Gallerus have wrapped back around towards B. But that's not where Gallerus are at.
Yeah, Gallerus are taking their time here because they knew where Kendi was. They will have no clue that he is over the other side of the map by now. So what's the hit going to be? Some of that time has already ticked down. Kendi's holding this angle. Kendi's holding this angle. You have to be careful, but he doesn't shoot. He just gets out, being chased down by Gallerus. They must find this round. 25 seconds.
Kendi is just a master of playing his life.
Oh, they are
once again. Here we go. Gallerus fast.
Try to find a way through, but Mihawk falls. This was supposed to be the game mode that Gallerus were going to find. They can't find a goddamn thing. Elevate are dominating this semi-final. 7-4 in the search and destroy. And they're asking them what's going on.
And in search and destroy again, I mean, this has to be said. We're going to keep on referring back to the veto conversation. This is why you don't play Elevate on Tunisia search and destroy. If any of you at home haven't seen them play Tunisia search and destroy, why they're so damn good at it. It's such a close quarter map. And if you can't get those snipes off at the start of the round, keeping Elevate away from the site, they're going to overwhelm you with the numbers. They're just going to throw themselves at you. And that is exactly what happened for what, like 4 or 5 rounds consecutively? Only once were Gallerus able to put a stop to it.
You're banking on your sniper players finding something through the front door, right? You are really just relying on that. And then you see Elevate just push all the way over towards A. It's been B, 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 B. As soon as Gallerus actually tried to make some sort of adaptation to how they're playing, they go to the wrong site. hard one to bear. Sometimes it is a bit of a 50-50, but Kendi and Co. I think for me, Kendi was the guy that every single time we were on board with him, even what he did in that last round by not finding any kills, in Winery, backing down, just staying alive, keeping the information there. He's there for the cuts when he needs to be, but he hits the shots time and time again. Susano, of course, at the top of the leaderboard at the 12 and 6, but for me, Kendi, a big reason as to why Elevate find themselves 2-0.
Yeah, and the thing is with Kendi, right, it's not just the snipes, it's not just having a pretty good sniper shot, which, let's be honest, he absolutely does. It's playing his life. It really is just playing his life. I mean, he you know, I think that 2 versus 2 towards the end there is a perfect example of it, right? You know, he recognizes, hey, this is where those flanking players are coming from. He sees both. He just pulls himself back. He's like, all right, cool, I'll just watch over the B site. And he does the exact same thing again on the wrap through towards B. Those kind of minute decisions are part of a championship-winning roster. And you need those if you want to get to the grand finals. That right now is where Elevate are headed because they're 2-0 up.
Absolutely cruising. If you are Elevate, relatively comfortable in the game mode that Gallerus have not lost all weekend long. Tough spot to be in. Unleash the beast. Yeah, we need to see that beast unleashed from Gallerus right now if they want a chance in this series. Thank you to Munster and the rest of our partners here to make this event possible. Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024 has been a spectacle so far. But Gallerus, they're not holding up their end of the bargain in this game. We really did think that this was going to be a super close game. But also, I think in the back of everybody's minds, we knew that this was potentially something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, even before we saw the map set, we were like, all right, Elevate are probably going to win the respawns here because Elevate are just respawn gods. There's only one respawn they've lost the entirety of the weekend so far, and that was down to a 1 versus 2 yesterday from Peg on Seaside Control. Outside of that, though, I mean, it's just so difficult to take a respawn of Elevate. I think both X-Rock and Q9 realized that at CDSI, so they certainly know it now. I think Gallerus are learning it in real time. So going into this best of 5, we were kind of like, right, Gallerus have to win the Search and Destroy. And again, for me, having seen the vetoes, Apocalypse Hardpoint, you knew that Elevate were going to spank him in map number 1. Tunisia Search and Destroy is such a massive question mark, and I think if they do lose this series 3-0, they are going to be feeling, okay, that was probably the biggest error. That right there was the mistake that they made. Regardless now, though, Arsenal Control is up next, and now we get to have that conversation, because yesterday, this was the one map that Gallerus lost to Luminosity, and the reason they lost it, I mean, it's the smallest thing that you can change. Spawn traps are so important on Arsenal, and Gallerus just did not set up properly.
No, they didn't execute them well. They had the opportunities to, but did not quite get them nailed down, and that really did make a big difference when it came down to fighting up against a team in LG. With all due respect as well, coming up against Elevate is a tougher task in itself in any game mode. Going into this control, yes, okay, Elevate have dropped the control over this weekend, but I haven't seen enough from Gallerus on control to make me think that they're going to be able to turn this one round here.
Yeah, Gallerus on control this weekend, I think, just has been relatively poor, we shall say. It's been the weakest of the 3 game modes for sure, and so that enough, I think, is a red flag. But again, you know, going back to that conversation point about Arsenal Control yesterday, I mean, you know, it's just a fundamental kind of part of Arsenal Control since it got introduced into the rotation with Season 5, right? I mean, the spawn traps are something that I think a lot of teams have gotten better at avoiding, right? They've been a lot better at catching players, trying to go for those spawn traps. And, you know, again, we kind of had this discussion after the game yesterday that it was kind of 6 of one, half a dozen the other kind of thing, right? Where, you know, it was Gallerus messing up those spawn traps. They weren't actually they were getting a player into the spawn, but they didn't have anybody to follow up on it in the middle of the map. But also, it was Luminosity putting a lot more numbers into preventing that spawn trap. They would normally have like 3 bodies ready to deal with it at any time. And so, to be fair to Gallerus, they couldn't do anything. But I do think that Gallerus will have watched that VOD from yesterday. Okay, this is why we got trounced on Arsenal Control, and this is how to fix it. I do believe that if they fix that coming into this one, we still might have a series on our hands.
Well, they need to fix it. That's the thing, Brody. They need to turn around. It needs to be different. They need to find something else in this series. Gallerus would have known coming into today. It was always a tall order, but I think they'd be very disappointed if they go out without a whimper, which is what they are threatening to do right now. Elevate have been on a different level, and Arsenal Control. Is it going to be the swing map, or is it going to be the end of Gallerus's tournament? Don't know which way you're leaning, but I'm feeling a little silly with a 3-2 Gallerus scoreline right now. Let's see if they can turn things around here on Arsenal Control.
Yeah. Galaris have already lost the search and destroy, so path back into the series, a reverse sweep is required, as you said. Let's see whether Galaris can get it done, though. Starting things off on the offense here, it looks to be a B hit. Utility thrown over the top by Elevate. That stun connects, and that's the information that Elevate needs to know where they're going. But there's actually plenty presence on site here, so I think they need something from Yoppie free vent.
I was about to say, I absolutely love this play from Funky. As soon as he sees that everybody's pushing over towards it, he knows a flank will be coming. He gets gunned out of his socks. Been ridiculous all weekend long if you're PJ. And now they start to get pressed back a little bit, purely because PJ finds that kill. He's going to find something else here as well. He's already ready and waiting. He sees a few more, gets a kill, dips out, gets another one, dips out, goes for the next one, doesn't find it. Lucasjin is there to find the snipe. And Elevate pushed them back almost immediately. Galaris just struggling so much to deal with these close quarter gunfights.
Alrighty, well, Elevate right now. 2-0 up against Galaris. They must be on top of the world, but let's hear what their comms are like in this game.
Legit. Ako backpoint, boss.
Yung window nyo, yung window, Susa.
Ano yan?
Akin, Kape. Dito tayo, Yaps, dito sa loob. Yung vent, na-flash ako, sabi mo. Flashing ako. Dito na. Dalawa, paresis pa, dalawa pa. What?
Tara, delay natin, boss.
Nice one, Glo! Sabay sa ba, Kape, oh,
Boss! Last HP, last HP.
Kape. Nice!
Cold Myers. Going cafe, dalawa. Wala time, di siya abot.
Nice!
Wala, boss.
Wala, boss! Uwian na, legit! Wala! Uwian na! Pabagal nyo!
Uy, wag mampas.
Tayo. Mental yan. Tayo.
Laying for Preda ka, boss.
Let's go A. Hold muna natin.
Well, that was listening there with Elevate. Hear what they were up to, and I don't know what they said because I don't speak Filipino, but it sounded pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, look, they are letting the opposition know realistically. They are bodying Galaris here. They force him back into their spawn and never really let them out. Perhaps Zero can find something here as the push over towards A is starting to come through. The gunfight's starting to go the way of Galaris when they need to. But Kendi is here, and that's always a problem, but Lucasjin can shut it down. It just feels like Galaris have not really arrived onto the series yet.
Hunter-killer drone deployed.
No, it was a dominant round from Elevate on the whole. Galaris struggling. Ultimately, though, that was an offense. Now Galaris on the defense. Let's see whether they can have a better fortune. So far, for the most part, so good. Nowhere near as indomitable. You are starting to get players through, and I think Elevate's response to that is to hang back a little bit. PJ's been so frustrating through the first round or so, continues to be so, finds that one kill in the middle map. Now the path is open for more players to make their way on towards A.
He'll be pushing forward. Galaris now, you need to find just a bit of a hold on the map. A is pretty much gone at this stage, so pushing themselves over towards the B side, no problem. It's really going to come down to whether or not Susano can find himself a kill and then push towards the site. The only positive now for Galaris is that Elevate, well, okay, they have complete control of the site and are wasting operators to a certain degree. Whereas Galaris have had time to set up over towards that B site.
Well, he is gone in the blink of an eye. Galaris now might well lose B just as quickly as well. Yoppie with the Sparrow, not going to find that much. Elevate still, though, numbers over here. Galaris don't have anything to say. They're relying on the spawn trap. They've got a player in behind enemy lines, but he's going to get shut down. And now for Elevate, they've got themselves on the point. First tick already through.
And all of a sudden, backs against the wall for Galaris once again. I say all of a sudden, it's been this wave all game long. Cole can find 3 out of nothing. Equalizers are there. And it's just allowing this time to take up. I get a quick translation from a friend online of what Elevate are saying to Galaris. They're saying it's time to go home. They are 2 up in this series. They are 2 up in this control. And they are cruising in this game. Galaris have had no answer whatsoever.
Just one round away, folks, from a rematch of the CDSI Grand Finals. And of course, it would be Elevate. Galaris holding on. But how much breath do they have left in them? Henry Cat going to bring out the Sparrow to kick this round off. They want to be fast, they want to be aggressive. Kenny with the strike rifle will find one, but for the most part, Galaris are finding these fights. Klo behind enemy lines, though, doing exactly what PJ was doing last round.
Staying alive, and keeping his team with some sort of map presence, where they really do need it. But right now, it feels like Elevate could fight their way out of anything. But a couple of kills is going to go Galaris' way, and they may well get a little bit of holdover towards B here. Have presence at A, as everybody dead momentarily from the side of Elevate. So for the first time, it feels like their backs are against the wall. Galaris now trying to hold this. 2 different angles they're attacking from. A now being locked down as well as B. You may well want to concentrate on over towards B. If you Kendi, though, the snap on the 1 to 2. Don't give him the 3rd, surely they shut him down. But there's the trade coming on through. Ridiculous from Kendi again.
If anyone can, the Kendi man can. A is gone though. Gallerus get the extra 60 seconds and they currently have a 4 life advantage over Elevate. So Gallerus still in the conversation here. They are far from out, but Elevate have got themselves positioned across the map. They've cut it perfectly. All angles being covered. And Gallerus have to make a choice sooner rather than later. They might well have 2 minutes, but that'll be gone before you know it.
But for Gallerus, they do have that time. They can take their time. It will go quickly. A minute and 40 seconds doesn't sound like a lot of time at all, but it's a lifetime in Call of Duty to try and set yourselves up.
Yeah, but the thing is with Elevate, right, I just don't think they're going to be the squad. I know we've said they're aggressive, right, they're going to make that mistake, that they're going to throw themselves at you. They're just going to sit and burn this time off the clock. First few shots in, little warning shots, stay the hell out of my area.
Susanna will fall. So that may well give Gallerus
Keep fighting.
the trigger to go. But PJ and Co starting to do really well. Chloe in the middle of the map has got a little bit of company. May well not need him. My goodness me. Chloe and Yobby combining so well, and now you look at where Gallerus are pushed back into their spawn. You need the players who have been able to push up through B to stay alive, and that's what they're doing. Lukashin will find one before he gets taken down. They wipe them out and push Gallerus further back. 1 minute and 40 seconds is now down to just a minute.
Yeah, and now you're starting to face the problem, right, with taking your time to make this happen for Gallerus, because you now don't have a lot of time to make this work. You don't have a lot of map control to make this work. Chloe's going to get taken out in the middle of the map, though. So Gallerus now starting to make this push happen. Susano is watching this. Isn't going to get the snipe just yet. It's going to allow those players through. Right into the line of sight of Chloe, who is there. Ball gets shut down, though. Gallerus now starting to put this push through from behind.
And now they have actually forced Elevate back just a little bit. But Susano is locking it down all on his own, but the flank's starting to come through. He's going to read it anyway. PJ is here to help out. Mihawk can find one. Mihawk can find a second. That's a big 2-piece from him. And now they can push forward. One player coming in on the flank with a little bit of control, but here comes the War Machine. That's shut down from Yongpi. And all of a sudden, Gallerus have a chance.
There we go. How much value can you get out of this War Machine if you're a Pabzera? Only one. Player scatters towards the middle of the map. Elevate down to the final set of lives, though. This should be Gallerus surviving, short of something sensational from Elevate. Last couple of kills, and it is done. Gallerus refused to die.
Mihawk letting his teammates know he's trying to get them gassed up for these rounds. It would take the Giga reverse sweep at this stage if you can manage to find it. You were 2-0 down in the series, 2-0 down in the control. We'll plant that seed in case it does happen. But that will be something. But there's the start. Gallerus get around on the board now, need to hold and find another one as well, but Elevator starting to put the pressure on, starting to swarm, and this is where they really do revel in the chaos. But Mihawk and Lukashin investing at this time, and they will start to find something. Padzera can find nothing, he falls, but Lukashin finds 2. Mihawk now has the Predator missile. They start to put the pressure on here, Brody.
Yeah, I was going to say, all of the utility that Gallerus have on side now, this is a brilliant start to the round. If they can be dominant here, if they can remove Elevate fully and spawn trap them before they even get a look, we will be looking at a round 5. But this investment now, Elevate are just going to wait for it to be burned down. Fokke finding one. Fokke for another one. Surely not number 3. Looks to wait for the wrong time, but his teammate has his back. Now the spawn trap for Gallerus.
The only difference is here is that PJ has been out this entire time, but he hasn't been able to help at all until now. Eases some of that pressure, but there's the claw, and there's the spawn trap, and there's 3 kills from Mihawk in the blink of an eye. It's so easy for him to find them in these moments. There's 5 in a row from Mihawk. Make it 6 as well. This is the round, surely, for Gallerus to tie things up.
Yeah, Mihawk going streaks off the back of that. Massive life differential now between these two teams. On the other side, though, Chloe putting the spawn trap together. You've got the best operator in the game to make this work. Chloe is tearing them all apart. Is it enough, though? Has it created space here for Elevate?
That just eases the pressure, but then they walk into Hen, who's locking this one down. Eventually, Elevate will get out of their spawn, and they will get a touch over towards A. That life differential was a lot worse than it was, but Susano, they just ran back into them. They need to take their time here, Gallerus. They're getting a little too excited, but looking at the lives, there's only 5 seconds on the clock. Gallerus want to try and keep them off this if they can. You've seen the pressure come in, but now they may well just take their time. I think they can probably give A up. That time is gone. They still have that life advantage, and that's what they want to make count.
Yeah, this win condition is now gone out of the round. Extra 60 seconds of the board now, and a 9 versus 14 is very winnable, especially with the utility that Elevate have on site. Predator missile comes down, doesn't actually connect on towards anything. Susano going to use that for information, though. It's good enough here. You know only Fokke's in the cut, and you overwhelm it.
They've got them completely cornered. Can they find the kills here? If you're Gallerus, you need to fight with your backs against the wall. Claw now trying to find another. They can do. Elevate have come away from the brink of defeat in this round, and all of a sudden they run towards B. They're finding all the kills. Yoppie's still going. Foki can answer back, but here come the upper airs from Elevate as well.
Yeah, Mihawk now going to bring his final streak in. Is it good enough? First stick already through. 6v7 live still in favor of Gallerus here. PJ though with the Annihilator cutting them down.
All of a sudden, Elevate have 5 lives remaining, Gallerus with the 6, but the time is on the side of the team who are in the point, and everybody from Gallerus starts to fall. They've knocked them down in every single instance in this game. It is a 3-0 sweep for Elevate, who will go to the grand final. Nothing to answer back with from Gallerus. Domination from the word go. Elevate never slowed down. Gallerus never got going.
It will be a rematch of the CDSI Grand Finals. Elevate will get another chance at another championship. The double after the season that they have had for not even being here in 2023. Back-to-back Arena Masters, Arena Finals, CDSI. A chance to conquer their own region, a chance to conquer the East, and now a chance to conquer the world.
Huge domination out of Elevate, wanting to make sure there was not a single question in there as to why not only they deserve to be in our grand finals, but a question as to whether or not Gallerus was going to be able to hang with their level of competition. Elevate came ready to play today.
Yeah, and I think realistically, we had this theory around Gallerus and how they could potentially get into this game. But I think when we seen that in map number 1, I was immediately worried, because I was thinking to myself as we were heading into that, I'm like, okay, if they were to lose it, then all right, fair enough. You know, you're going up against Elevate on Apocalypse. It was the manner in the defeat that immediately set alarm bells off in my mind. I was thinking, okay, well, that surely is going to dent their confidence. And you kind of seen it in the first rounds of the Search and Destroy. They sat back and were passive, which is what you do have to do on Tunisia. But maybe that beating map number 1 just made them think, oh, okay, this might be tough.
I mean, to be honest with you, I genuinely don't think it was that. Like, I think the Apocalypse hardpoint, I mean, obviously it hurts, right? To lose a hardpoint like that at this level, the start of a best of 5, that's always going to be frustrating. But you kind of, I mean, they would have known that was going to happen, but there's got to be a part of themselves that's like, we saw what they did to Wolves yesterday, it's Apocalypse hardpoint, if it goes this way, fine. I think where they lost that series, very clearly lost that series, was in the map number 2, it was the veto. Playing Tunisia against Search and Destroy against Elevate was a huge mistake. They play them on firing range, it is a different look. I think Gallerus get to the second half of the series, they get to that Hacienda hardpoint, they get to the Kurahana Search and Destroy. Hell, I mean, Tun might even been right. They might have won in game 5. Doesn't happen that often, but he could have been correct. Honestly, that map 2, I think Gallerus will walk away from, and they will be very frustrated that it went down like that.
I mean, that's why we were even talking about it leading into this series. Often it can be the veto process that can kind of set the tone before the series even starts. Either way, nothing can be taken away from the performance that Elevate just gave us in our second semifinals matchup of the day, now making themselves the second team in our grand finals, determining that, like you said, Brody, it'll be Q9 versus Elevate. Little bit of a rematch going on here for the World Championship. You don't want, of all the matches, you have to be here for this one. This is the one you do not want to miss.
Yeah, look, when I seen the bracket, I thought to myself that Elevate would make it through, and it was just a case of Q9 or X-Rock. But this is very much as advertised. We did think that Elevate would be able to get themselves here, but whether or not somebody can take them down or not, it was the question. But as advertised for Elevate, and we have a hell of a grand final set up.
Yeah, just very quickly here, going in that grand final, I am so excited to see whether Elevate can take the Search and Destroys again. That was the thing that made the difference at CDSI. Whether or not those Search and Destroys are going to be a victory for them again, that is going to be the difference maker.
All right, well, obviously, before we get into all of our grand final action, we still have a little bit more things to do on this side of things. One of them is talking to FDOT with our new winners.
We're hanging out here with Yoppie, and it's been a fantastic run so far for Elevate. We've seen you guys on the server, off the server, and I've heard the chatter. I mentioned it yesterday, all of the teams are looking at you guys as being the fastest team on the server. Talk to me a little bit about how that affects your gameplay, and if it helps or hurts.
Well, we're a 3-year roster team, so we've hard work for this, and we've experienced so many things in the past years that we're together, and now we're here in the top 2 World Championship.
Well, a lot of it, like, it sounds like it's all about kind of believing in yourself and standing tall. So you came in really hot for this one. And then Gallery started making noise at the end. Were you scared? Was that a moment where you're like, oh no, it could fall apart? Or did you know it was just on the way to the finals?
No, honestly, we're not scared of any of them all, but you know, we're experienced that we had in the past tournaments like CDSI. We handled the pressure really well, so we all know this.
Well, you went from princes to kings at CDSI. What's the next step for you?
You know, I've seen this. Q9 again in finals, you know it.
There it is. I don't think I need to say anything else from that one. We got Beef Mommy hanging out by the bracket. Thanks for hanging.
I'm on the wall right now with Pab Zera. My dude, you guys tried so hard, but when it comes to it, what happened in that gameplay? And when it comes to that control game, you guys almost turned things around, but what happened there when it comes to the comms?
Papzera, o jogo foi incrível, a gente viu que vocês tentaram de tudo, mas a gente queria saber o que foi que aconteceu nessa partida.
Cara, a gente sabia que no Apocalipse a gente poderia ter entrado no Snowball da Elevate. A gente queria fazer a mesma coisa contra eles, ganhar a primeira rotação P2 e tal, então a gente acabou que tomamos esse Snowball, eles puxaram o operador primeiro, então não tinha muito o que fazer no primeiro mapa, era um conforto deles, um conforto nosso também. Nós se deu algumas situações, eles conseguiram converter, poderia ter ganhado um clutch também, que seria bom para o nosso momento. E contra o Arsenal também agora, eu acredito que a gente poderia ter ganho. E é isso, eles foram melhor, foram superiores e mereceram estar na final.
Okay, we tried to win the first match at Apocalypse, and since we didn't get it, we tried for the second, but almost everything did wrong in them. But we're gonna try and train harder and harder to do best next time that we play.
You set it up perfectly for me. Thank you so much, Pabzera. Of course, 2025 is going to look very good for you guys, but one last question. Can he expound as to how they're going to do 2025 differently, knowing very well that it has been an Eastern dominance this year? How is Galleries going to make things different next year?
Como que a Galleries vai conseguir se preparar para fazer diferente em 2025?
Cara, acredito que a gente vai manter a mesma line-up, a gente vai procurar se adaptar melhor para o estilo de jogo deles. É o que a gente mais está tendo dificuldade, é ter tipo, dificuldade de enfrentar o jogo do Oriente. É um estilo de jogo muito rápido, a gente tem que se adaptar a isso. E é isso, vamos tentar mudar nosso estilo de jogo para counterar eles em 2025.
We're gonna keep the same lineup, we're gonna study them really hard, and that's it, we're gonna win next time.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Pabzera. Good luck again next year, my dude. All right, here we go. When it comes to the matchup, of course, it is very difficult to see another team go, but of course, that is your best Western team here in the tournament. But of course, we need to see it happen. Yopi, come up here on the wall as we're finally gonna be crossing off one more team. And hearts all around. We love to see it. Thank you so much. And of course, people back at home, viewership, the world, you wouldn't want to miss this. Elevate versus Q9, the rematch, gonna be up next.
Hey, we're Elevate, we're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the COD-M World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, cause we're baring our teeth. And there ain't no in-between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake and we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down through the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even king in the crown is lost soul, walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise Everything we ever did, all the things that we ever had. Everybody wanna be the same. Everybody wanna be desired. One thing we can't forget. Can't see through part of that. When you got a heart of a fighter, yes, fight up even harder and higher. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up. I keep running, I keep running. They try to keep us undercover, but here we are about to rise up. Rise up! Yeah! They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up! Yeah! Yeah! Rise up!
Are you Cargo? It's amazing to meet you.
Thus began the adventure of Cargo.
Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We have a whole bunch of friends performing and competing this weekend. But you guys have seen him if you've been here this weekend. I also have a friend, Cargo. DHL is a big part of what we do up here. Helps us put on a show and bring everything to you guys. So, Cargo, why don't you come on through, show everybody what's going on, and while y'all make some noise for Cargo, he might have some presents. Bow, 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 more noise, bro. All right, little better, little better. Oh, that was a high five. So Cargo and DHL help us deliver all of the good stuff to you guys at home. But if you're joining us here live in the audience, we're delivering good stuff to you for real. Cargo's got some friends next to him with a box of goodies, and I can't take them all home. So who wants one of the goodies? So here's how we're gonna do it. Real strategic like. Whoever's loudest gets the stuff. Go! Keep it going. Give me more, man. Give me more. Give me more. All right, we got a winner. Hey, my man, what's your name? Where you coming from?
David.
Where you coming from?
Atlanta.
There it is, hometown hero David. And DHL, what do we got in here? It's not a car, I promise. It's a custom backpack. It's not just a backpack. We have a ton of stuff in here. We got stickers, we got hats, we got all sorts of stuff. Thank you so much for David for being our hometown hero. Shout out my big man Cargo, making it happen. Shout out our logistics partner DHL. And of course, shout out you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. The tournament continues. Peace.
Thank you very much, FDOT and Cargo, for hyping us up before our grand finals. Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are moments away from getting into the last step in our year-long competition. You've got Glitter Explosion up here, you've got Proper, and you've got Chip, but we've got a special guest, Hippo, joining us here on the desk. Coach, for, I can't even count how many teams at this point, but for Tribe, welcome. Thank you for hanging out with us.
Well, thank you guys for having me. I'm so excited to be up here and talk with so many different things with you guys right now.
All right, we're gonna start talking all things Call of Duty Mobile here in just a little bit. We'll also talk about the grand finals. But before we do that, we have a little bit of a special surprise in store for all of you here hanging out with us. I mean, we can't do an event as big as our World Championship and, of course, not have an equally big announcement. So I think everybody both here and at home is going to be very excited for this one, because before we jump into our finals competition, we have a new Call of Duty mobile map to announce. November 6th is right around the corner, so that should be very exciting for everybody at home. Hopefully you're as stoked about this news as we are, because it's to celebrate the game's 5th anniversary. Call of Duty Mobile is adding that brand new map to level up your Battle Royale experience. It's gonna be called Cry, all right? And this is really cool, and I'm glad you're here for this specific moment, Himbo, because I wanna pick your brain on this one. First of all, 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile. You're obviously an expert in the game. How cool is that? Just talk to me about that.
It's incredible when you get to see a game, especially a mobile game like this, being at the top of the top for 5 years straight. It's incredibly exciting. We have an incredible esports. We have an incredible game as a whole. And it's just so exciting to see what's more to come, including, of course, Cry.
Now, let's talk about this map a little bit, okay? Because it's smaller than Blackout, but larger than Alcatraz. Lots of compact POIs. We've got some seriously tall buildings. Like, depending on where you are going to, it's going to be the most urbanized map for Call of Duty Mobile. Large, complex buildings. We have a different play style, if you will. So talk to me about what this new map is going to do for the game.
I think what's really interesting to talk about here is the fact that the Battle Royale players and the multiplayer players kind of have their own preferences in terms of how they like the game style and also just overall map style. The Battle Royale players tend to prefer larger scaled maps and do long range battles and at the same time be able to be a bit more campy and do a lot of these things where, or in Alcatraz if they really want to do that respawn mode and where they can have a bit more close range fights. But sometimes I find that these players might feel a little uncomfortable with that. Meanwhile, the multiplayer players don't exactly feel the same exact experience perhaps that they do in Alcatraz compared to multiplayer because the intensity is just a little different. So being able to kind of marry both worlds together with Cry where you have these complex large structures so that you can still have these long range and intricate gunfights and like these nasty angles that you might want to find in a Battle Royale type of map, but at the same time, since they're so compact and so small at the same time and also having these little urban areas that people can go around and these little headies and everything makes it so that these people who want to have a multiplayer experience can actually have something reasonably close to that too. I think it's just going to be a great unification of both worlds.
Now, one of the things that we got to see in that little trailer there for this is the fact that we've got not only a variety of POIs, but a lot of them, Tranquility Parish, Safari Land, Animal Play Park, Principia Sanatorium, Thistledown Village Industrial Park, they're all inspired by Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. So how cool is it not only to have those areas inspired by, but then you also have Night Station, which is original to COD M and Cry.
COD Mobile has always been a game that has been a marriage of all the best aspects of Call of Duty. That is what makes it amazing. That is what makes it so that everybody can find something that they love in the game. But then now having a unique POI at the same time makes it so that we have a sense of identity. It's not just a marriage of all the CODs. We have our own sense of what we want to do and what we want to have and how we can push forward the game in of itself. And so I'm just incredibly excited to see how all the players explore all these POIs and at the same time they run down the memory lane, a bit of nostalgia, but then they see the new POIs and they're like, oh, what's this? And being able to just have fun and explore the nuances and perhaps, I don't know, maybe this can develop to be even more competitive. Maybe we can see a VR esports.
I was going to ask you about that because obviously you mentioned the most urbanized map in COD M, but those high buildings are going to give you different vantage points. It's been designed to limit the amount of open area in this map to kind of force those engagements. It's less time running from spot to spot, but then also there are opportunities for players to camp, go for those ambushes, kind of lie in wait if they need to. Is that what you're hoping to see out of it?
Oh, 100%. I think that the strategic gameplay that can come in here is going to be very unique. It's going to be very different from any other BR map. I know that BR has been yearning so much now, the community there, to actually have some kind of esports structure. And if there's a map that's going to help propel, making that actually come true, then I think that this map might be it. But otherwise, even if not, I think at the very least, the players are going to have a completely unique experience that they've never been able to have before.
All right, well, we're just moments away from getting into our grand finals, so before we let you go, I gotta ask you your thoughts. We've got Q9 and we have Elevate going up for the title of best in the world. I wanna know, from a professional analyst brain side of things, how you see this match playing out.
This is an incredibly exciting match because we actually saw a match like this just go down at CDSI just about a week ago. And just being able to see the crazy matchup happen once again, will Elevate make that run back and actually win again, or will Q9 actually get the revenge that they are due? It's going to be incredibly exciting to see Emperor Oling go against the two superstars of the East, being PJ and Yopi. But let's not forget about the rest of their players as well. What's really exciting to note is that the play styles of the two teams are very different. We see that Elevate is just, well, as people would put it, W keying pretty much into the point every single time, and just winning the gunfights, just brute forcing their way into the hill, regardless of operator or not, who cares? But then Q9 just showing the fact that they have such good control and such good discipline as a whole, and they have incredible understanding of how to play every single map. It's just going to be really exciting to see how the hard point breaks down. I think it's going to be an incredible turning point, this particular game mode. Now the SND. This is where Q9, obviously, we think, will dominate. However, at the same time, let's not cut Elevate short. They just mopped up Glories and did an incredible job on that Tunisia. Despite the fact that it's a defense-oriented map, they still managed to go through and plow through and show that, hey, we got this on offense. It doesn't matter. And I think that they're going to potentially give Q9 a run for their money. And I think, finally, the controls is going to be really interesting to see. At the end of the day, whoever wins, The East will celebrate. But regardless, I'm incredibly excited. I think if I had to pick a winner, it's going to be Elevate.
Ooh, all right, you heard it.
Spicy.
Love that. Well, Hippo, thank you so much for your official audition, for becoming one of our permanent analysts here on the desk. You did a fantastic job hanging out with us. It was so nice to get to chat with you, as it always is. We're going to start getting ready for grand finals. Before we do that, though, I do have Beef Mommy standing by with Noisy Butters for an interview.
Dang, really spicy takes on the desk. But of course, what is spicier? I got Noisy Butters right here. How are you doing? We are at DreamHack.
Oh my gosh, we're here at DreamHack Atlanta watching COD Mobile competitive. I am having the time of my life.
I mean, you've been watching mainline COD for the past few years. How is that compared to Call of Duty Mobile?
I gotta tell you, the players seem to be very respectful in a way in COD Mobile. I'm so used to a lot of trash talk. It's nice to kind of sit back and relax a little bit, but I think there could be more rivalry.
I mean, you can see the hearts all over here. Like, they're very nice people. I mean,
I love the hearts. Whoever's putting the hearts, I'm cheering for you. It's Q9, right?
yeah, they started the heart thing since last year. So they did that last year too when another Chinese team actually exited. So that's pretty cute. Again, more on the wall. Like, what do you think about the matchup at the very end?
What can I say? I'm so excited about it. I don't know much too much of the teams, but I'm here to learn. I'm here to watch some good COD Mobile.
We're all here to learn, and when it comes to learning, of course, this is your first time watching Call of Duty Mobile. What do you think? Like, you said a lot about COD Mobile a while ago when we were talking, right? It looks colorful, it looks really fun.
I love the ability to use blueprints. Like, there was a purifier that usually has the fire, but it was water instead, and I live for that. Can we get that in mainline COD? That'd be so.
That would be very sick. I mean, can we please have that in the mainline COD? I actually heard from a lot of pro players from COD wanting to play COD Mobile because you have maps from past CODs. What do you think about that? You got Modern Warfare 3 maps, you have Black Ops maps. What do you think about that in general?
We got Hacienda, baby. That's one of my favorite Call of Duty maps of all time. I'm there. I'm having a good time watching.
Speaking of Hacienda, that is the map here that has been doing so well in Hardpoint. Points are close, like 249 and 250. Are you excited, or do you want to see that in the grand finals? Because it's a best of 7.
If I can see more Hacienda, because I saw that Hardpoint with LG and with the 249 and the comeback. So I'm hoping to see more of that.
Let's see if we're going to see more of that. Thank you so much, Butters. You have been amazing here on the wall. But, of course, we've already set it up perfect for you. We got Q9 and Elevate coming up next. You wouldn't want to miss this big matchup. This is Call of Duty Mobile World Championship at DreamHack Atlanta.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, 'cause we're baring our teeth. And there ain't no in-between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. A storm, yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake you, we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. The
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is lost.
Caverna. Tudo caverna.
3.
Chegando. Mais um pilar agora. Morto, mais um chegando. Mais um antigo ainda. Vai ser Valeu, Mano, bora fazer.
É o que a gente falou.
Nice one, galing mo lang. Nice one. -2. Nice! Labi! Nice! Ang bobo! One more! One more. Labi, ito pumasok, Labi. Flashing ako dyan, Pabili kayo, Kloyan! Dasit na, patay. Last one trap ako, ha? May 20 isa. Tara. Last copy. Dead. Last 3. Labi lang. Labi. Wala!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We are moments away from getting into the grand finals, from determining a team that will be crowned the best in the region, that will hoist that trophy above their heads. And it's going to be a fantastic way to close out a very exciting weekend of Call of Duty Mobile action. Before we get into it, let's recap what we've seen so far here today, because we saw an insanely close semifinals 1 and then a dominating performance out of Elevate for semifinals 2. So if you guys are just joining us here, we'll give you a little bit of a recap. Let's start off with that first one. The back and forth was wild.
Instant classic. I mean, by far the best series so far this weekend. Yeah. It's been a series that we've seen both teams obviously square up against in a number of different ways throughout the entirety of the year. And those also provided some of the most legendary series that we've had in COD Mobile globally. So makes sense that the semifinal started off with a banger. Q9 does get the last 2 edges, though, over X-Rock, taking down #1 seed out of China.
I mean, we started off effectively with a grand finals matchup. It started the first semifinal. It Shift is not a liar. He said we were going to get a banger. We absolutely got delivered with a banger. Back and forth. That's not true. But still, nonetheless, I think that for X-Rock, got to feel pretty good about your tournament. Obviously, you want to be able to make it to be #1. Again, the run back for Elevate would have been sick, but Q9, as you say, get the last edges.
I mean, top 4 is not too shabby. Obviously, the ultimate goal is to be the last team standing. However, we had 2 more fighting for that second spot. It was Gallerus, it was Elevate, and Elevate just was not taking any prisoners. Okay, they were like, we're in, we're out, let's go.
Yeah, it was. I want to say that it was a non-benefactor for Gallerus to even spawn into that first map. I mean, 40 points is crazy. 250 to 40 on an Apocalypse hardpoint. It ended on the second P2, which is so rare. You rarely even see that. 7-4 in the Tunisia, and I will say this much: Gallerus did do a great job at almost fighting back in that control, being able to take that round. But from early get-go and that Apocalypse hardpoint, you could just clearly see who the better team was.
It's so difficult to pick and ban versus Elevate squad because if you ban the Apocalypse, then you have to play them on Summit. It's just so weird to see a team do so well on such a wide open big map and then be able to still follow up and run you down on one of the smallest maps we've ever had in the hardpoint map pool. So this Elevate team looks like it's got every single base covered, which is dangerous for anyone who goes up against them, as learned by Gallerus.
Now, when we're looking at the semifinals, is that what you were expecting, even just regional representation-wise, Gallerus being the only squad that was really able to survive until top 4 for the West?
Well, both of us look like bumbling fools because we absolutely did have X-Rock beating Q9 in our first semifinal, so that's obviously not happening. But I think at the end of the day, yes, I did have Elevate making it all the way to the grand finals. Like Hippo was just talking about, they just won CDSI not even a week ago.
Yeah, I need a little bit of copium from my Western region. Gallerus, they showed up for Latin America, but no one showed up today for North America.
Oh, no.
So I gotta get this going to hopefully inspire some future confidence for my North American counterparts, because wow, they were terrible this weekend. So I got to do something. We sounded like fools. Now I wanted to look like one. So
you didn't need the hat for it.
I
know.
You couldn't find a reason to pull that out.
I needed to find a reason. Betty would have killed me if I didn't.
Well, I'm just gonna, now you're gonna have to leave that on.
Not for the whole time, but for the rest of the segment, we can make that happen.
At least for the next 7 maps.
Yes. No. No, not that.
That's a good point, though, for everybody home if you're just joining us and you forgot. We haven't gone over the format recently. We are in the grand finals now, which means we've been watching best of 5s in our semifinals. It was best of 3s in our Swiss, but in the grand finals, it is a best of 7. Even more opportunities for our teams to have a little bit of back and forth. So it's gonna go on just that much longer, which makes it even more exciting. But I think we've kept you waiting long enough. It is time for the grand finals. And of course, we cannot do that without our top 2 teams in the world. It's time to bring out Q9 and Elevate.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
我觉得我们队伍里的每个人都非常强，然后我们这个团队也是比较注重团队协作的，就是我们队伍里的每一个人都可以在关键的时候站出来去改变这个场上的局势，这是我觉得非常好的一个地方。我觉得我们今天在逆风的状态下，表现得非常的冷静，但是我觉得我们的对于对手的了解啊，以及场上的一个随机应变的能力还需要增强。我觉得 Elevate 是这一次 CODM 世界锦标赛的冠军的有力争夺者之一，所以打他们的话，就是我觉得我们能做就是不能失误，因为我们已经了解他们怎么打了，就是不能失误，然后打出我们最好的就可以。
Our team strength is a no-brainer. It's always going to be response, and what we're working on is our search and destroy. We're always going past our limit. We're always going to exceed everyone's expectation. Everyone's always doing their parts. We win and lose as a team, so I think that's our strength also. Q9, I wonder when the day will come when you can finally defeat us. It's not today.
那么我们现在已经是来到了《使命召唤》手游世界锦标赛的第3天，然后我想跟你们说的就是，今年我们一定会比去年做得更好，冠军在等着我们，就这样。
Your first team, hailing from China, represented by 5 strong players. First up, Curly. Mount C. DJ. The Emperor and Son. Your second finalist, hailing from the Philippines, it's Candy. Susano. your finalists, Qingzhou Club and Team Elevate!
Our teams are on the stage and getting themselves ready to dive into this final portion of our competition. Best of 7 grand finals, $400,000 first place prize, the title, the trophy on the line. This is very exciting.
I gotta say, the pop of the crowd kind of got me further into the mood. I was super prepared for this grand final, but hearing that little pop for Elevate, I want that for every single kill. It is a big match feel.
Well, let's start talking about it, okay? It's time for the analysis portion, the part that you guys are best at. Let's start talking about these squads. Q9 first. Tell me about why they could potentially bring in this one home.
Yeah, high praise coming from the color commentator nomination for Esports Forwards of the Year, so I like that in terms of our analysis coming out. But Q9, unbelievably solid against X-Rock. Without question, all the improvements that they needed to make. And I think that's the most important thing about this Q9 team. They've done that time and time again, inside their region first and foremost, and then being able to turn up and find a way to try to improve versus Elevate team that has beat them not once, but twice already in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, but listen, like Q9, there's no surprise here. I feel like everybody probably had in their minds that this was going to be the rematch we were going to be getting for the grand finals here. They've done everything possible to clean up every single dirty corner of their game, mostly looking at the respawns. We know what we're going to get out of Search and Destroy from these guys, but the respawns is what they immediately need to focus on walking away from CDSI.
And I think the other part about this for Q9 is, you know, trying to find the right route to hit this Elevate team. I don't mean that in like individually, how do they move around the map, but what maps are they going to put on the table? Best of 7. This is going to lean, you would think, more towards Q9's favor because there's going to be 3 Search and Destroys in the picture. So, can you target away one of Elevate's best maps for hardpoint? Can you find a way to get them into uncomfortable positions on the control? That's how Q9 comes through and wins this if they find a way to top the championship.
It's known information. Everybody knows that Elevate likes to run at you. Even Hippo was saying it not too long ago. With these guys earlier, what we got to see from their Hacienda and Apocalypse versus X-Rock, they are more than prepared to set themselves up for those big match moments. Uling in particular with that War Machine through the respawns could be something you can lean on if you are Q9.
And if you guys are live with us here, hanging out, watching on the stage, you'll be able to see all of these stats being live tracked above our players' heads on the screens behind them as well, if you're trying to keep up with any of your favorites. So this is a really cool way to see just how dominant each individual player is. But here you can't even say anyone's dominant. They have done a good job of everyone bringing whatever they can to the table.
Yeah, I think the thing about it is you've got moments where you look to one player or another depending on what map mode we're playing on. Obviously the Search and Destroy, Sun has been dominant, but on the other part, you've got Mauchi, you've gotten all of these guys really stepping up in a major way when they need to in the respawn.
Well, you mentioned the fan support for Elevate getting you hyped. Let's start talking about Elevate. We see those signs in the crowd, hyping them up. The support's been loud for 3 days straight for them.
How can you not support and praise these individuals, right? Last time we were at Worlds, Garena wasn't even on the map, and now we got Elevate winning CDSI through the lower bracket at that time. Dominant throughout the entirety of this weekend. So far, the clear-cut favorites. I mean, I thought that Galores was going to give them a certain run for their money in the respawn because they are heavy slayers. No, Elevate are just that much better in every single respawn game mode that we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they've only lost 1 respawn map on the weekend. It was a control yesterday. You had to go back to CDSI to figure out the last time they lost a respawn. They've only lost 3 in total over the course of the last month and change. It's really, really good. I think most impressively, we keep hearing it from the Elevate interviews, we have to be better at Search and Destroy. We have to be better at Search and Destroy. And boy, did they ever prove it on this Tunisia versus Galorus, getting deep on their offense into the site, scaling to points where Galorus were never able to hit retakes. That's an important note because they're going to need to try to find to do the same way against Q9. Stop the retakes before they can really get set up to actually execute on the sites.
They're just so formidable when it comes down to their resource management as well, and so are Q9 to be fair, but it's just the pressure that gets layered on from Kendi, from so many different players that are represented here of Elevate, that is just so oppressive that sometimes you just have no answers.
We've got love for both of the squads right now. Q9 flag plus that Elevate jersey, as we'll get an opportunity to pull up some stats for Elevate as well. PJ is just stellar.
Yeah, he's been unbelievable. I mean, Kendi was your CDSI MVP. There's definitely been moments in the Search and Destroy where he has shown more signs of that, but absolutely right. I mean, between Yopi and PJ both, they have been unbelievable as a dynamic SMG duo. They are very, very tough to stop. They're also the leading vanguard towards these aggressive pushes that you continually see for scrap time, on rotation, as they break hills. It's just they're everywhere all the time, it feels like.
You talk a lot about those improvements when it comes down to the Search and Destroy. Susano has been that guy with the sniper rifle in hand, and the reason being to set up Yopi and PJ for these big time plays.
It's all about that teamwork, figuring out each individual's strengths and their weaknesses and really playing into them when they matter, like you guys were saying, who's best on which mode, etc., as we're seeing our teams getting themselves hyped up, ready to go for our grand finals. Let's take a look back at the history between these two teams, though, because these past battles, there's a recent and now enduring history between these two squads.
Yeah, but in particular, you look at Q9 and kind of their storied success not being capped off with the W. In their own region for China Masters, both in the Season 8 Stage 1 and Season 8 Stage 2, they fell short to X-Rock. That would happen again when it mattered most at the actual Chinese Masters Championship. They would eventually get their revenge at CDSI. That squared them up against Elevate, but again, they were not able to finish off the tournament. So this is their 5th grand final at a major event this year, trying to right the wrongs that they faced earlier throughout the year.
Yeah, came in as the #1 Chinese team, representing everybody last year.
Good
Wolves
point,
beat
too,
them, ended up coming through here. #2, they beat #1, cementing that they are better than X-Rock at this point in time. But the answer still has to be asked, can you finish the dang story for Q9? You've made it to so many grand finals. This has to be the moment. They were in tip-top shape in all 5 maps, maybe barring the opening of Apocalypse map #4 versus X-Rock, but the time is now. You have to respond to what happened at CDSI not too long ago.
Absolutely. We've mentioned that quite a few times. There's probably a chip on their shoulder, a little bit of something to prove here as we're heading into our grand finals, and we get to see a look at some of these mode stats for these squads. Do you think this is an accurate picture to be painting here, Ships?
Absolutely. Respawn dominance for Elevate, Search and Destroy dominance for Q9. That's been the biggest point. And I think the other side of this is when you deal with two teams that have preferred game modes, we always look at what map 3 often is. But it's not just map 3. It's map 3 and map 6. Control. Right. Both these two teams have been right down the line even in terms of how they've played the mode so far this weekend.
This is going to be a game of Control. The hard points, more than likely to Elevate. The Search and Destroys, more than likely to Q9. That is typically how the history is drawn between these two teams. But this will 100% come down to the controls. To Shift's point, having both those controls very much so in play. Q9 need to respond to either one, if not potentially both, if this does end up going the distance.
I cannot wait to see if they've got any sort of secrets up their sleeve. You get a chance to take another look at this trophy. And I know I keep talking about the trophy, but don't forget about the rings. This is the first time we've got them out there lined up, ready to go. Those rings are epic every single year, and they are weighty, okay?
Weighty.
They really are. They are as cool as the trophy itself as we get those map picks through here. Best of 7, lots of choices had to be made.
Yeah, and I think the thing here for Q9 is you have to decide, do you want to play him on Summit, do you want to play him on Apocalypse? You can only ban one. So they get rid of the Apocalypse, makes sense, especially after the last result they had versus X-Rock. So it will be Elevate selecting the Summit first. Not the worst news for Q9. They've played it a bunch. We then have some repeat modes from when they played last time. Firing range was 12-10 overtime in favor of Elevate. That was the final map at CDSI. Raid was also played once before with them, and then you've got the Hacienda, which is a run back, the Express, which is a bold choice, and then of course the finish of the Arsenal and the Kurohana. This is about as picture perfect of a map series set as you could have asked for the teams doing their homework.
You could have drawn up a best of 7 that is basically a force of what have you learned in between CDSI and this very moment of time. To your point, Alan, there are so many reprised maps, and there's only been so little time to be able to learn, to be able to go back to study that VOD. I'm sure that Q9 have been preparing for this exact matchup, but it's just a few speed bumps that got them in their way to get to this point in time. Now it's this point in time where you do have to take all of the pencil pushing that you found for yourself, all the books you read, the VOD you reviewed. The time is now.
All right, well, everyone at home, let us know how you're feeling about this matchup. Do you think it's going to be Q9 that will be crowned the champion, or will it be Elevate? I can't wait to see how this plays out. I will let the two of you talk about that as we dive into the match, because it is about ready to get underway. So ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship are about to kick off.
Oh, we've got an active crowd. Let's go. I'm amped up. I think the thing about this best of 7, just to kind of talk to the dynamic that involves a best of 7, Elevate are going to have an advantage early in this season because they get the first opening map selection. That also means they get their first control selection. So it is crucial for Q9 to keep things tight and hopefully extend this series later down the road where you see your arsenal and a very square footing on the Kurahana.
I think it puts an exclamation mark on how important these first 3 maps are then, especially for Q9. Walk away with one of these would be great. Summit is actually going to be the first venue, of course. We have not seen these two teams fight it out here, but expect for your usual suspects to pop off when it matters most.
It's been a routine playground for Q9 inside their region as well as at CDSI, and at the moment, they are off to the races on P1. Early time from Elevate, already counteracted. Sun having a little bit of a tough time locking down the shots to find the continual kills, but his help is around the backside, and that's good. Q9 already doing a nice job around P1, trying to get some high ground control now as they look towards P2.
And it's the proactivity from Q9 that makes it very respected when it comes down to respawns from their region. Getting all the kills, but then pushing a little bit further forward does open up the back P3 spawn ever so slightly with 5 seconds remaining inside of P1. Q9 would have loved to hold on to the rest of the high ground, but good trades coming through from Elevate off the spawn point.
Yeah, looking really decent. Uling will have the final word on P1. Rotating on over. Chen, he's already got a KRM at the ready. Pred missile called in. That's extra space for Q9 to work with his elevator, trying to move this from the right side of the map. Trying to get a little bit of a pinch now as the split spawn situation allows a natural pinch to start to occur, and with that Quo, able to find himself too and push Q9 out of the hard point.
How long can you hold? You know, you mostly just want to get as much time as possible, but get, most importantly, those spawns, and we'll Elevate, will just start sprinting into them. Better side of the map now being held by Q9. Claw will start to be popped immediately for Q9, and a War Machine soon to follow as well.
Yeah, really solid start here. Uling, of course, leading the charge for Q9, the first operator to pop. Jen down low, KRM hidden like a menace from mid-range. That's enough for Q9 to hold into the hard point, but they are a bit awry, trying to make their move over to the left side of the map where our new hard point will open up. Elevate starting to fight back, but they get pitched up as Uling once again doubles down, and now you've got Q9 on the favored side going to 3.
Talk about the consistency of the Emperor Uling on this very fine day. He was a problem for X-Rock in the respawns, and it's nice to see the continuation here, especially if you are a fan of Q9. 51-29. You're already cutting past mid-maps, but spawns have occurred.
Indeed the case, and the extra kills for Yopi. Elevate know that they need to push through this, so they're going to commit the Claw to watch the flank and actually turn back around as the snow pathway is still being held by Q9. Susanoo in a little bit of trouble, able to find one more before dropping, but Q9 have stabilized and won back the spawns. They will win rotation and jump into the hard point.
Starting to set themselves a little bit on a further flank, but Q9, I mean, they can just focus on the front, keep this as scrappy as possible. Already have a couple operators just to make sure that they can maintain this time.
Great space being opened up as Jet through mid has the Purifier. That range will eventually see him shut down. Sun takes his attention to the background, but that's Elevate now with the break. Nice little surround and wrap around the hill. Allows them to flip the spawns and the hard point simultaneously, and Clo will make sure that there is definition around this last 20. Equalizers out and active. PJ holding the opposite corner. Here comes the hit for Q9. Broken ankles, doesn't matter. Elevate find all 4 kills and they'll get the scrap.
I still find that to be an absolute win though for Q9. I mean, you got the majority of time there on P3 and you got the equalizer out, but with those final few kills, by giving up a lot more lives to try to break inside the scrap time, but P3, you actually given up a lot of spawns and a lot of space at new.
Yeah, Susanoo already doing the job, found one. Trying to get in to try to flip these spawns back where Q9 will be on the left-hand side of the map. So far, so good though. Q9 still holding it desperately. Down to how does Elevate push back through, open up this space. PJ's trying to do that with the, not Purifier yet, but he had it ready. Instead, it's just going to be Elevate just trying to do this the hard way, and it's not working out fully until finally you got Susanoo and Yopi to clean things out, and now the Purifier with Kendi's War Machine can take focus to the front.
Just keep everybody at bay, kind of herd them into these very narrow choke point that exits out of P1, and Kendi is just finding random nonsense kills, just yeeting these grenades into the distance, all calculated, of course. The majority of time coming through for Elevate here on P4. They did a magnificent job on the transition. Looking pretty good for the scrap time as well.
That's a lot of operators gone though for Elevate. Q9 trying to get a late flip, and they will secure a break. This is good in terms of how Q9 can hold off from this map getting a little bit out of control. Same can be said about how Elevate did this on P3. So again, very 50-50 battle to this point. Elevate going to commit their last hit to jump on in, because why not? But Q9 right there to meet them. Last one left is Chen, and Elevate are really avoiding him nicely, but not enough numbers to actually secure the break. We've got a tie game going into the next set.
Crucial moment on this transition going into one. Uling does have a War Machine at the ready. Probably going to see a couple kills come through and might use it just to try to keep Elevate trapped on whatever side of the map Q9 see fit. Jen's going to start the slow flank coming through with the KRM. He's going to get caught. Does do well to at least find one. Had a good look at the second. It's just space provider for Q9 to move forward.
Sun able to drop in a Pred missile to help support Uling in this War Machine active. He's got a lot to learn, though, in terms of where this Elevate team is trying to break from. And, well, it's Curly who actually beats him to the punch. Claw able to find 2 from the front doors. Not going to find the third, and that's right as Uling loses his War Machine. Maybe an opportunity here for Elevate to break this hill wide open. A couple of kills come through, allowing at least some sort of contest, but Q9 still just too many members to deal with. Kendi trying to do what he can. Tallies up 1 off the low health pool, but still it's Q9 and mostly Uling who are locking things up until Susano finds the opportunity to pop the claw, take a couple, and Elevate quickly bounce right back in for the scrap.
Gotta be careful with how far forward you push here. If you are Elevate giving up the opposite side of the map, their spawn will occur, but it's a massive spree to come through from Susano. The rest of Elevate's trying to follow suit. Trying to at least maintain presence, but they're a little bit too late to read where the spawns are starting to come from, but still, winning the gunfights when it matters most. Big 2 for Peach.
Opportunity here, though, for Q9. They've got a couple operators at the ready. And with that, a couple of eliminations to get this hard point started off on the right foot. Clo on the catwalk, trying to make his way in, but net by Sun Sparrow, who's really getting to work with it now. Good read on where Elevator are coming from. Loses the last charge of it, now has to go back to the Fennec, and that works out nicely. Mauchi off the flank. He's got the equalizers out to make sure nobody from Elevate can set up a sort of a pitch, and that's enough for Q9 to reclaim the lead.
We do have one flank that's currently being put together. It's PJ up to 27 eliminations, going to try to stun his way forward. He has assistance from his teammates from the middle of the building, but it's a north to south spawn that is currently occurring all the way across the map. Finally will subside. Elevator on the better side of the map, but Scrap Time still left to fight for here too.
Susano will jump in to contest. Lots of damage, able to find a kill, and his teammate will make sure that he stays alive. So really good help from Elevate, flipping the map, and also getting a little bit of contest going here in the last 15 seconds or so. Q9 have to fight through Old, and they fight through it very nicely. Now the play over towards the right side of the map. Elevate still not getting the spawns on the left side because P2 is still active. As that lock starts to come out, now the spawns will move, and wouldn't you know it, Q9 spawns behind. So the early effort for Elevate immediately counteracted, and Q9 are flooding their way forward.
Yeah, Elevate very quickly, just cutting through the middle of the map, trying to get into these gunfights before they actually end up happening over inside of the car itself, just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance on the opposite side for Elevate to help them get a little bit further forward. Breaking enemy lines has been Susano, and a War Machine gets popped by Kendi. They're looking to hold.
Sun had an off spawn, and he thought maybe he was going to hit a bit of a pinch, but does not get the read on the Elevate setup, and all of a sudden, it's the Filipinos who find themselves tucked into corners on the hard point. Kendi running out of the War Machine. Purifier behind this, but it runs out at the same time, so Q9 find 3 straight eliminations, and now it's their turn. War Machine for Uling at the front door. Mauchi setting up a bit of a pinch over towards the connector. Sloppy initially, but still uses that as an opportunity to weaken this Elevate approach from the front. Curly's able to clean things up, and the last 15 seconds looking good for Q9.
Gotta be careful of the investment here if you are Elevate. Trying to at least break this. This is a very egregious flank coming through from Yopi, gets snuffed out, but the spawns will still remain at this moment in time. 170 to 159. And when you look at just the stats from left to right, as far as KD is concerned, Q9 are outslaying Elevate by a steep margin, but it's still only just about a 20-point game, barely. Elevate have the rotation to new, and they're anchoring out the back spawns.
Big moment here to counteract Q9's rotation from the last hard point. Susano feeling the pressure, shut down. That may be an opportunity for Q9 to flood. They're actually not going to play for the sponsor to get into the hard point first. So Kendi now has to take his attention forward. Good kills from him. Maybe a chance to do a little bit more, but Curly, he's got the claw out and he's making it work as he finds a couple. Q9 able to bounce into the hard point off the front, and they will get the split as the spawn as well.
Split spawn occurs for PJ. He gets 2 more to spawn up behind him. But Q9, they are twisted right now. They're reading all of these spawns. They're maintaining presence around the hard point and setting themselves up for the returning gunfights as well. 193 to 168. Big. Late break does come through for Elevate, and it is massive. This 20 seconds will tie up the game again as we go to new once more.
I mean, we're 30-30 on P1, P2. We're 40-20s on both 3 and 4 for one side or the other. This is about as tight as it gets. We're watching some great COD, friends. Both teams, when asked a question, provide answers. So now we reset again. 190, 193. A couple of operators in play. Pred missile early for Sun. Does lock down 2, giving a numbers advantage to Q9.
Gotta work your way back through here in Q9. Mauchi wanting to make sure that they get the majority of time here at 1, and Equalizer is very good at this moment in time. Starting to push a little bit forward. He's actually gonna catch a couple of spawners off guard. Able to find 2 more. There's still one hanging around the joint. It's Yopi. Easy cleanup will come through. There's a rogue player of PJ, but good value coming through there for the equalizer, I'll say that.
Uling trying to get the War Machine into play. Purifier also being called here. Q9 trying to gain some separation on the scoreboard late into this map, and it's working out nicely. Elevate, push back, have to reform and try to hit again. 25 seconds to fight. Contest is in. Smoke making a mess at the front door, but Uling and the rest of Q9 are able to clean up nicely. Big moment. Greatest lead we've seen to this point as Elevate try one more time.
Still holding on to the better side of the map, and they will clean house. So
big.
With 5 dead, they're going to be able to set themselves up in the high ground. A rogue spawn does occur, though, for Malji. Wonder if he's able to find anything. No, Yopi too aware, but the returning gunfights coming from Sun. Curly able to at least combine for 4 more. The rotation under threat.
That's 4 down. Yopi, last one left alive, does well to keep some high ground position available for Elevate to use, and as they come off spawn, they do so beautifully. Shed, KRM, not quite able to land. Kendi trying to force the battle forward into Q9 spawn, but doesn't fully work out. A chance here for Elevate. You've got the Purifier and the Claw at the ready, trying to find whatever they can over the top of the hard point. Chen runs right into PJ. That's not going to be enough for them, and Elevate are going to clean the floor. Q9 now spread across the map off the spawn.
Equalizer called. Kendi's War Machine is about to dissipate as well, but it's value after value. 220 to 225. Not enough time for Elevate to still win here, but Q9 absolutely can.
Glow from the back line, only finding one. The rest of his teammates right there to pick up. Tie game. Likely to see another hard point. Q9 already thinking about that. Have a player on rotation, but you can't lose track of the current hard point. Elevator's still on, and they're still earning time. There's still a chance for them to put this thing pretty well without reach. Q9 now taking the fight back, but Elevator winning gunfights on rotation.
Oh, they baited him, and they got the split spawns as well. We'll be able to get the scrap time in the rotation towards Snoo. Curly had to go huge, and he dies.
Red missile called in. Hardpoint has not unlocked yet. PJ from the front with the shotgun, waiting for first contact. Not going to be needed. Elevate now earning the time that they need. Only need 4 more seconds. The crossfire setup looks perfect. Can anyone break in if you're Q9? They're trying to hit a pitch, but they're not going to get there in time. And Elevate take their hard point for map 1.
Down in slaying, down in score, but never out. Elevate cracked the code at the end of P4, going back into P1. What a magnificent showcasing at the end of P2. That bait to get them all in to fight for the old time of P2 showed all of the information that they needed, and it gave all of the easy routes to be hit. Pinched in from behind, tough scenes. Curly had the ace up the sleeve at the end there for the potential break with the Claw. Immediately shut down from the gunnies of Elevate.
That is as 50-50 of a battle as you're ever going to see on Summit.
Yeah.
But there's one moment that you have to look back on in terms of where was the difference maker. Late in P1, Q9 have 3 operators, and they spend all of it trying to gain a lead late in the game that Elevate can't come back from. But on the scrap battle, as soon as those operators drop, Elevate still find 10 seconds of scrap time. Then they have the operator advantage, which they use perfectly to get more time on P2. And with that, of course, then the extra pressure on rotation gets denied. So a key moment there for Q9 to make the decision of spend it here. Let's grow our lead now. Then we can play for rotation to 3. It doesn't work out.
You just have to cement it for whatever leader's advantage you can possibly get, especially for how mixy P3 can be and just how well Elevate consistently through that Summit hardpoint were exquisitely exceptional at holding hardpoints from the front before the break inevitably came through. Susano, what a hell of a map number 1 out of you, young man. 53 and 39 with 1 minute and 25 of OBJ time. What are we talking about out here? Again, when you look from top to bottom at certain points in time throughout that game, Q9 were outslaying sufficiently. It did at least show that in the lead ever so slightly, but Elevate were always hanging around. They just had to change up the macro a little bit. Their holds, their setups, and breaks just were so harmonious.
If you want to see some textbook action, though, of how you break and contest P3 and how you break and contest P4, look no further than that matchup right there, friends. That was a beautiful display. But it is, I think, just that late game decision making. That's the difference maker. So, Elevate come away with their map win. Now we go to firing range for the search and destroy. This was in the pool when they played at CDSI. It was the map that Elevate used to win the championship, but it took a number of overtimes. It finished 12-10, and it was as back and forth as that map was.
A casual 22 rounds of search and destroy on firing range, and when you do have these 2 juggernauts going up against each other, it does kind of play into a multitude of different wheelhouses. You know, Q9 search and destroy is something that they've leaned on quite heavily, especially not only just through this tournament, but through their entire entire careers as well for their entire region that they represent. And Firing Range has been around for quite some time. So there's not a whole lot of different things that you can throw out, I guess, as a rollout is concerned, but it's all about that mental chess on where the snipers are going to be located at. How quickly can you adopt to the aggression that inevitably will be coming out from Elevate? Because when we saw Q9 versus X-Rock earlier today in Search and Destroy, the moment that X-Rock turned up the heat just a little bit, Q9 were shook, and they were giving up a lot more individual gunfights than I would like to admit.
That's totally fair. On the course of this weekend, though, if you want to bring some more recency into the picture, Elevate have not played this map outside of a single time.
Yeah.
It did not go all that well. It was versus Godlike in their opening Swiss matchup. They lost it 4-7. Whereas for Q9, they've used this map twice on the road to their perfect Search and Destroy. In the Swiss stage, they had a 7-2 win versus 4MV, which, okay. And then you also had an 8-6 win versus Stalwart. So they were able to beat at least one of the other Garena teams on this map already.
Yeah. Just cementing the simple fact of who everybody had to go through as well. I mean, Q9's road to get to this point in time through Tribe, Stalwart, X-Rock, and then losing to Elevate is their only stained loss as far as the weekend is concerned. So this is as good as a run back as you could possibly get, and mentally training them, if you will, for this exact series here.
Sure.
Elevate on the opposite side. I mean, Gallerus was supposed to be like their biggest test, and candidly speaking, they were with that Search and Destroy, but it's just really tough to say that Elevate just had an easier bracket round. Basically going against all the angry Redditors saying that they're going to make the Grand Finals because it was easier. Like, no, they definitely were tested, and you can clearly see that the game plan is very much so still the same when they're going up against a top dog such as Q9.
Bro, you want to talk about just legendary COD Mobile runs? Look no further than Elevate. This last month has been a trial. At CDSI, they had to beat Godlike, Stalwart, Wolves, X-Rock, and then Q9. And then all of a sudden you show up at Champs and you're like, wait, we have to play Godlike and Q9 and Wolves again? Unreal. I mean, this has been an undeniable run from Elevate, taking down playoff team after playoff team, taking down China's best, taking down their regional counterparts. This last month and a half has been perfect COD on Elevate.
I will say this much, though, as we're getting some good shots at Elevate, just sitting there laughing and having a good time, is that their composure, albeit tested, this is quite literally pressure-making diamonds type analogy here with Elevate, especially over the past several weeks. Trial by fire, a lower bracket run up at CDSI was just so legendary.
Yeah.
How can you not have all of the confidence in the world coming into a tournament like this? You see the road, you see the teams that you have to face, you've beaten them before. I feel confident for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the case. I mean, like we said, they beat them at CDSI, and then they also beat Q9 in the Swiss stage, only dropping the map 2. So something to be told about having an edge mentally, maybe not even just physically, over your opponent. But Q9 are no strangers to adversity, having to learn their lessons versus X-Rock. They were able to provide that in their last 2 matchups. And now maybe an opportunity to do so versus Elevate as we look back and reflect upon that last meeting. Here were the maps and the overall scores. Elevate scores on the left. So again, 250 to 234, the Hacienda, that will come back. Kurohana will be waiting for us for a potential map 7 where Q9 will feel great about. And then we will also have an Arsenal Control. That will be our map 6 if we get it. That was left for the decision of Q9 between that and Raid. So they go that direction. And then, of course, the Firing Range we talked about is right here for us for map 2.
Again, this is all speculation. Again, as volatile as a best of 7 is, to the advantage of Elevate being able to get some of these maps through the early stages of, I really want to say, like the first 4. This is a potential best look for them to try to walk in and sweep very quickly. But that's why I was kind of coining it as the phrase that Q9 do have to come in and take away one of these first 3 maps just to be able to extend it and kind of give some honesty to Elevate in this Grand Finals.
No, absolutely the case. And I think that's, it's the easy thing to say, win your map picks forehead. But I think it's more crucially important in this simply due to the fact that you've got Q9 who are not necessarily as strong of a hardpoint team. You look to that Hacienda now, especially them losing the Summit, you have to win it. For Elevate, now all of a sudden you look towards their Search and Destroy and Express later and say, you have to win that. But I think the thing about it for Elevate is they're looking at this map too saying, hey, we've beaten you on this once before. We could do it again. Just give us a chance to.
It's same idea, different team, different map mode combination, and what I was just talking about with Elevate coming back into this tournament, beating everybody that they've seen before is just sometimes a little bit more decisive. And you even go back to the interview as well. I mean, like, they're not shy about it, and every competitor that has played up against Elevate and has scrimmed them is very much so aware these guys like to run at you. They'll make you feel uncomfortable, while also being very fundamentally sound in the macro department along the way.
Well, speaking of that interview, hey, we actually did have a chance to have Beef Mommy sit down with Elevate to give their thoughts on how they've performed to this point and what their expectations are for the weekend.
All right, Beef Mommy here, and I'm with the team that elevated everyone's expectations in the World Championship. I'm with Elevate today, Garena's #1 team heading into the World Championship. But before we start into the nitty-gritty, I wanted to say that every single one of you, except for one player, is actually your first time here in the World Championship. Last year, unfortunately, even though everyone expected you to come in as a Garena representative, you didn't make it. So
losing last year was very devastating for me. It really affected me in general. So, but in time, I realized it wasn't for us. So I accepted it, and I realized along the way that the only way to go up is to go down. So right now we're back on the world stage. So we're coming back for everything.
Love that, Susana.
Last year, when we lost the game against Stalwart currently, I actually went outside and cried my eyes out. Then when I went back in, Yopi was taking a shower. I heard him crying like really loud, and I was just really sad back then. It was really sad.
Is that true? Were you really crying inside the shower?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I was crying that night. And, you know, it's very unfortunate experience for us that we have to learn from our mistakes. And you see, now we're here representing the Garena.
What do you think makes Garena different from all of the regions in terms of playstyle?
Okay, one word, hard point.
Hard point.
Okay, well, actually, you know, can you expound as to why hardpoint is the game mode for Garena?
We don't have the patience. We just go running around the place and use our gyroscope.
I mean, that's true. Actually, Garena was one of the first regions to use and utilize the gyroscope.
What separates us from other teams, like particularly us in Garena, is we have a really fast-paced gameplay that I think no other team has actually tried to copy it yet. They're copying it, but they cannot do the original. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, there you go. Confident in the Respawn gameplay. And speaking of, search and destroy is something that is always brought up, especially up against like Chinese teams. How were you able to kind of, I guess, clean up your S&D gameplay? Because you are very confident in your Respawn.
Like Klaus said, we have no patience. And I think in S&D, we have to wait for the IGL calls.
All right, thank you so much, Elevate. I really loved your answers. But yeah, that was Elevate Garena's #1 team. Let's see if they're going to clinch the top spot in the World Championship.
Fast and furious. We definitely saw a lot of that on the summit. We've also seen it in a number of occasions on their search and destroy, but you hear it there at the end. We have to wait for the calls from our IGL. Wait for the go button. Let's just not, play solo ranked mode and just run at each other. We got to put something together, and that's going to be key for this firing range search.
As longtime tenured enjoyers of Call of Duty esports and Call of Duty Mobile since its inception, and it is very refreshing to hear such fundamentals even being talked about outside a game. It is very important. It will be indicative to your performance and success on this firing range. Again, just to reset up everything, firing range is a venue these two teams know quite well against one another, with Elevate having the edge.
Yeah, casual 22 rounds of search play here last time that they had the chance.
It's unlocked.
They will be on offense. We talked about this map quite often with these guys. They love to just smoke, flash, nade, and then get the bomb planted. Will Elevate have a response for it? This time they are holding off on their counter nades, and they will unfortunately not fully land. So now you got to do this the hard way. Try to re-clear out the backside of trailer. Easier said than done, as Q9 already had the post plant set up.
What a sick high-low after a very quick plant coming through. It's going to leave Susano The 1v5, not very likely, always expected to play inside of American, but I mean, a blistering pace for a first round out of Q9, just clearing everything, stuns, nades, flash forward, as you were saying there, get the bomb planted, but knowing that they didn't clear trailer, whether they saw a body in there or not, the high-low, just to dispose of it quickly and not lose any lives along the way was lovely to see.
Yeah, absolutely the case. This is actually going to feel very familiar because we were talking about this map with Stalwart when they played up against Q9. We're saying, hey, you have to understand that it's going to be a smoke first, stun second. Do you challenge through that smoke? Do you wait to play your counter nades? That has to be what Elevate needs to start communicating, because it's always been the case with how Q9 try to approach this offense. This time, not towards A. It's going over to the B site. Initially, there is an elimination from Susanna, but the trades are decent over towards the B part of the map, which is now where Q9 have to keep their focus.
And they have full coverage of this. But Elevator setting themselves up for a late flank potentially for Yopi, or he might just join the efforts through the middle of the map, but an exit frag upon the bomb plant. 3v3.
Yeah, maybe a bit of mistiming right there. Looked like there was supposed to be a defensive stun to force that challenge, but it doesn't make a difference. Yopi just slides up, finds two. PJ behind him, and the dynamic SNG duo light things up for the first round for Elevate.
It's just so timely again. I mean, going back to the interview, just instant callback. Just wait for the call and then go. That's exactly what happened. Yobi was on an island by himself and just waited for any sort of advantage to take, and found that pinch scot-free. Big 2 kills. We are tied up in round number 3.
Clean stuff on the retake attempt. Q9 still passive through the middle of the map, looking for some spam shots from Sun in towards trailer. None will land. And for Elevate's defense, trophies inside of trailer with a double stack. Now this one trophy on the backside of A, that's supposed to be there to keep Kendi safe, will likely be destroyed just by the amount of incoming nades that are likely to come through for Q9 if they decide to commit onto the A site. So this setup in the trailer is crucially important if Elevate do get tested today. But for now, Q9 going to see what they can find over towards the B part of the map.
Oh my gosh, Susanna.
Yeah.
That's
bold.
That's aggressive.
Yep.
We'll give it up for now, as you saw the information on the other side of wood, expecting for things to go B, but it seems like Q9 are actually using it as an opportunity for a little bit of a bait play. They will leave a player behind, maybe throw anything as of late, see what they can get on the cross back, but wasting a lot of time just trying to find a pick. All 10 or 9 players still alive.
And Yopi gets found inside a trailer. Q9 surely going to utilize that advantage and hit A. That's going to force a rotation back. Susano on the way over towards American. He will only have a pixel peek here down the lane backside trailer. So this is important to note. Again, when does Q9 want to execute? A couple of nades just to bait the defense into thinking this is B. Smoke at mid gets denied by Trophy. Q9 have not been able to get the setup that they want. So now it's just down to, can they flood these nades and take control of trailer?
Not able to get the information they want either. I mean, you should know that someone's going to be American, but you got to be careful with the no smoke. PJ is very much so still lurking inside a trailer.
PJ on the cross. Shots are out. This is his opportunity. Has to value his life here. And very wisely backs up. Bomb will be allowed to go down. Keep your eye on PJ. Does he want to try to push through this? His teammates over towards 10, giving us the offer that they're not going to play for a wrap. They're going to try to flood this from the front. Contact though at mid. That's troubling for Elevate. Mauchi now wins back mid-map, and Q9 can keep their full focus on the front, where PJ has to force the issue. Nothing there. Perfect from Q9.
Yeah, wonderful execution coming through once they finally got the isolation for the play call to get over towards the trailer side. Again, without a smoke, you're always feeling a little nervy about that push, given the pixel peak that Susanna was holding, and at least the angle that was being held inside a trailer. But I mean, to your point, PJ missing their opportunity, and simply need to be able to go 1-for-1 in that regard. Maybe deny the plant. Does not happen. Q9 take a 1-round lead.
Early offensive smoke and stuns over towards trailer. PJ's in trouble. Pushes forward through the smoke to make sure no one had pushed in towards mid. Late trophy system down. And it's an opening nade that lands onto PJ inside the trailer. So once again, Q9 do what they always do. Smoke the front door, get the bomb down, and now force Elevate to have to consider how they want to retake.
Really need to start seeing some late stuns being held for Elevate to try to deny them that space.
Yeah.
If not, maybe just try to contest the bomb plant. But find yourself in a 4v5. Try to go for an egregious pick over there for Kendi, and Susanna loses his life. It's over.
Yep, absolutely is. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, there's two ways that Elevate could deal with this play down A lane.
Right.
The first is you smoke mid, you pull off what I like to call the shark play. You smoke it, you push up towards wood, you force Q9 to respect there could be someone at mid. Otherwise, you hold back, and like you said, wait for the nades to come out, throw some of your own. Hopefully you delay the plant from happening until the smoke dissipates, and then you have a chance to contest a little bit more freely without having to worry about deterrence from stuns and smokes. Here is a very aggressive offensive smoke already being placed. Elevate playing through it though. And with an opening elimination on the Sun, that opens up some sniper freedom as well.
I was about to say, or third option, just early stun and try to deny the space to not allow Q9 to walk a little bit further forward. I mean, they really were thinking that it was going to come A aggressively, and it was looking like that for Q9. Two defensive players now over towards B for Elevate side. Q9, though, down a man. Might just have to do this the old-fashioned way, just gun this first player.
Oh, but Susano does go 1-for-1. That's fine, especially with another teammate nearby. Damage is out, but Klo will fall. Trade through mid-map is good. And with this play, not only have Elevate kept their numbers, they've also taken away the A side of the map, so they have to know that Uling is playing somewhere over here towards B.
Odin 1v3. No easy 1v1s, otherwise you might give Uling an opportunity. Oh, the trigger discipline, shots to the second. Not gonna be able to walk away with that one. No free clutches today, but hey, how about a third option? Just stun over the top of the smoke and just deny the space. It works for now until the stuns and the nades are a little bit better time for Q9 to unearth you from that position.
It's a weird setup for Q9. They're actually doing the same thing again. It's a double smoke at mid. It's almost the exact same setup. There's no smoke deep at A. This is only to give Elevate something to worry about at middle, and Kendi is able to still find Mao Chi. Top side wood. Play coming through trailer. Shen in some trouble. Wants to get some barrel control, but it's being held by Yopi. Considerate of the space, he still holds down the trigger. Uling looking for the plant, and he will get it down, but it's still numbers advantage for Elevate as Klo finds trades at mid.
Yeah, we'll get the bomb planted. The exit, though, not as clean as you would like. It's going to leave Sun in a 1v3. Does have a sniper rifle, but is not in the clutch position.
No.
He's going to round this corner. He's just going to get gunned. If you can go 1-for-1, that would have been sick, but you were the last player left alive as Elevate have a brilliant retake back over at A.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Elevate on this defensive half. Just making sure Q9 weren't getting away with absolute murder on the A site, which is something that Stalwart had a little bit of a difficult time doing. Not the case here. Really good stuff coming out. And that now all of a sudden puts us into a 3-3 half as we swap the sides. What is Elevate going to give us an offer of in terms of their offense? We saw when they were playing Tunisia just a moment ago. It wasn't just getting into sight, it was getting through it. Will they have the opportunity to do the same thing here, scaling deep on firing range?
Look at the aggression already over towards A, trying to hunt for some more information over by Showers. The bomb is lurking in this area. And the biggest thing for Elevate right now is how do you get Yopi involved? He is the bomb carrier, but you really want to try to get this guy a couple more kills and a lot more space to free roam.
Yeah, I think the biggest part here is, though, you get Sun, who is supposed to be sniping this A lane. And so you can have Kendi just trying to scout to see if anyone throws a shoulder on the barrel. And as you approach, the only thing you have to be worried about if you're Elevate is a play through trailer. Curly looking for an off angle. That works out for one trade, but can't get anything more. Now it's just down to Chen, and he is working with a shotgun. Not what you want. But Elevate still may feel the need to try to push forward. Instead, Chen gets caught. Same can be said as a secondary kill comes onto Mao Chi, and Elevate take an opening offense after the first blood.
Yeah, good patience. I mean, the stuns and nades only found so much information, but that's exactly what we're talking about. Just no free, easy gunfights. Everything should be traded. Good follow-up by Yopi to then isolate the player with an R9, to your point, inside the trailer. Elevate will strike first. Now they have a 1-run lead.
Similar idea here for Q9, except they're putting more focus at mid-map, where Curly and Sun will land eliminations onto 2. Klo cooking up a nade for trailer. It's a bit short. Trailer player will back off. That was Chen initially. And I think Q9 have recognized that if there were to be a hit in a 3v5, it's likely coming to be. So they'll move Chen over that direction and hope that the long-range snipers from Uling and Sun can hang on to A and mid.
Yeah, you got Sun still lurking around American. So you know that one pixel peak might still be there for the information, but you just hold your numbers, take it as a retake if need be, but Sun's opening pick will be taking that jump shot every single time on defense, believe that. As the push starts to manifest, starting to look towards jungle, but it's a triple stack to your point earlier on.
Yeah. This is just a great IGL call for Q9 to move your shotgun this direction. You're not going to feel a threat in trailer in a 3v5. Nice opening shot from Kendi. Do they know Chen's nearby? Doesn't matter. Kendi sees one up top. That's Curly initially, and there's Chen in the corner. Yeah, it's a heck of an opening, but again, the numbers advantage. Likely too much. A hit marker comes through, though. Susano, hold on. Something to think about.
Gassing that young man up during the pre-show, just making sure everybody stays aware this guy is absolutely still twisted for only having 3 kills. Lots of that potentially and some more as we are tied up once again. So what's the adaptation going to be here for Elevate? Nades to the middle, double smoke again. Just the same lurk around Showers, expecting for these nades to be able to pick something up.
The other thing you got to keep in mind is that Chen is not always running a shotgun. This time he's got an LMG, so he will be playing a little bit more passively around trailer. And he's also more of a threat if Sun feels like he needs some help over towards the side of A long. So something to keep in mind every time we see Chen. Does he have a shotgun? Does he have an LMG? That will give you the indication of what Q9 want to do defensively.
It's a certain amount of PTSD from the last time he was stuck inside a trailer with the shotgun. Didn't exactly go well, but I'm not saying the MG42 would have helped him out in that situation, but it definitely was going to be better once the gunfight starts to occur. A minute has already gone through this round number 9 thus far. Not a whole lot of space has been taken by Elevate, but these nades are going to allow them to do so.
It's interesting. There's 2 trophies for Elevate at mid, none down here at A long. And this is what I'm talking about. Sun can watch one corner, and then if he feels the threat is there, Chen can pop out, get to work, spray things down, find the opening first blood. Now it's to a 5v3. And once again, Elevate, you just don't like the idea of going A, but you also have absolutely no idea what's at B. There's also 2 trophy systems down there and a nasty crossfire.
And Curly and Mauchi just been having about a minute 20 conversation of, hey, how you doing? Waiting for this hit to come all the way through, and it's going to have to be A at this point. Nice shots coming through from Klo. It's going to bring us down to a 4v3, and the bomb's going to get planted as well. You should know that you still have players lurking around trailer.
Susano is watching the flank. Q9 opting to stack. PJ on an off angle front side trailer. Klo watching for the pinch. Motion from PJ. He gets the first. That gives a little bit of influence in terms of what Klo needs to watch, but he only goes 1 for 1. Down to the 1v2 for Susano. Can he follow up on what he started last round? The smoke makes life miserable. He has to check for the defuse. Does he get forward in time? No, get down, Mr. President. Curly's able to find the kill, and Q9 get the defuse.
Smoke that lane is just so annoying when you're in the sniper clutch position. Has to push all the way forward and just hope to quick scope and gun the first guy and catch the second one trying to stick. Not going to be the case at all. Q9, 2 rounds away from tying up our grand finals at a best of 7. Sun going back to the very similar position. Just going to nade his way forward. Nades all the way over towards A. Elevate looking to pick the pace up.
Yep. And these are late smokes as well behind the cover of those frag grenades, so they are going to fully embellish the backside at barrels. But you can't just pause here.
Yeah.
You get the bomb planted, and yes, they have a deep post plan, but they've got no idea what's over towards trailer. That nade does land, though, so they're going to have an idea that Chen's in position. This is an important 1v1 that Klo takes cleanly. And now all of a sudden, Q9 have a bit of a ruffling to their feathers as they need to find a way in. There's not a lot of options besides the front.
And that's all the information you need right there. Chen swings wide. He has an LMG. Good couple kills come through. The nade bounce is even better. Still walks away with a second 1v3.
Have to be a full ace. If you're Chen after the first dude, he's going to get cut down from behind. I was about to say for a moment, Elevate, who have often gotten deep, holding deep into sight. Very fortunate to not have any counter nades come their way there. They get the plant, and then the post-plant setup largely won thanks to the hold on the flank.
Yeah, good patience for Klo, to your point there, holding out on the flank. But again, getting the information for Chen. Just had to make sure that you double, sometimes triple chow. Tied up again. Round we go, but it's an aggressive hit over towards B. This time Q9, we're not set up for it.
There is a smoke on site though for the defense for Q9. This will gain a little bit of extra time and a little bit extra space for the defenders playing deep over towards tires. Also, the rotation in from mid is decent. Even trade for the most part to this point. 4v3. Advantage to Q9. Kendi around the back. What? What a set of shots from Kendi. And now all of a sudden, Q9 forced to have to defend from inside the site. Klo trying to follow up, and he's going to find the final 2. Elevate on map point.
Oh my gosh. And how the pendulum swings once again. Elevate flipping the script. The aggressive hit over towards B was great. The smoke delayed, but they did not relent off the pressure. Can you follow up here? Will you deny any OT?
Trophy systems again, down over towards trailer. Double smokes in the front side of it will mean that this Q9 defense will have to be respectful of anything possibly through middle. Uling in particular, the one to make sure everything is clear. And as he traverses through mid, he rotates back over to help out on B. Patience for Elevate. Trying to get this thing done in regulation. Stacked up. Just a nade to feel things out over towards A. That will not land, and we're going to get just an even status here, 5v5, minute 20 in the clock.
Yeah. Late util could be very important here. Klo is actually, instead of just holding the flank, is actually playing inside of the jungle tower. And he might try to go for a little bit of a late pinch should the rest of his teammates find success on a quick plant towards A, but there are defensive members here. Most importantly is Chen inside that trailer.
But Chen has the shotgun this time. So it's an aggressive angle on the barrel. Smoke denied by Trophy system, but Sun showing too much shoulder. That's enough for the kill to come out. And Chen needs help. He needs it badly. Plant on the way. 4v5 situation. Long wrap from PJ. Can Elevate hold on long enough for this to get here? Glow already in the mix. He's got the shots from the back line. How about Elevate? It's all down to one. Mauchi for what would have to be a 1v4. No nades. Tries to jump into trailer. Seen at mid by Susato. And Elevate take it down 7-5 and a massive edge in this grand final.
A massive edge indeed. You cannot ask for these maps to be any closer unless it went to round 22, much like it did about a week ago. But Elevate, truly never out. They finally were learning on how to deal with Q9's offense, albeit annoying. We go for a 3-3 half. And even there at the end, the orchestration just to set up Klo for that very long flank again was playing inside of the jungle tower for a very long time, waited for the execute to come through. The smoke denies to your point, and yeah, that's a certain wrench in the system, but when Sun throws more than just a simple shoulder, he loses his life. You saw the flank come through. It forced everybody's hand, especially Chen, just to come flying out with an R9 shotgun because the assistants got killed. You just can't ask for a better post plant, let alone an execute.
Really well done by Elevate. Just the growth this team has shown in such a short amount of time in Search and Destroy is mind-blowing. It's clean. It's impressive. And it's got everyone on notice.
Oh, yeah.
7-5 the count. Massive edge, like we had mentioned. Taking away Q9's strongest mode on their map pick. Now has Elevate looking down at this map set saying, oh, boys, we could very well be up 3-0 early here.
That's what I was saying. These first three maps are so crucial for Q9.
Yes.
Just to take a single one of them. Because even going into raid control, it might not even matter the map. It's just the simple fact that it's a respawn. And going back to the graphic that we were talking about when Lauren was still up here with us was the respawns are going to be in the favor of Elevate. Q9 needed that search and destroy. They needed all the search and destroys possible inside of this grand final to potentially even have a chance. And now the road is starting to crumble right in front of them. How the hell do you win this best of 7 versus Elevate after losing the first two?
For real. Well, it's got to start here because now you have to be able to bounce back, take this raid away.
Yeah, if 0-2 wasn't bad enough, 0-3 is even worse.
Without question, it's just I just don't know how you reverse sweep this Elevate squad. I just don't know how you do it. Not with an Express Search and Destroy, their pick still coming up, an Arsenal control in case things do get nasty, which they look unbelievable on.
Yeah, sure
so
do.
You have to win this next upcoming control, and in my opinion, you have to win your hard point of Hacienda, which again, they've played before and it was close. It was an anyone's game type situation. So time to step up here if you're Q9.
I mean, yeah, your Hacienda on the day was a 4-point victory over X-Rock, and even then it was like Uling dragging everybody across the finish line at the end. So I think that it's one of those things that Q9 definitely need to reevaluate their drawing board in order to deal with Elevate.
Well, they're going to have some time just to kind of discuss things as we step away for a brief break. When we come back, it's Raid Control here at DreamHack Atlanta and your COD Mobile World Championships.
Hey, we're Elevate. We're at DreamHack Atlanta, and we're here to win the COD World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Smiles from down below. I know
meron din. Dalawa tuwip pa. Layo mo mic mo, PJ, pati susah.
对方
哎，中线掉了，他负掉，负掉花了。cepat. Ilong one. Ya teras. Kontes. Dalawa.
对，正门。
来了，没事，来了。C 掉，看 C 还有负的。C 漂亮。
哎，Victor. Wah, Victor. 空网很多，空网掉完。
漂亮，没打赢。
Dia tarap. Victor. Nice one.
还可以打的，没事。是说把楼防弱。给边没见。
白防。
抢中了，白防进了，漂亮。然后去中。
哎，铁皮。
Last one. Lang tayo. Slow lang natin.
Vibes are high, and why wouldn't they be? Elevate find themselves up in a major way, 2-0 after surviving through a gauntlet of a Summit hardpoint. They do the same thing on the firing range search, and now we jump into raid control. Proper, talk to me.
This raid control is going to be interesting, man, because Elevate very much so find themselves 3-0 up in this series. Should Q9 hit the most massive regain we have seen in between Swiss to now. This very map mode combination was where the best of 3 ended, when these two juggernauts face off against each other within the Swiss stage. I don't like the chances for Q9, but I love being proved wrong. It's going to have to start right here. Again, 0-2 is no easy feat in a best of 7 to even surmount a comeback, but for a full-blown reverse sweep and a loss on raid control would be detrimental to the success of Q9.
Any takeaways from the Q9 survivability that they just showcased versus X-Rock on this map, though? I mean, I think the recency would say, all right, you had a really strong start, you stopped X-Rock from finding early success, and you were able to take them down here.
You're going to need all of those opening breakoffs that they had that led them to the success that they saw in that map number 3 versus X-Rock, plus a little bit extra. Elevate never give you any easy gunfights, as you see in the opening here.
Indeed the case. Well, Elevate is their map selection for the controls. They will start on offense, and PJ is already off and running. 3 kills for PJ, trying to take his efforts towards top laundry. Kendi here to get on the zone to stop the clock, and the kills are not stopping for Elevate. Uling able to at least keep laundry safe, but the Q9 defense is being tested.
Can't stop, won't stop. Elevate's presence on the map is just an absolute blunder. They have players on both the 2 zones because they are that much confident in being able to win the gunfights. But however, they do not go their way. So now Q9 essentially get a clean sweep. They're able to clear out all of the ring. Might have a little 1v1 for the spawn traps should PJ start to take this, but all the focus has to be over towards the pool side.
You also have Susano in basketball already, so this is good zoning around this zone for Elevate. The only threat would be through water steps or through money window. Q9 trying to force it on the ladder of the 2, but get pushed back. Kill's good for Yopi as he pitches it towards Kitchen. Sun can only sit here and watch as the first take has already gone today.
Now, Mauchi was trying to go for the spawn trap, and PJ was just lurking inside of the gymnasium, found some timing to be able to work the pinch, and now he's all the way in from behind.
Good macro decisions coming out from Elevate, but Mauchi off the pitch will flush them out of the zone. Keep the clock at least relatively ticking as immediately off the respawn. Now you've got Elevate forcing some hands over towards B while simultaneously adding an extra 60 seconds with the A capture. Really strong break-off start here for Elevate. 2 life advantage, minute 40 on the clock.
I like what I'm seeing here. Start pushing off through open staircase. It is being launched around jungle side. That will be Sun to try to deal with this 2-player flank that's starting to come all the way through, but it's a great spread for an opening of a B defense.
Uling has also rotated back onto the side rock to make sure this laundry play is kept honest, at least in some regard. Meanwhile, Q9 from the front, dominating at Art. So again, it's an exchange of about 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Moments of brilliance for Q9, counteracted by moments of brilliance for Elevate. And now as the action starts to unfold on top of the zone, we have the Prep Missile called in. That will be enough to allow Elevate to stay deep over towards Laundry. They're on the zone. Second tick of progress is looking good. And look where Q9 are spawning. They have to try to hit this through mid-pillars. Kendi stunned up, topside ring. Kendi, unbelievable shot, but he does get pushed off the zone. Q9 down to a 4v6, make it just 2 as Elevate continue to dominate through Laundry, and they're going to win this offense.
Stack for the segment, get the segment by any means necessary. The contest is not going to be coming in close enough, and a 1v6 just impractical to ask for. An opening and a statement at that for Elevate, winning by way of segment progression. And again, the entire praise for Q9 when they did beat X-Rock earlier today was their opening breakoffs. Elevate are just going to be that much better at them as well. Great returning gunfights, great split decision making as well, and routes that are just out of this world. Now you have to respond with an offense if you are Q9.
Big time. Early operators for Elevate finding success. PJ in particular, opening with the Annihilator, has another Pred missile to work with, and the shots just aren't missing. PJ, 5 in a row, working for an EMP. He's just one off of it. The Pred gets called in, and Q9 are getting battered, as now all of a sudden Yopi's adding insult to injury. It's beautiful. Sheer destruction, sheer bloodshed, and it's Elevate all over the spawn of Q9.
They can't leave. I mean, one player tried and then immediately got gunned towards the back. You got players over by the AC unit. You have to win gunfights mere milliseconds after spawning up, and so far Q9 are at least doing that. But look at the life deficit immediately. There's only 40 seconds remain, and Q9 are trailing by a payload of lives.
Have to find success on this approach over to B. Towards A, as Elevate are still winning the middle of the map. Decent eliminations for Q9, keep the clock paused. They're also digging into life deficit, just a touch. Don't step off the gas here if you're Elevate. This is still workable if you're Q9. 28 seconds on the clock, but they're still looking for kills before they can commit to staying on the zone. And as they fight in towards Bunny Window, Elevate find the kills they need to keep the clock ticking.
The Mauchi and Uling are starting to take more positioning over towards Art. They're thinking that the A push might be a very good bait play, but it just leaves Mauchi with his left in a 1v2. Would have to get 3 kills in a row. There's the second. Stun coming over the top, and Elevator spotting just too damn close. So now the focus has to go back over towards A.
Well, PJ will drop. Clock will stop at 19 as the second tick of progress is about to come through at A. It looks like Elevate, and they just chalk and rotate. A couple of desperate nades just to see if anything will land. 14 will play 9. We'll have a minute 19 on the clock. Keys 1v1 here. Shots landing for Mauchi, but respecting the opponent of Glow. Nade Cook tossed back towards, and that's going to be good enough to isolate. So 9-13. Operators at the ready. All 5 for Q9. How do you approach?
I think this is what's most impressive is that Q9 were able to do that while still sustaining and holding on to all 5 operators. So that gives you an opportunity to maybe try to work on this transition. They trade for at least 1 in their base. Here comes the Annihilator.
Clean. Now Uling able to use that to clear out Art. And now he's got domination over the pillars. Kendi trying to stay covered, and now there's a smoke to give him a little bit more space to work with. What else can you hit if you're Kendi? Yeah, he's still alive and kicking. Kendi almost able to put this together himself. 10v3. Elevate with a significant life lead. But at the same rate, Q9 only spend 1 of the operators. So yes, they're going to be down 0-2, but they will have a lot to play with going into round 3.
I mean, but they're 0-2 down, and now you have to reverse sweep while holding on to all your resources. So you do have to be very smart with how you start dipping your toes into the resource pool if you are Q9, because they do have to last. And then you also do have to hope that those that expend them early in this round are also able to have them prepared for the next round, because an offense still has to be won by Q9.
Well, Shen's going to kick us off with War Machine. He is throwing it in the wrong direction. That was Elevate are making moves over towards A. Already on the zone. Smoke making a mess of this offensive attempt, though, as they can't quite get into Money Window. Q9 around the back, not able to find success off the pinch. It's PJ and Yopi, because of course it is. They're able to find every single elimination, and this A zone is already being torn apart as no one can find entrance for Q9.
Streaks, operators at the ready for Elevate. Yopi's going to call in a Predator missile. It will find one, has the operator upon the respawn. Same can be said for PJ and Chloe. A-zone still being tacked over. The third segment will be contested by a couple of Q9 players, but nobody's looking in the corner for where PJ's lurking.
Yeah.
Are we going to contest it with the sniper rifle? You're dead anyway. You get the extra 60 seconds, and the clock stays stalled because the first is locked at B.
Yeah, you can start to feel the frustration from Q9, and they're just diving in, and they're getting torn apart. PJ for 3. B-zone likely already gone, and Q9 have been blasted out of map 3. Elevate are going to be on championship point in the blink of an eye.
It's not over yet. Ready?
I thought we were loaded into a raid control. We gotta get to dinner or something, Elevate? What's going on? Q9 just had no response whatsoever in everything that we were gassing them for. What made them so good versus X-Rock just was not existent at all, and not for a lack of trying. The opening breakoffs and the setups were very much so 1-to-1 versus X-Rock. The difference is that Elevate were more prepared for it. Wait for the call, then push together. That is what they said in the interview, and that's what they've been doing time and time again from the beginning of the tournament of CDSI all the way to this very point in time.
Oh, the mental games. This is where it starts to become really demoralizing for Q9. Not being able to punch the finish line on either of the first 2 maps, both very winnable. Then you step into a map 3, you get destroyed. And that statistic statistic we showed at the beginning of this matchup. This is the 5th grand finals that Q9 has been in this year. They have yet to raise a trophy. And you got to start thinking at this point, they're sitting there saying, not again.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a different type of mental hurdle that you can never prepare for. Nobody wants to be coined a Silver Surfer, but Q9 have yet to break the mold. And again, now the road becomes that much more treacherous. That's why we put in immediate focus. When we saw the best of 7 map set, we put an immediate focus on the first 3 because Q9 needed that search and destroy. And I'm not saying that loud enough. They desperately needed that map too, just to extend it to a 5.
Yep.
The fact of the matter is, we're going into a Hacienda hardpoint, and albeit Q9's hardpoint pick, they only just narrowly beat X-Rock earlier today by a whole 4 seconds. We know that Elevate love their respawns. They are definitely poised and ready to win it 4-0.
Wow. Not good news for Q9.
Indeed.
That's about all you could say right now. Elevate, this run has been unbelievable. Every opponent they faced with no second chance at CDSI, lower bracket run, they had to go through all playoff caliber teams that made it to Worlds. Then you get into your Swiss stage. Wouldn't you know it? You got to do it all over again. You met against every single opponent that made it to playoffs. They will have beaten every major team that has shown up on a main stage if they can finish off this best of 7, and it may be right here at the Hacienda.
We need to get all that printed for a bumper sticker for each one of these individuals, because that is a hell of a run and a hell of a ride that they've been on towards the end of this entire tournament year. Hacienda Hardpoint going to be the next and potential final destination here at DreamHack Atlanta for Call of Duty Mobile Worlds. Again, as the numbers do continue to be stacked up against them, Q9, they picked this for a reason.
Well, again, it was short-lived, but I'm sure it was explosive as we listen back to Elevate throughout map number 3.
Nice, IG nyo. Ano? IG nyo. Ay, MS. Isa pa. Gal daw. -5. Paro ako. Ubus! Swell PJ! Pamani ah. Dalawa OG. Ubus! Nasit MS. Good. Pasawan, boss. Zigzag. Nice! Okay. May money, dead. Tangina. Para ma-court. Saan ba sa akin? Dead. Para ako kayo na. Legit.
Smiles and giggles. That's all I got from that. Listen in. And big shout outs to the U.S. Air Force. Aim high with the U.S. Air Force. Big shout outs for making this all possible here at DreamHack Atlanta and, of course, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships for the 2nd straight year. Fun stuff, man. I'll tell you that much. More fun, I think, for one side of the stage than the other right now, but still fun stuff nonetheless.
I'm going to need a second run to think, or to see everything that we have to offer here as far as sponsors are concerned. It's just fantastic to be able to get so much love and support for a growing game. You heard the passion from Hippo when we had him up on the stage and talking just about the scene in general, talking about the game. It's absolutely everything you love to see, plus a little bit extra. But
yeah, well,
if there's one team that is definitely enjoying it a whole lot more than everybody else in this venue that showed up this entire tournament, it is none other than Elevate. I mean, the giggles, the laughs, and everything else in between at the end of map number 3 kind of cements the simple point that they're the #1 team in the world, brother.
Yeah, I mean, hey, yes. Flat out, period. Next
Good.
question.
Got my response. You have ace trivia today, sir.
Wow. Well, a moment of reprieve here for Q9 to try to collect themselves, jumping into their hardpoint pick. And let's not sleep on their potential for a reverse sweep. Express Search and Destroy was not unfamiliar to them when they were playing through Chinese Masters. Has not been played, I believe, at all, though. Actually, no, pardon me. They did play it in their opening matches, but that was versus Supreme Team. So, again, take from that what you will. But it's one of those situations that, like, you can never rule out Chinese team getting into Search and Destroy. There's still 2 of those potentially left. It comes down to, can they actually defeat this Elevate team, though, on a Hacienda and then eventually an Arsenal?
It is as simplistic as the graphics suggested before we started off this entire Best of 7 adventure, friend, is that the Search and Destroy should be a lot more beneficial for Q9.
Be the case. Well, here's our recap of the series. If you're, for some reason, joining us late, where the hell have you been? Are we joking? Championship Sunday here. And Elevate has been on top through and through. But the biggest part of this recap that I need you all to kind of step away from is the fact that both these first two maps were extremely winnable for Q9. It starts and maybe even ends here on Summit, though, late into the game, where you're going to watch them get back to this P1. They're going to spend 3 operators thinking they could grow a lead that is insurmountable late in the game for Elevate, but they still find the scrap. They still win out on P2, and then they end the game at P3.
Yeah, it mostly came through from Q9's unfortunate decision on trying to just play for P3 rotation and giving up all the extra time. It left Elevate with just 8 seconds required to call game and with the operators, and so very, very simplistic indeed. This is a very familiar matchup for these two teams on the stage. On Firing Range Search and Destroy, again, it went 22 rounds the last time that they played. This time, no overtime needed, but it was a great resurgence coming through from Elevate. So nerdy. Q9 doing their usual things, just being able to smoke, flash their way all the way towards the A site, got dealt with decisively by Elevate in the end.
And I'm surprised we even have B-roll for this map. It was over in the blink of an eye. Domination in all 3 rounds as Elevate clean up the raid control. And I think just do a lot of mental damage to Q9 with how big they were able to establish a lead early and then just never allow a chance for Q9 to claw back into this map at any single point in time. So that one is a demoralizing one for Q9. So this break could not have come at a better time for them to try to reset because, wow, this has been all Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, but we were saying the same thing going in between the breaks of the Fire Range Search and Destroy and the raid control, that, like, you had your regain moment right then and there, and then it got thrown right into your face. So I think that if you're looking at it from Q9's perspective, you have to come into this map and you have to treat it like it's map number 1. It is the only way to make the mental as clear as it can possibly be.
Some love to DHL. We've had a lot of fun looks towards Cargo.
I love Cargo. I want my own Cargo.
Well, you can roll back the YouTube broadcast if you're sitting at home and get to that link. Chance to win, was that 5,000 euro? Did I see that correctly? I don't know. What in the heck is a kilometer? We're here in Atlanta. I don't know.
You got Road Atlanta not too far away. You can go find out what a kilometer is.
That's fair. But some relaxation techniques for Q9. As we're still waiting for the Hacienda to load in, looking up towards the stage, Elevate is just ready to go. They're just like, can we just get this thing on? We're ready to fight.
There is a star comparison across the stage right now. Yeah. It is alarming. But hey, meditation is certainly one thing. You can never start the regain fully if your mind is clouded. It seems like Q9 is starting to set up just a little bit. But again, championship point here for Elevate.
Yeah.
We're seeing some great fun in the crowd. A lot of support for both these two teams, but Q9's going to need all of your energy plus a little bit of extra should they start this reverse sweep here on Hacienda.
I've never seen a sign more true. Q9, it's now or never. Correct.
Yeah. Do or simply do not.
Yeah. Also got to give a shout out. I saw someone with an Elevate 100% sign. That's their win rate in this grand finals, 100%.
Yep, that's dope.
So we've got 2 very accurate signs floating around the crowd right here.
Yeah, we had a statistician in the crowd today. It's good to know.
Recruit it. I always use more stats, Al. Here's a look, though, in terms of how Elevate will have 4 chances to put this thing away. But there are 2 of the next 3 map selections that do favor Q9 based on the picks and bans. This Hacienda Hardpoint was their selection. And then, of course, the Arsenal Control was their last pick for what control they wanted to play between that and Seaside. And then, of course, you've got Express, you've got Kurohano. Again, Search and Destroy, Chinese team, rinse, wash, repeat. Maybe she's born with it, maybe it's Mabel.
It honestly should be slated to go 7, but you always have to keep a close focus on just what the Search and Destroy did look like in the map number 2. They don't seem deflated looking at all of them. They're still talking with one another, getting themselves utterly prepared for this Hacienda. And to your point, Alan, this may have very much so been their map pick.
Yep.
But how quickly can you turn over all of the mistakes that you've shown? You were facing up against X-Rock earlier today. You bet your bottoms that Elevate was watching that.
I'm not going to bet my bottoms. I'm going to keep them on.
It's probably for the best.
Yes, sir.
We're in public.
Hacienda Hardpoint. 3-0 up our Elevate. Trying to do this in emphatic and perfect form. Do they have what it takes to get it done here? As mentioned, they have gone through a gauntlet over the course of the last handful of months. Had to get through Godlike. Had to get through Stalwart. Had to get through Wolves. Had to get through X-Rock. Had to get through Q9. And that's just at CDSI. They had to do that all over again. here at Champs, and so far it's been good. But Q9 on their map selection, starting things off hot after, of course, they just won this map versus X-Rock a moment ago.
Yeah, split spawn almost immediately will start to incur, but a great opening few engagements for Q9. My goodness, clearing away the upper halls, not just for the first time, but also the second as well. And open up with a good 10 seconds, but Susano's had the fun, was able to find two of his own. Should open things up a little bit more for Elevate to move forward.
However, though, Susano does not get forward into the Q9 windows. So that will be enough for Q9 to bounce back, get back to the hard point, and still win the high ground emphatically. More score being tallied for Q9 off their respawn over towards open stairs. They're also going to have high ground control. Kendi feeling the pressure, jumps on in for the contest, but met by Sun on the corner. Mauchi also still alive on 6 in a row. A perfect start for him. Eventually shut down as Elevate will get into the hard point for 10 seconds to fight.
Yep, that'll give them ever so slight lead, but most importantly, ever since that spawn flip did occur from the first 10 seconds, Elevate have still been getting these well spawned, so they'll be the first all the way through the mansion. In the last 2 seconds were fought over for Q9, you know exactly where they're coming from, that's been back.
Yeah, and you've got number 2 in PJ, SMG in hand, playing over towards Tiles. He'll be the first set of defense from the front. You also have Elevate responsible for the back end. They're finding kills on the flank. So now it's just down to what happens from the front side. Blow, brilliant start. The Growl in hand. Again, we talked about this. Elevate not preferring to play with 2 Odins. They're just going to run things like the Type 19 right there and the Growl on the other hand. And that little bit of extra aggression allows them to play with a little bit more speed. Good opening. First 20 seconds go to Elevate, but they are now spawning out. Q9 from behind, not finding success on their break with the proximal spawns, and now Elevate are alerted to the play.
Q9 thought that they had the better advantage. They got some split spawns, and they were trying to set up a pinch from the teammates that spawned over by driveway, but at another spawn occurs, and then Elevate get the freest angle. They all shift their focus forward, and it's a bloodbath across the Lambo. Somebody's going to have to watch that very beautiful car, but Q9 sent packing on the rotation to new.
Yeah, I know that there's going to be conversations. It may have already happened. I'm sure Bobby's already making a video on it. But this Elevate team is not going for the sexy Odin plays. It's Type 19s. It's Grouse. It's allowing them to play with this extra tempo, this extra speed. And you saw it in the 1v1 there. The Odin absolutely rinsed by the Type 19 as Elevate have a massive lead and a quick rotation to P3.
Full auto weapons comparatively to single tap helps out the speed, the setup, and everything else in between. Elevate playing with a certain different amount of pace. Link pulls out the War Machine and just gets cut down almost immediately. Look at the operators ready to be pulled by Elevate 2 in response.
They've got office control, they've got patio control, and they're just throwing everything. All 5 operators at one point were out. Still swinging for the fences. Teed up and knocked out are Q9 as they are being read like a 3rd grader's book, and Elevate reads at a 6th grade level.
With pop-up pictures.
Might be.
Oh my goodness. Well, all 5 operators will be expended. You do have 2 Predator missiles for this rotation, but it's not a bad call. I'm sure a lot of people are probably judging it, but you are blowing them out of the water through the first 3 hills. It is about to be 120 to 22. Yep. Look at the rotation over towards New. All of Q9 forced to try to play through arches and maybe try to get a rotation over towards New, but Elevate from the office spawns. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump to the next door.
This is an important rotation here. Q9 have to have something to talk about, but Elevate have an EMP, they have a Pred missile, and there may be an issue as everything has paused. And Elevate's looking around like, what do you mean? Did you see what was happening? We're blowing them out of the water, but both refs are actively discussing with our teammates, so very well may have been something going on with the setup for Q9, as obviously that was about as bad as we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, something did feel a little off, but also that very much so could have been just Elevate being Elevate.
Well, that's, you know, I wouldn't put
I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, is what I'm saying.
We're going to give Bobby some more time to edit that video. That's what it is. He's going to clip that moment right there, add into Premiere Pro, CapCut, whatever.
He's texting you right now. He's like, don't call me out on stream, man.
You know, big shout out to our watch partiers, though. They're going through the feeds. It's awesome to see our content creators showing some love and, of course, getting some of their own from our very avid and passionate audience. So big shout out to all you guys who are watching along.
Also, big shout out to all the extra commentators that we also had for all of the different matches as well. It was very, very nice to go back and rewatch all of those matches after our very long Friday, and just going back to be able to hear some very familiar voices as well. Wish we were all here partying together, friends, but as the stage continues to be taken care of, we will wait to see what the outcome may be, but very much so, still a banger afoot, whether it's a 4-0 or extends.
Indeed the case. Our refs have backed off from some of the stations, so whatever the issue may have been, it looks like it's being resolved, and we may be pretty close to restarting here soon. I don't have the power to start, neither does Proper.
You do. No, you do.
No, stop it. Don't put me on that.
It's actually Glitter that does have the power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is color commentator nominee.
That is so true. You have the power. Yeah.
Oh, no, Glitter's trying to see if her mic's live. No rebuttal from you, Glitter. You stay there.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, this technical pause continues to get worked through. Again, big shout out to this audience as well. I mean, it's been awesome to be able to hear the crowd pops coming through with Elevate, getting their walkout, all the signage for Q9 as well. It's just the love that you guys give to all those teams, we definitely feel up here at the desk as well.
Well, still some things being ironed out on stage, so instead of us blabbing around, we will head off to a quick break and hopefully have the restart for Hasi at a hardpoint right after this. Don't go far.
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. You can get it, hate it, sweat it, I'll be flexing. I'm just riding around my city, bank account and chair model. Sitting pretty, I just had to let them know I'm unforgettable. I'm unforgettable. Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on a path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. 'Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. 'Cause the top spot's for the taking. And we on a mission to take it. Are you ready or not? It's about to go off. Turning up on the spot. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. We gon' sit at the top.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we are in our grand finals matchup currently with Elevate 3-0 against Q9, coming out the gate with an insane performance, to say the least. Still had a close hardpoint to kick it off, still had a close S&D, but right now it is Elevate that's getting it done time and time again. Is this what we expected out of a grand finals right now?
I don't think expectations have been met in terms of, I think, the 3-0 count. I think if you were just to look at how tight the first 2 maps are, absolutely. Yeah. But that's what determines a world champion, being able to find tight moments inside of a series and make the right decisions. And that so far has gone the way of Elevate.
We've seen that all the way through the Summit Hardpoint, just to start off the entirety of the Grand Finals. Like, Elevate definitely knew what was going to happen, and they knew how to react accordingly to it. The same thing could be said about the Search and Destroy. But the one crucial thing about having a close map 1 and a close map 2, that map 3 was an absolute stomping. Like, I thought we were in and out with about 15 seconds. I don't even think we actually played the map. I still don't know what happened on Raid. All I can tell you is that Elevate wiped the floor with them.
The problem was Hacienda started off the same way. Now, again, that's what caused maybe some of this tech pause that we have, so maybe there was an issue. But regardless, that plays on your mind. If you're Q9, say if we're going into our hardpoint pick, you had that long break to try to reset, and then you load it, and you're starting to get completely blown out of the water again. Doesn't feel good.
Exactly. If you guys are just joining us, we're just waiting for a few more minutes to resolve this tech pause. I do want to throw out there, though, Schiff, you need to clip it. At the beginning of the weekend, you said it was going to be a reverse sweep. You're in the perfect situation to set up for a reverse sweep. You thought it wouldn't get
The man never lies.
But it did.
The man never lies.
So,
wow.
I'm just, maybe, you know, it's 3-0, could be a reverse sweep. We'll have to see what happens, obviously. Still potentially lots of gameplay left in store, or only one more map, depending on the performances of both of these teams. Before we get into that, though, of course, we have so many supportive friends and family members that are here for all of our players throughout the weekend, and I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by with one of them.
I got family on the floor. We have Rico and, of course, our little Coco. So cute. Can I get a shot from you, Coco? It's the most cute shout ever. I'm going to call him Tito. By the way, that means uncle. I will just give my respects, Tito Rico. You told me that you surprised one of the boys from Elevate, and Chloe is your son. How did it feel like for him when he saw that you were here?
Yeah, first, Beef Mommy, you look amazing. We came here last Monday, and I surprised Carlo and, in fact, the whole team. They're like my boys already. In fact, STE are also my boys. Skirt is here, FDX, but he wasn't surprised. I think based on what he is showing right now, he's so silent. And he told me that thanks for coming, thanks for supporting the team, and I think they're doing well right now. And Q9, I think we shouldn't rest first. It ain't over until it's over.
They're very much locked on, yeah. It really sees on Chloe's face that he's very much locked on. But when it comes to visiting your son, because I asked you a while ago when I was walking around, do you go to every single Elevate game, or even before they were Elevate, when they were Low Kings or West Point Mama Low Kings, you would be there, you'd be present in the crowd?
Yes, I think that it's 3 years already. They've been trying very hard, fall down 3 times and get up 4 times. So I think they'll make it right now. So for the past 3 years, what I think that the strength of Elevate is more on family. We stuck together, and I think that's where their strength lies.
Family is everything. And speaking of, if you could say one thing to Elevate, to Chloe, what would that be?
Yes, Elevate, go for it, but be humble in your victory and all for the glory of God. Thank you.
To God be the glory. That is it for us here on the floor. Back to you, Glitter.
Thank you so much, Beef Mommy. I think that's one of my favorite things about these events is we always get to see the family members coming through, supporting siblings, children, you know, significant others. There's always some sort of a support system here that we get to see in person and experience that community aspect of Call of Duty Mobile. It's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, we saw Izai he got to propose to his girlfriend at CDSI. That was a beautiful moment.
So cool.
Yeah, so it's just awesome to kind of have the inclusion of friends, family, and loved ones near you, especially when you're playing for, you know, $400,000. That doesn't hurt. Yeah.
Casual, yeah. Nice little support system. We've been around competitive esports for quite some time, and you start to build that same family, that same notion, spending a lot of time with your teammates. So it is very nice to be able to see family members by blood actually coming through and supporting you. There's no better gas, no better dope to be ready to run through a wall than having a family member in the crowd.
Absolutely, and I don't care who you are, whoever takes home that first place prize, that is life-changing money on the line right now for these teams. And just a little update for everybody at home. If you're just joining us, we're waiting on a technical pause right now. And what happened was that there was an issue that prevented us from being able to complete that match. They figured out what the issue is, so we're going to replicate the match and the conditions that led up to the point when the issue occurred, and that's where we're going to begin the play from there. So just so that everybody understands how it's working out, we're getting it exactly the way we started.
We love that.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Mom. One sooner.
I did that, actually.
Okay. yeah.
That was
Wow. You remember what we said during the map itself? Lauren literally holds the button to start and end the match.
It's true.
This is a new one that she just conjured. I don't know where it came from.
Don't let people know about the power.
My bad.
All right, we gotta keep it on the down low.
It's already on the air now, yeah. It's on YouTube, so they can repeat that as many times as they want.
It is now, as the kids say, it is high key.
Is high key.
Okay. All right. Well, while we don't want to push you guys too much either, because you need to save your voices for the moments that are about to absolutely pop off on the stage. We need a couple more minutes to get this resolved. So while we do that, let's check out the interview that we did with Q9 before everything started this weekend.
I'm here with Q9. I'm going to ask them a couple of questions heading into this weekend. What does it feel like being back at DreamHack here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships?
感觉都挺好的，就感觉到这就很放松。
Which strategies have been the most impactful for you guys this year? Which teammates have been performing at their best?
我觉得这次的比赛，我们最关键的策略是，我们每个人做好自己的那一部分吧，然后就是把平时训练的东西都完美的展现出来就可以。
So Wolves last year were a big problem for you guys. Are they still the biggest issue from your region, or are X-Rock also a really big problem now?
我觉得其实这一回的世界锦标赛，每个队伍都是强敌，就我觉得每支队伍都应该小心，所以我觉得我们更应该做好自己的那一部分，然后在场上能够自信的放松的去打好每一场比赛就可以了。
The top of the world ranking is very tight. Are you guys favorites, do you think, or is there somebody else?
我感觉我也说不清楚，但我觉得我们一定是这一回。怎么说呢？一定是这回的强队之一。
So the road to becoming the champions is strewn with failures. Is there anything that you guys have worked on that was an issue for you, and what was that?
我感觉现在的选手的个人的能力越来越强了，然后包括每个队伍的一些战术啊都变得更加丰富了，所以我们要做的就是。可能我们要在个人能力上比他们更强大，我们的战术要比他们更丰富，这就是我们要做的。
So you've been named MVP multiple times already. Would you have any advice for up-and-coming players?
我给他们的建议就是多去观看那些顶尖的选手的个人视角，就 POV， 然后平时自己的话也要多练习，就是带着那些一定要带着思考去玩，就是想，比如说。在哪些方面还可以做到更好，去做到提升，这个会重要，这会加快你的进步。对。
So this is your chance to disrupt the momentum of your biggest rival. Who are they, and what do you want to say to them?
我觉得这一次比赛对我们威胁最大的对手应该是来自西方的所有队伍吧，因为我认为就是东部的这些队伍，因为我们在 CDSI 的那个邀请赛上跟他们有过交手，所以我会认为对东部的队伍我们会更了解一点，但是西部的队伍呢，我们到现在是不了解的，所以对我们来说很未知。我觉得这回他们对我们来说是一个非常大的挑战。
Have you got anything to say to your fans who are at home supporting you?
就是想对一直支持我们的粉丝说，就是谢谢你们一直支持我们。然后这一回，特别是国内的粉丝，在这一次顶着时差看我们打这一回的世界锦标赛，然后希望大家继续支持我们，然后我们一定会做到最好的。
So that is Q9, our Mobile Masters winners this year. Can they repeat it here this weekend?
Always nice to be able to hear from the players before these weekends, the thoughts, and do they change over the storylines as they're happening? Thank you for sticking with us, everybody, as we're waiting for this tech pause to get resolved. We get to take an opportunity to look at the trophy, the rings really kind of consider everything that's about to be on the line. Only one map away, potentially, before we're able to crown a champion. Now, before we do that, I want to check in with FDOT and see what FDOT's got going on down on the floor.
Thanks a lot, Glitter. Yeah, we're hanging out as we get everything set up for the finals, and so might as well hang out with family. Listen, we've talked a lot about what's going on here this weekend. If you know the scene, I don't need to introduce this guy. Kali, thank you for coming through.
I mean, it's a pleasure to be interviewed by you, FDOT. And I mean, it's great to be here in Atlanta for the DreamHack for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2024. I mean, this is the most competitive Call that we got, and it's the best thing I've ever seen. I've lost my mind. Great thing about this, I haven't lost my voice yet.
Which is insane, but good for a caster. Gotta keep that voice for sure, man. You're coming all the way from the Philippines, right?
Yeah, all the way from the Philippines. I had to take like a 25-hour flight all the way here. And yeah, the experience has been amazing. And this is all I've been dreaming for.
So you're from the Philippines, but you're coaching a different team. Talk to me about that, dude.
Oh, yeah. I am coaching. I'm part of like the staff for Team Vitality. We have an amazing bunch of players that we have there. And unfortunately, we did not make it to day 2. Well, it's all because this is the most competitive CODM that we got all throughout the history.
Yeah, I mean, everything's turning up here, and like, you fly over 25 hours. You come here, you're not even working with a team from your region. Why do you do it?
I mean, I just love COD, man. I mean, everywhere I go, I just say, I'm a walking Call of Duty Mobile Wikipedia. And yeah, hearing and experiencing everybody to be here, it's great to just connect with everybody all around the world.
He's not lying. He doesn't know this. So when I prep for some of this stuff, I watch your videos. I take a look at what you do. He is the guy for COD Mobile. You're a big deal. And look, one of the things I look at this bracket, a lot of hearts, dude. It's about the family. It's about the squad. And Kali, you're certainly a good representation of it. So thanks so much for hanging out. Glad you could make it to Atlanta. Much love, dude.
You know, the most important thing that I took away from that, and he is absolutely not wrong, but this is the most competitive year of Call of Duty Mobile that we've ever seen. And we talked about that a lot at the beginning of the weekend. Every single year is getting harder and harder to be the team that ends up on top, whether that's regionally or within a region. And I think that this is a demonstration of just how the mighty can fall, because that's how even the playing field is.
Yeah, I mean, you just go back 2 years, Tribe LG, nowhere to be found anymore. And there is just so much respect and I think just overall confidence towards the Eastern region in terms of, look, we're getting battered. You know, the first couple of years of World Champs, we're not really holding a candle to what we were seeing out of North America and even at Europe in certain moments. That hasn't been the case anymore. The grindstone has been used, to say it plainly. Now you've got 2 strong representatives out of Garena. You've got 3 strong representatives out of China, 2 strong teams from India. So it's one of those things that, you know, they've been in the grinder, they've been going through these tough tournaments, and now all of a sudden you're at World Championships and you're reaping the reward of having a lot of top placements for the region.
Yeah, I think it's more of everybody just getting up to Tribe's level once they were at that World Championship back to back, agreed. And then everybody was fundamentally getting better as the years got along. The mechanics were always going to be there. We're always going to see a new age of cracked individuals. That is just how esports works. But it's the way that we've been seeing a lot of these teams, specifically from China, Garena, and all these other regions, just being able to fundamentally get a grip on what the macro looks like at a Call of Duty level has been immense. And Kali's not wrong. This entire year has showcased all of that.
And whoever wins today is going to have a massive target on their back. Come next year,
huge,
we're back around for another World Championship. So it's only going to get bigger and better from here as an esport, as a community for Call of Duty Mobile. I can't wait to see. But before we can even get to that point, we have to close out our grand finals, all right? And I think I'm getting word that we're potentially just a few moments shy of doing that. If you're just joining us, we're in the grand finals. It is 3-0 in favor of Elevate. It's a best of 7, which means potentially it all could come down to this next map. Everything on the line, unless you are on Shift's side of the prediction with this potential reverse sweep. Either way, it's gonna be fun. And we gotta wait a little bit longer before we get to it, all right?
All right.
You don't look so sold in your prediction anymore. It was clipped for a reason. You told people to clip it.
I did say that. I'm also old, and I forgot that I said that. And wouldn't you know it, we find ourselves in a situation where all the momentum has been killed, and now Q9's to win 4 in a row and pull off my profit prediction. Mark it.
That would be Herculean to say the least. So I mean, like, so just to put it in perspective for everybody at home, Elevator currently up 3-0 in a best of 7. They win the upcoming Hacienda Hardpoint, which is a game mode that's been perfect for them, realistically, for the past month. They win the entire tournament. Q9 has to take a Hacienda Hardpoint, an Express Search and Destroy, an Arsenal Control, and then a Kurohana Search and Destroy. Now, 2 of those maps I do like, none of which are the respawns.
But you're saying there's a chance.
I am saying there's a chance, but I'm not willing to lean on your side of the fence yet.
Fair.
I'll let you guys continue this debate here in just a few moments. Now, we are going to need a couple more minutes to get this situation resolved. So while we do that, we're going to send it to a short break. But don't go anywhere, because when we return, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship continue.
Isa, meron din. Dalawa tuwip ah.
Layo mo mic mo, DJ, pati Susa.
哎，中线掉了，看负点啊，负点花了，C 掉，看 C 还有过的 ，C 漂亮，哎，冰杆，啊，冰杆，别打，别上，这个，nice one，还可以打的，没事，去做板楼防热，哪边没见？
抢白房，
抢中了，白房进了，漂亮。 然后去做4个的 ，nice， Isaac nyo. Ano? Isaac nyo. Bakap na.
Ay, MS.
China, legit. Wala, boss. Payong 2, ready ako. Noel ah.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, cause we're baring our teeth. And there ain't no in between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now, what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake and we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, seal in the liver. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Hot so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is.
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta and our World Championship Finals for Call of Duty Mobile. We find ourselves 3-0 to the favor of Elevate, and a restart of Hacienda is on the way. I will say, friends, after the long tech pause, phones are in hands. So hopefully we're in good hands, and we're about ready to go to get this map 4 kicked underway.
If we're in good hands and phones are in hands, are we phones?
No.
Okay. I had a mental backflip there for a second. A lot of support within the crowd to get back to this very moment in time. Hacienda Hardpoint, do not adjust your screens. Elevate are up on championship point should they win this map 4.
Indeed the case. We will be starting off what looks to be here we go, 67-19. That was weird how we spawned it. Not gonna lie. All right, we got our bearings straight. I just got so bamboozled. Everyone just teleported all over the map. But we're ready to go again. Starting this from where things started to go wrong on the tech pause. So 71 plays 22. Q9 do have an advantage when it comes to the early operators, as we still have a full P3 to fight for.
Yeah, let's not forget what Elevate did do once they had all of their operators available. Post the game being re-put together, they popped everything all at the same time. But Q9 do have that advantage here. They're still in possession of the time.
Yeah, Gravity Vortex gun also being spent to block this rotation over on the back. And ooh, for a moment, you thought there was going to be the long wrap coming out of Curly. Not going to happen. He just holds on to the top side of patio. Has himself a Predator missile. And oh, shuts down Kenty's War Machine. So here we go. All of a sudden, Q9, a little bit of extra life since our restart. Trade's looking decent for Elevate, but the back scrap time still looking pretty solid for Q9. Pred missile called in to stop the Purifier, and the last challenge is on.
And you saw a slight little moment right there that had this lead be grown before we had to recreate the map, is that Elevator not playing with any Odins. They're playing the Type 19 game. They're playing with a couple of Growls. Their pace is very oppressive, in Q9 finally able to deal with it, coming back in for a good amount of time on a P3. They only trail by 40.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like if you know you're going up against an automatic rifle line, you better get to rotation first. Correct. And use the power of the Odin. That has been a little bit of an issue at times for Q9. Although here, you've got Chen on a Purifier, locking things down towards the open staircase. Now takes his attention back over towards Tiles, as the rest of his teammates are getting a read that, yep, Elevator coming over towards the P2 side. Up and over, Kenty trying to find some different angle to make a move, but not gonna work out. Chen continues to rip him apart with the Purifier, and Q9 have brought this back to within 20 points.
Chen still has Purifier through upper halls, but all of this push from the respawns is manifesting all the way through the driveway. They're already past Lambo, up on top of the water side, trying to keep it contested.
Sun, one more shot with the Sparrow lands. Bold break attempt from Chloe with the equalizers, only gets one. Trying to open the door for his teammates to fly forward, and boy, will they ever. Oh man, what a clean break for Elevate at the scrap time. Now trying to take the battle a step further, as Q9 are a bit stuck over towards Lambo.
Chen tried to utilize the Predator missile just to help him and his teammates of Q9 try to maneuver their way out from Lambo. 102 to 69, going back towards P1 again with this 40-point lead.
Looking really solid, even pushing beyond the limits of this hard point. Maybe try to get an early flip of the spawns, and that will be occurring as Elevate move over towards lobby side. Q9, a chance to win the windows, though, with this long rotation, but not coming away with any of the gunfights. It's a 40-point lead and growing as Elevate still find themselves in the hard point.
Really good positional awareness coming through from Elevate. A lot of focus down low, but look at the upper hallway control. Again, Chloe is a problem so long as he continues to run these routes. Everybody from Q9 are more or less just trapped on the office side to try to get inside of upper halls. You can see what it means for Elevate, just soaking up more time.
Yeah, and this is just such a good response here from Elevate after Q9 on the restart. Looked pretty potent, but still, Elevate just have been equal to every task thrown their way. Whether it be opponent on the other side of the stage, whether it be restarts, whether it be search and destroys, doesn't make a difference. They are finding ways to win out. Q9 battling with their backs against the wall. Do well here to at least get a little bit of the response time as the scrap at 1 starts to fade away. And now we look towards the minimap. What happens towards P2? Elevate currently winning rotation, but Q9 fighting back.
They're going to have to fight back a whole lot harder, though, Alan. 132 to 85, and Chloe is just finessing for 2 seconds of time. It will be traded, but Q9 needs to reap the benefits from a spawn out that occurs, but Sun just right immediately in the front of the mansion. Now all of his hits coming from the front of the rocks.
Claw out, ready to go over towards the U-Haul. Yopi, he He's got himself up and open with initially what was a Sparrow, and actually on the response here, Q9, they throw a Gravity Vortex gun into the point. That works out nicely. Curly following up with the Equalizer, but only gets one. So now all of a sudden, Yopi steps out. Elevate, split spawns, looking for a pinch around the back. Q9 dealing with this though, as the hit is in pieces, and that will be enough for Q9 to get into the hill.
And north-south spawns, a couple of recurring members for Q9 going to get gunned towards the back, but Chen was one that survived. Pulls out the Purifier, trying to lock down the back end of the 25 seconds or so. And Elevate, well, they might just have to concede it, but they're trying to take advantage of this pinch that comes through. Chen with the Purifier shuts the majority of it down.
And he's got himself onto a Pred missile, working halfway towards an EMP as well. That could be crucial for Q9's comeback efforts. Scrap time going to be fought for because Elevate, of course, are going to fight for the scrap time. Could have put them a little bit late on rotation. You can see the motion on the top side of the minimap. You've already got one member for Q9 getting over towards that kind of cross mid connector. Kendi playing over the well, though. A difficult spot to deal with, and that's why this lets the Type 19 rip through Q9's rotation, and now Elevate have spawns moving into new.
And Malchi actually had a really good timing for that flank to start coming through, but all the respawners were able to read it. Here comes some operators being infested. It's shrouded by the Predator missile for them to move forward.
Yeah, Susano has to hold, though. Backside 10, so even though the Pred missile doesn't land, the operators and the eliminations do come through for Q9. Now the next hit for Elevate from the front, already being pressured. PJ's trying to step into the smoke. How has he managed to do that? How has he managed to do that? PJ! What are we talking about? What a three-piece for PJ! Chen and Curly trying to hang on, not able to do so as Susano gets himself 3 in a row as well, and Elevate have blown the lid wide open to the P3.
There's still only 30 seconds between these two teams, 15 left to fight for. Split spawns have occurred, but the ones that spawned over by Office were dealt with from Q9, so now they're trying to push all the way from the fences side. Able to at least collect on or two are Uling, still trying to make sure they keep all the 10 seconds. Every single kill that is being found on this side of the map is beneficial for Q9, still getting in a better position for the rotation, but even better for Elevate to mean that they can get more time getting closer to that 250 mark.
Q9 has to lock down this rotation. Elevate growing their lead to just over 30 points or so if they could get into the early time. Contest is here. Uling deals with the first contestant. Now trying to zone over towards bottom bar side. They've got a read that Elevate have gotten a couple of spawners towards both, but the hit is actually coming from the front. War Machine is out, but immediately shot down, and Q9 have put together the perfect setup to start.
Just need to get Curly inside this hard point. Has an equalizer at the ready. Could be the difference maker in between flipping the lead fully, but it could just be the gunny that is just getting the job done. Susano down low, will find a trade. Split spawn dealt with. Q9 hold.
Oh, love this gravity gun play. Although Mauchi thought he would have locked down the bottom jump up towards water. That doesn't actually work. Fortunately, Uling picks it up with the War Machine. Now he's got the read that it is boathouse spawns. Lots of damage talent as Uling will blast him back to the respawn screen. Q9 now in the lead, looking for more. 12 seconds of time to fight for, and Elevate would have to still contest this through the equalizers. That eventually gets put down, but still, Q9 find a way to win the scrap.
For the first time this entire map for Q9 have a lead. 178 to 158, we go again. Back to the center of the map, a couple Hunter Killer drones being thrown out from the upper windows for Q9, trying to win the jostling for position up top while also maintaining time down low.
Moment of pause here as Elevate trying to fight from the low ground. Dive into the smoke. Susano, good read, able to clean up Uling. Now it's just down to what else can he find? And part of me, is that smoke even on screen? Susano is blitzing everybody through it. Guy's got infrared goggles or something, I don't know. But Elevate now on 3 in a row can get more time to try to bring this back to level terms.
Q9 now on the unfavored side, but it's just sprinting straight into the site itself. Curly goes on a massive spree, but it's a good couple trades to come through for Elevate. They'll maintain good high ground positioning, but one player has actually slipped the net. Chan's all the way through the Lambo side, and you might have to have that realization sooner rather than later if you are Elevate.
Yopi, unreal. Up to 34 kills on 4 in a row, shut down as Sun and Uling will string together a couple of fadeaway kills for Q9. Spawn situation, good for Elevate for now, but this hard point isn't open yet, so it's still going to be well-sided spawns. Q9 spawning towards the bottom side of the map. Every gunfight is a big one. Shen trying to get into lobby, shut down. Elevate through the back driveway, can only find a couple of kills. It's a 50-50 battle over the top of P2.
Got driveway spawns coming to Elevate. They will be here first. Purifier might have been popped too early, but Sun has a Sparrow at the ready from inside the hill.
We've taken the lead.
First couple of shots are in. PJ
oh my.
Still hiding in the smoke. As if to say you think the smoke is your friend. I was born in it. An opportunity for Q9 still with these extra operators to hold on to some massive time. 35 seconds to fight for. Elevate spawning close. Here comes Susano, able to get the first, tracks onto the second. Oh my goodness, Elevate find a way to break a contest. Still 25 seconds
Uling has a War Machine, is actually going to decide to call it in right here. It's going to match that from PJ, has a Purify on the opposite side.
Over the mantle, tough timing, but still finds a way to get to the back driveway and elevate. 15 seconds, looking good for them. Q9 splitting all over the map in terms of their spawns, so they're going to send 2 on rotation, 3 trying to finesse the exit, and through this smoke, Elevate are not going to be denied as they will make sure every single second is contested.
Yeah, Chen's going to just die at the old time. You also have one player of Sun that spawns over by the rocks, maybe looking for a couple of exits, just playing through the open staircase, but the foot race was on quite some time ago over towards P3. Q9 currently hold the lead, but they still have numbers and the close spawns to boot.
Yobi gets shut down from his Sparrow. Klo has the equalizer, surprised by Uling. That's a huge shutdown. Hardpoint opens, Q9 have the numbers. What can PJ do from inside the hill? Finds the first, tucked into a corner. No trade, he's off the regen. PJ's getting the help from Klo. That was just down to what can Q9 do. They still don't know PJ's here. He's gonna finesse around the back line. Kendi now all of a sudden has the War Machine. He gets pushed on and at least trades out his life. Even battle over the top of the hard point, 225 to 210, favor to Q9.
Curly is going crazy right now, 47th kill for them in this map, number 4, 228, and counting on up, but PJ still hanging around the joint, is able to combine for 2. Sun's nade at least finds a trade on the Klo, but all this time is damning, and Elevator getting closer to the lead that Q9 has.
That is one slippery son of a gun. PJ sliding back and forth, opens up the hard point again for the scrap time. Now, again, on rotation. Elevate committing every single resource from the middle of the map. Q9 a bit split as Elevate just run right in. It surprises Q9. The trades are good and Elevate are gonna get the early time.
All PJ just catching them by surprise. 42nd kill for that young man. 224 to 230. The rotation was on. The Purifier called by PJ and he is locking down the upper halls.
And he knows exactly where Q9 are coming from. No operators available for Q9 to respond to this, but they still find the shutdown regardless. Follow-up from PJ is good. Now it's down to Klo. Over the top, he's able to find one. Elevate, a chance to put the game away here, but the contest is still alive. Q9 coming fully off the respawn through boat.
Equalizer called. Needs to find value. Curly shut down almost immediately. 4 dead, 5 all wiped off the floor. Elevate can still win here.
Last 10 seconds over the last month. The COD gods have given its toughest challenge to its strongest warrior. And at the end, there are no more questions. There are no more doubts. Elevate are the greatest Call of Duty mobile team in the world.
When they were pushed against the walls, Elevate delivered not just at CDSI, but also with the targets on their back here. Q9, Silver Surfers once again, commiserations, hugs across the board, not just across the seas, but also here at DreamHack Atlanta. Elevate get the better of Q9 once again.
What a battle. I mean, we got 4 maps, 3 of which could have gone either way. Yeah. You have to give the respect where it's deserved, and Q9 absolutely earned it. But like you said, 5 grand finals.
Man.
5 second place finishes. Tough scenes, but at the end, there can only be one. And Elevate did it on the Eastern Hemisphere. Elevate did it on the world stage. Your 2024 World Champions, it's Elevate!
Insane. Congratulations on y'all win. Man, everything's going crazy out here. Come here. You can answer a question, dude. Which end? Who are you talking to out in the crowd?
FDX.
And what are you saying to him?
4-0.
Sometimes that's all you need to say. It's 4-0. I mean, you guys came in and really made this one happen. big 4-0, like your homie said here. I mean, was it easy?
Of course. Dang. Well, I feel like when it comes to
all right. We're having some issues. One real quick. We're going to come over here. Right here in the middle. Halo. Here, you know what?
I can translate for you guys. You can't go away from me. Come here, Candy. Come here. I can translate for you. Don't worry. How does it feel like to finally be a winner? You couldn't get that in Smart Omega back in 2022, nor back in 2020. How does it feel like to finally win it on the biggest stage of Call of Duty Mobile?
Hindi ko alam yung masasabi ko pero kami yung the best.
He said that he doesn't know what he wants to say, but he just wants to say that he's the best. And of course, the best that you are, the best performing team in Call of Duty Mobile. And I also wanted to ask from the coach himself, I feel like we've had a lot of spotlight on the members here, but I do want to ask a question for you, Coach Alea. How did you finally get to this point? You've been loyal to these boys for so many years as the Low Kings, as the Mambas. How was that journey for you?
Sobrang hirap, sobrang saya. Marami kaming pinagdaanan bago namin narating to. Lahat ng pagkatalo namin noong 2022, 2023, eto 2024 nakuha na rin namin. World Champion, CDSI Champion, GM6 Champion, GM5 Champion, GM7 Champion, Regional Champion.
Mic drop. But he said, through the hardship, there was happiness. They were champions here, but they paved their way through it. They were champions. I mean, again, no need for translations. That was a lot of championships here, F. Again, F. with the selfie with the teammates. Hey, let's go. Again, F. You good with that? You have one more team. I think, for me, it's not a question for you guys, but a statement. But can I get a... Yeah? Okay, when I say 3, 1, 2, 3. Philippines! Back to you, Glitter.
Well, you can see just how happy, excited everyone is on Elevate for being able to take this win home, and they did it in such a decisive fashion. Regardless of what was thrown their way all weekend long, they looked near flawless.
Nearly? Near flawless? What are we talking about? They were flawless.
Yeah, pretty damn flawless if you ask me. That is sparkling clean. I mean, throughout the entirety of the road for the tournament, starting all the way at Swiss, coming into this tournament from their CDSI win, all the way through lower bracket, confidence was thumbing. I remember seeing these guys even in the hotel lobby, and they were just already filled to the brim with confidence, knowing that they had the target on their back, knowing that they were the better team when it comes down to respawns. How can you not be a fan of this team?
7-0 map count on Championship Sunday. Shut the front door. That's disgusting. I don't think in any form across Call of Duty that I've ever witnessed I've ever seen something like that.
So dominant and consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament is what's most alarming, because Call of Duty for us, especially even Call of Duty Mobile no different, is that it's so day to day. But they walked in Friday, great. Yeah. Saturday, fantastic. Sunday, champions. That is just absurd to see that consistency.
Unreal.
This is going to be huge for Elevate now. Best team in the world for Call of Duty Mobile. Looking to the next year of competition, everyone is going to be having their eyes on them, watching them, what they're able to do yet again as a team. As the next year of competition kicks off, they are going to have a bar set very high, especially after the performances we saw here this weekend when it comes this time around next year.
Absolutely. I mean, 6 teams out of the East make it to playoffs, 2 from the West. Yeah, you get the Gallerus who make it into the Final Four, but Elevate beat everybody except for Luminosity. There's still that. We'll cope. But I think the thing about it is a new region finds itself on top of the COD Mobile ladder. It starts off with a very dominant North American scene a couple of years prior. Here we split it. Hard to say what was better. That starts that whole rivalry between East and West. Yep. Last year, West falls short. This year, expectations to rise up. Doesn't happen, and it's a new region inside of the Eastern Hemisphere that reigns supreme. Dominant stuff from Elevate.
it goes even well beyond just the mechanical skill that they do have. I mean, dropping the kills is one thing, but it's also what they're able to do along the way as well. Their adaptability in search and destroy, their consistency in fundamentals, in the respawns as well, is why they're highly regarded. I mean, this convincing of a Grand Finals win, we're going to be talking about this all the way until this time next year.
Yeah, I think a lot of the other teams will be taking notes on what exactly Elevate did to get themselves here as we get to take a look at the exact road they had to go journey upon in order to get named the champions. I mean, we get to see their Swiss performance, a little refresher for anyone who might have missed it, and then take a look at what they did in playoffs like you guys were highlighting. It is such a strong run.
You can make the argument that maybe they had an easier run. I think that that's blasted as far as the take is concerned. Godlike Q9 stalwart. Only losing 2 maps throughout the entirety of the Swiss. Only losing 1 map throughout the playoff bracket versus Wolves. Look at the teams that are on here and how many of them did make it as far as top 8 in Championship Sundays are concerned. A lot of representation that they had to cut through and how dominant they were throughout all of it.
They legitimately have nothing holding them back in terms of, well, they didn't play so-and-so. They beat X-Rock at CDSI. They played against every major squad. And now the sweetness at the end comes with the ability to be the last one standing on the bracket.
That was the fanciest spot we've gotten on the bracket.
It's like off-center too.
Incredible.
Yeah, super cute.
Honestly, our teams have been such good sports. We keep talking about it all weekend long. So much love across the regions as the teams are knocked out of the competition, and you see it yet one more time. Elevate giving a little bit of love to Q9, but that crown is next to their name on the bracket. They have the rings, they hold the trophy and the title, and they are the best in the world.
It's just insane to really think about how long ago CDSI truly was, not literally within about a week and a half ago. The consistency is what I was immediately asking for. I was all over X asking for it on Instagram as well. We finally get here in Atlanta without skipping a single beat. These guys are gross.
Undeniable, flat out. That's all I got. The best COD I've ever seen in COD Mobile, right there from Elevate, without question.
The man literally doesn't lie, except for reverse sweeps and grand finals.
We'll remember that for next time around.
You can remember this, 2025, Year of North America. It's coming back.
I mean, North America might be coming back. I don't know about...
About me? Oh.
All right, guys, though. Anything else you want to say before we say goodbye to everybody? Phenomenal weekend.
I did. You know, there's so much to unpack and not a whole lot of time to do it. Super Team didn't work. There's a new region on top. North America needs to recollect themselves. Where the hell is EU at? But Elevate is on top. Undeniable.
East on top, man. I mean, CDSI, CDFI, World Champs, doesn't make a difference what you're looking at. Watch more Call of Duty Mobile because, wow, it's looking real saucy out east.
Yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic weekend, to be sure. Obviously, so many congratulations to Elevate, who are now your 2024 Call of Duty Mobile World Champions. But a congratulations to all of the teams that even made it this far in the competition for the year. It was not an easy road for any of these teams, and they all put on a phenomenal performance. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us put on this show. And on behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at DreamHack Atlanta, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next year.
No-No's gonna provide it with the equalizers. Get out of his way. He's shredding everything. It's a full team wipe. Still the contested play. Toronto on the back gets shut down. Q9 just need to find one more wave of kills. 3 more seconds needed. No one's able to contest.
Now they can find another one here on to Hen. Lukashin can find another 7 seconds to go. Lukashin's not found 2, and Miho cleans it up. Straight on over towards Beef. You can need though the snap on the 1 to 2. Don't give him the 3rd. Surely they shut him down.
It's beautiful. Sheer destruction, sheer bloodshed, and it's Elevate all over the spawn of Q9. The COD gods have given its toughest challenge to its strongest warrior.
Something that you've never seen. We run like a wild machine. Watch out, cause we're baring our teeth. And there ain't no between. With fire, you're gonna get burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. We rain on the room like a storm. Yeah, we're way too big to ignore. We'll shake you, we'll rattle the floor. You know what we came here for. Play with the fire and then you got burned down to the wire. Now what did you learn? We're coming for you. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down. You don't wanna mess with the winner. Ice so cold, make you shiver. You're looking at a cold-blooded killer. We're coming for you. It's going down.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame. Even the king in the crown is lost soul, walking in a dead man's crowd. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Everything we ever did, all the things that we ever, yeah. Everybody wanna be the same. Everybody wanna be desired. One thing we can't forget. Can't see through a part of that. When you got a heart of a fighter, yes. Fight up even harder and higher. They try to keep us undercover, but we are about to rise up. Rise up. They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up. I keep running, 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 running. I keep running, 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 running. They try to keep us undercover, but here we are about to rise up. Rise up! Yeah! They wanna push us even deeper in their pockets, but their time's up. We about to rise up. Rise up! Yeah! Yeah! Rise up! Yeah!
Nouveau déodorant Axe. Combat les odeurs et soit irrésistible.
Since the year double O, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on a path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy wave in. We go till our bones are aching. Cause the top spot's
Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby. Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Lost my car and I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. Darkness outside, that's when I feel alive. Boy, just shut up and drive. We're raising hell tonight. Got my name on your lips. Taste that poison, my kiss. Shiver run down your skin. Sweet, but she got a bite. Think you can control me, baby. Clearly you don't know me at all. Not at all. We shouldn't listen to the rumors, 'cause they're not even close. You'll be chasing a ghost. I don't care, ain't no stopping me tonight. I don't care, I'm not gonna change my mind. Lost my car and I lost my friends, but I'm still getting out my head. I don't care, 'cause I was made to be wild. I don't care. I know there's something going on. Feels like forever 21. Just like a dream until we pinch ourselves. This fever's catching me off guard. It's found a way into my heart, and I don't think I will recover. I want my finest fantasy, another world where I can be now. Somehow we run undercover, it's starting to rain. When you're euphoric, I feel the same. The party's never over, we're starting again. If love's the target, we're taking aim. Lean back, the day is